Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Yuzushio Development 1. A few months passed since Rei led the occupants of the Harima village into Yuzushio, causing it to experience a mind-shattering change. After setting the new occupants in, Conan's and Rei's clones were made to thoroughly educate the people from the Harima village for the entire first month. It was quite a bother too, since there were around 200 people from the Harima village. From the experience, it was obvious it was a waste of clones that could do something else, so Rei used the portal to bring back all the Uzumaki from the Bairi company under some kind of fake pretense. These people had to wear a hair color altering seal anyway, since the Uzumaki clan members were a highly sought after commodity even now in the ninja circles of the elemental nations. It would not do to have an abundant amount of bright crimson-haired people in one place. Rei just had to put the secrecy seal on them, dismiss them from the company, and bring them to the Yuzushio village to teach and prepare the new occupants for their future work as traders. Rei wanted to recreate the Uzumaki clan under his order anyway, so this was something that had to eventually happen. What took him by surprise, however, was how obnoxiously grateful the Uzumaki clansmen were. Rei finally understood why Naruto was, well, Naruto. Apparently, it was in his blood. It was not as if the Uzumaki people were stupid. They just couldn't live without showing their gratitude for being saved. Rei was actually very flabbergasted when he realized he would not need to put any effort into bringing them under him, since they already recognized him as their leader. In the end, the sullen Rei reluctantly expended 5 clones to teach them useful seals and the basics of sealing. If they decided to be so loyal, it was his duty to make them useful, no. Just like that, the first clan of Yuzushio was formed, numbering 23. For the following month, Rei and Conan were run ragged, gathering any and all Uzumaki they could get their hands on without people noticing, and the Uzumaki clan count in the Yuzushio quickly rose to an astonishing 152, without anyone in the elemental nations even realizing. At least, Tsunade was making their work easier by settling the newcomers in the village by herself. It was also quite annoying explaining to over 100 people their heritage and then persuading them to come to Yuzushio. Fortunately, most of them lived in remote places with harsh conditions, so many jumped at the offer, and only a few of the wealthier ones had to be brain-raped of their recent memories through seals after vehemently refusing to join no matter what Rei or Conan did. Alas, their loss. Literally. Slowly, 20 educated Uzumaki from the Bairi company taught other Uzumaki what the Bairi company deemed as the basics of necessary knowledge for their employees. These then taught others, and the chain reaction continued until Rei found himself with a village full of people that could knowledge-wise pass for an average merchant. But Rei was not satisfied and ordered them to scram and learn intermediate and advanced stuff before bragging in front of him. What good are merchants who are unable to swindle even nobles, much less the daimyos, to him? He needed real professionals. Rei also started going rounds around the places where people were treated the worst for various reasons. Whether it was because their feudal lords were stingy pieces of shit or because the countries were so poor there was just no way to survive. Rei collected them all like Pokemons. The size of Yuzushio was gradually expanding. Day by day, tens of new people were brought into the town by Rei. Naturally, since Rei himself brought them over, he was regarded as their savior and the new leader. He could only shake his head in exasperation while thinking, "Orochimaru, you really are a genius. It's so easy to get loyal followers by saving desperate people, coup." As the population grew bigger, Rei suddenly found himself in a need to create farmlands. His main supplier of food was the Bairi company, and while it cost him exactly nothing since the company was his, he would rather Yuzushio be self-sufficient than digging into his pockets. Even if he didn't pay for the food, the company supplied it at loss to its profits, which meant in the end, Rei suffered loss anyway. It was such a sad fate too. Hence, the villagers had to learn how to farm. It was all for the greater good of Rei's of Yuzushio's well-being. Most of the people Rei brought to Yuzushio came from small rural villages that focused on farming anyway, so getting the Yuzushio farming project started was not such a hard thing. A lot of farmers wanted to continue their lifelong profession, but Rei first ordered them to get a proper education. Only when they attained at least an intermediate level of knowledge did he allow them to sign up for a piece of land around Yuzushio to start their farms. Well, not like the intermediate level was something extremely tough. Even an average farmer could pass the test with an acceptable grade in 2 months if he put his all into it. For basic grade, 3 weeks were enough, while the advanced would take half year. These time frames were naturally for average people, so the few geniuses that were found actually managed to learn it a lot faster. One even attained advanced grade in under 3 months. Honestly, finding talent through this method while also making sure that Yuzushio's future will be assured to become extraordinary due to the intelligence of its occupants was much easier than Rei previously thought. There were only a very few of those who refused to learn, mostly because the level of education provided to peasants and farmers in the world was abysmal at best. There were civilian schools, but these were only in big towns or ninja villages. Even then ninja school had much higher requirements in things like math, and even then it was only learning stuff that could potentially help in their future ninja careers, like calculating throwing angles, distances by the shadow cast on the ground, etc. The civilian school mostly focused on things like how to run a business, and so on. These were for daughters and sons of wealthy merchants, after all. Other kids were simply homeschooled. The ninja schools also mainly focused on brainwood indoctrin teaching the kids who their owner is, or the so-called wills of elements. The most educated people were generally nobles, followed by wealthy merchants. What Rei was creating in Yuzushio, no noble could be bothered by it. Nobody in this world would educate the entire village to the level surpassing even merchants or nobles in some subjects. Well, nobody ever accused Rei of being sane. Thanks to the education, the farmers who signed up for a piece of land didn't have a hard time grasping some advanced farming techniques or usage of farming tools Rei provided. He, Tsunade, and Konan could use Mokutan, and they made sure to create special trees they gave to that small village in Omegakure when they first started their journey all over the Yuzushio. Putting the effect of that together with some special seals and farming tools, Rei estimated a harvest could be up to 6 times a year, with the yield being 3 to 5 times as bountiful as normally seen in this world. Rei was basically using nature energy and sealing arts to shamelessly cheat his way through. His shamelessness power level reached 9,000 when he created an auto-gathering paper tag for crops that could gather them in a certain radius. Naturally, thanks to the secrecy seal, the villagers had enough chakra to activate them on their own. The tag had a sealing matrix with a seal that gathered the crop and deposited it into a special storage seal on it. Honestly, being a farmer was probably the easiest profession in Yuzushio with the number of cheats Rei provided for them. Whether it was planting, watering, or gathering, the farmers were basically just supervisors who sat in their rocking chairs while fishing most of their days away. Well, food supply was the most important thing when it came to self-sufficiency, so Rei had it well covered while making sure the people would love doing the job, since the taxes were extremely high at 50% of each yield. Alas, with 6 harvests per year and the cheating farming tools provided for free, especially since the order was done by Rei, their savior, the farmers reluctantly relented. It was only when they calculated their losses and gains did they find out that the tax didn't even matter. They would get rich by just sitting on their asses, tending to their plots of land from time to time by taking a stroll through it and activating the seals. In a short 6 months, Yuzushio had over 3,000 inhabitants and over 50 farms all around. The people were getting more knowledgeable, showing their talents in various fields. It was a lot of work for Rei, Konan, and Tsunade, while Mei and Ringo were closed in their workshop, trying to make progress in making a special sword close to one of the 7 swords of Kiri and blowing the place up at least once per 2 days. The Yuzushio village was very small for now. Not even 1/5 of the whole place was filled, but something great, something never before seen in the elemental nations was steadily being created. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Righteous Kidnapping. Rei and Tsunade were lying on a blanket, fiercely making out while their hands roamed the body of the other as they panted and moaned in between the kisses. Tsunade's feet were firmly locked around Rei's waist while Rei's body was pinning her down onto the blanket, pressing his chest on hers. It was already midnight and both were very disheveled, their clothes torn in many places since they were at it for 8 hours straight. By now, it was only their training as a ninja and countless nights spent together that prevented both of them from acting on their lust, undressing, and having straight-out sex with each other right on the hill close to the village of the Kaguya clan they currently watched. Who said something so senseless such as the observation jobs were boring? Suddenly, Rei stopped and pulled a bit away from Tsunade, who let out a protesting groan, pulling herself up to reach for his lips only to be stopped by Rei putting his hand on her cheek and gently caressing it, waking her from the pheromones-induced desire. "We will have a guest in a minute. Let's tidy ourselves up." Rei pecked her lips for one more time before pulling a new set of clothes from his dimension storage seal and started to change his attire. Tsunade huffed at that. She finally got her alone time with Rei, and it barely lasted 8 incredible sweet hazy quick amazing hours. Shit, I really do love him beyond all reason, don't I? She bit her lower lip while her cheeks painted themselves red as she realized just how much she had fallen for Rei. Sighing in resignation, Tsunade also pulled out a new set of clothes and started redressing. A minute later, exactly as Rei said, a white-haired woman wearing white kimono walked towards them. Her pace was slow, almost timid, and Rei instantly saw a few bruises on her face, no matter how low she tried to hold her head to hide them. Her steps were measured, calm, and careful, but it was all too easy to pinpoint the smallest of winces every time she stepped on her left foot. "So she is our contact in the Kaguya village? The one who wished our help to flee?" Rei frowned, and from the corner of his eyes, he could see that even Tsunade had her own conclusions from the state of the woman. These were certainly much worse than his, since she was a seasoned medic ninja. Rei could only mentally shake his head. "Well, I can guess why the woman would desire to run from the Kaguya clan. Meh, their loss, my gain. Hello, my name is Chizuru Kaguya, nice to meet you." The woman bowed low as she introduced herself. "Am I correct to presume you are Rei and Konan of Yuzora?" Rei lifted his eyebrow at her polite speech while Tsunade chuckled. I am Rei, he introduced himself before pointing at Tsunade, and this is Tsunade. We heard you would be interested in emigration. Yes, when I was visiting Kuzari town with my husband I certainly discreetly showed a desire to change my current owners to a local merchant from the Bairi company who promised to arrange this meeting. I would be willing to come under your employ if you are willing to treat me well. Chizuru subconsciously rubbed her left forearm as she spoke in an even emotionless but polite tone. Tsunade didn't answer. She just abruptly moved towards Chizuru, who stiffened. Her posture instantly changed to a defensive one as her pupils dilated, only to relax when Tsunade showed her hand glowing in a coating of medical chakra. Chizuru then, still somewhat warily, let Tsunade approach her, and when Tsunade placed her palm onto Chizuru's bruised cheek, the white-haired woman took a sharp breath from the nice feeling it gave her. A stray tear rolled down her left cheek as she showed a bitter smile and sniffed. This single gesture of kindness was actually one of the nicest things in her life. Rei on the other hand watched the woman like a hawk before smirking. And your real purpose being? Chizuru barely restrained herself from taking a step back before sighing and giving Rei a sheepish expression. As expected, I really can't keep secrets. My desire is for women of the Kagaya clan who desire a safe haven to be accepted by you. At first, I wanted to see the conditions and the way you will treat me, and if I deem it appropriate, I would request dash. Fine, fine. Rei waved his hand in annoyance. The woman was just too polite. Honestly, it was a bit irritating for him. We can take all of those who are willing to leave with us right now. Do you still want to come and check the conditions by yourself, or are you willing to gamble? He shrewdly asked. Chizuru slowly looked towards Tsunade before lowering her head. I accept. If you can take all of us, then I would be glad. She quietly said. Well then, God for you that Tsunade made the preparations. Rei said, making Tsunade darkly chuckle. Yup, I wonder how effective my newest anti-Kagaya drug will be. The chilly night wind spread through the Kagaya village as the time neared 1 a.m. Slowly, a mist started to form, blanketing the area, but the guards did not panic as this was natural for the land of water. They only checked if there is a chakra in the mist, and when they discovered there was none, their shoulders immediately relaxed. Minutes ticked by as the mist thickened, and soon, by the time the clock rang 2 a.m., the mist covered the whole village in a thick white mist. The Kagaya clansmen slowly became weary and sluggish, their eyes dropping as their bones appeared to become heavier and heavier in their bodies. The whole village, fall asleep. At the entrance, Rei, Tsunade, and Chizuru watched as the white mist with zero visibility cleared in under 10 seconds, only faint wisps of it remaining in the area. To think such a way to defeat the fabled Kagaya clan existed. Chizuru whispered to herself in utter astonishment as she remembered the pill Tsunade gave her to counter the effects of her drug that was spread through the village alongside Rei's mist. Chizuru, like every member of the Kagaya clan, lived with a simple perception of the world. Violence and brutal physical might were supposed to be the greatest thing. Thanks to the Kagaya physique, even poisons that would be instantly lethal to others only made them ill for an hour or two. When Chizuru saw her clansmen fall unconscious due to some unknown drug, she was scared beyond the grave, and suddenly Tsunade became somebody to be regarded only with the utmost respect. From then on, the entire mission was incredibly easy. They strolled around the sleeping village, feeding pills to women at whom Chizuru pointed, explained the situation, watched how those women rejoiced, before gathering in the square when Chizuru's entire group of around 60 young women was awake. After that, both Tsunade and Rei created around 30 clones each and sent one clone with one woman to gather other people in the village they would be taking. This time, they didn't wake them and they would be relocated while unconscious. Man, who would think I would be kidnapping young kids and girls? Rei whined as he watched around 40 sleeping kids under 5 years old being placed on the square right next to the sleeping forms of around 100 girls up to 17 years old. I somehow feel really dirty. Rei deadpanned, making Tsunade giggle. Well, just imagine what would become of them without us doing this. She tried to cheer him up, causing Rei to give her a playful look. Sure, we can count this as righteous kidnapping, then. He nodded with a snort. It didn't take long for around 300 of the Kagaya clansmen, most of them still asleep, to be relocated to Yuzushio. Just like that, the biggest case of missing people greeted the world. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Yuzushio Development 2. There were naturally a few problems with the Kagaya clan members when they woke up. The 60 women did their best to persuade the older teenage girls to be cooperative while calming down the kids. Unfortunately, 20 of the most crazed ones had to have their memories adjusted and were promptly dumped back into the Kagaya village the following night, with their last memory being going to sleep 2 days ago. Yuzushio didn't need crazed Kagaya-style gangbang-loving masochistic fanatics. Not like they could reveal what they experienced even if their memories somehow restored themselves. The secrecy seals were already in place the second they used the portal. The kids were trickier though. These couldn't just be discarded because they could still be raised to accept their situation. Temper tantrums were a common sight that day. Thankfully, the Kagaya clan tempered their kids with some tough, steely love with the appearance of a cane, so crying was not a habit the Kagaya children had. Rei decided to follow a simple rule. Desperate times call for a desperate solution. He showered the kids in modern board or card games while offering them candy and chocolate. In short, he used honey trap. And it worked spectacularly. As expected of me, cough, cough. Rei smugly thought about his achievements while giving the disbelieving Tsunade and Konan a meaningful look. Ha! Superpowers or not, kids will be kids. Just look at Ophis. In the end, the number of the Kagaya clansmen who accepted their situation was 272. Most of these were women and the males were only kids under 5 years old. This was because of the Kagaya customs, which clearly stated any boy aged 5 or above had to start the clan training, which usually started with a bucket load of brainwashing to be loyal to their clan first and foremost, to the point of sacrificing their lives for it. Alas, these kids simply were just not worth the effort in Rei's eyes. But Rei was patient and he could wait a decade or so for his Kagaya clan members to grow. No pressure. Especially the lil crying bundle that was stolen from the house of the Kagaya clan head, little Kimimaro. Yuzushio now had 2 clans. Uzumaki and Kagaya. For now, both lived in the same compound, which was quite intentionally done by Rei so these people could grow closer to each other. Rei would not suffer internal clan disputes in his own village. Being at odds in certain situations was fine, but if he could make them understand and help each other, teach them how to work together instead of against each other from the start, Rei would try his damnedest to do so. This also came with the added benefit of Uzumaki teaching Kagaya kids their ways. Whether they were about the love for their family or the reverence they had for Rei. Maybe I should stop copying Orochimaru. Rei thought about the prospects of having the Kagaya kids grow up into his fanatics due to the care of the ever-so-loyal Uzumaki. Then again, maybe not. After all, Orochimaru was the favorite pupil of Sarutobi. He knows his stuff when it comes to manipulating impressionable children. Surprisingly, the Uzumaki clan members were steadily learning and developing their sealing arts. For now, it was nothing extraordinary, but they could ease up the time of Rei's clones that had to keep up with creating the supply of goods for the Bairi company, so Rei could delegate more research work to these while paying the Uzumaki sealers a commission for making the seals in his stead. The other thing the Uzumaki clan and even some civilians showed an interest in was forging. And for forging, they needed metal. Simply said, Rei decided to start hiring miners and reopen the chakra metal and iron ore mine near Yuzushio. The Yuzushio Gakure of old was the main supplier of chakra metal in the world and the mines were far from depleted. Naturally, like with farmers, Rei made sure the miners had an easier job than normal. Instead of carts, there were storage scrolls, the pickaxes were all enhanced with seals and had a special feature of adding weight to every swing. The miners didn't even have to be that strong for these pickaxes to be effective. Honestly, Rei could make some automated mining factory with seals and his rock clones, but this was a good way to broaden the number of jobs in the village. Just like that, the storage houses in the village that previously contained only crops now started to be filled with storage scrolls containing a whole lot of chakra metal, iron, gold, silver, and more. The future Yuzushio Trading Company gained their first saleable commodity. The next thing Rei put the effort into were docks. Creating ships was not hard since Rei, Tsunade, Konan, or even their clones could do so without any hassle with just a few hours a day and a bit of effort put into Mokutan shaping. Considering Yuzushio was an island nation, ships were important and Rei made sure to put Mokutan and sealing arts together to create floating fortresses when it came to both defense and offense. The best part in Rei's opinion, however, was the natural camouflaging seals all over the hull that could make the ship invisible unless in close proximity. After all, why fight with pirates when you could show them the middle finger without them even noticing? The last part Rei needed was capable sailors, but that was quickly solved by secretly sending some capable men and women to the branch of the Bairi company that focused on naval trade, where they would learn under the supervision of an experienced captain. Rei could almost see how a year later they would return, and Yuzushio would gain their very own trading fleet. Just a year more and Yuzushio Trading Company can start operating. Rei smiled in content. Yes, the fleet was the last thing Yuzushio required before rejoining the world stage. And while Rei was doing all this, Tsunade was training carefully selected people in medical ninjutsu and knowledge needed for doctors. Thanks to the secrecy seals that improved the physique of the residents, nobody got ill for months now, so the hospital was not really needed. Only when a woman got pregnant she approached Tsunade's clone for a checkup, and there were even a few births, such as the young Karen Uzumaki, on whom Tsunade instantly called dibs, and the girl's future in the medical field became sealed, but apart from that, medics were not needed yet. Unfortunately, Tsunade was irked that she was the only one capable of doing these things, so she gathered her own pupils from those with exceptional chakra control and started their hellish fast-track training. Rei could only pity them, poor bruised saps. Konan, on the other hand, focused on creating a library. Naturally, there were no ninja arts, but the size was 5 times the library of a daimyo from a major nation. Any notable piece of paper that could enrich the knowledge of the residents, Konan gathered and put in there. She also made sure to hire 5 librarians who took care of the place since she could not do so while creating the paperwork system of the village. Naturally, the village could not be without its leader. For now, that position was filled with Rei, but he knew Konan was already grooming Kaya Uzumaki for the position. Thankfully, there was no real resistance to that from the Uzumaki clan. Even the 20 members who came from the Bairi company didn't utter a single complaint. But while Rei could manage tons of paperwork with his clones, Kaya would be hopelessly outclassed. That's why Konan was creating a hierarchy and putting together a government system not much different from what was used for the Bairi company, only on a more concentrated scale. Basically, the leader would deal only with the most important stuff pertaining to the well-being of the village and its development, while under the leader, numerous heads of various departments would have their own paperwork and so on and on. Well, Konan had it all thought out, so Rei didn't care much about it. The Yuzushio was slowly becoming more and more lively, especially since the people started to invent their own things or ways to earn money like the shrewd merchants they were educated to be. Just a few months passed since the establishment of Yuzushio, and yet, the place was already starting to thrive. Chapter 154, Chapter 154. I am going to win. Rei and Konan watched Yujito swing Same Hada at Mei clad in her steam armor and cleave through her as if she was made of paper. A bit away, the real Mei cursed at seeing that, gnashing her teeth at smug Ringo who just won the bet of who has the better armor. The jutsu that previously made Mei invulnerable to any attack from the yellow flash was reduced to just an useless layer of steam in front of Same Hada. So carefree. Rei chuckled, looking at the sky of his dimension. Isn't it fine? Being carefree, I mean. Konan sighed in contentment and leaned closer to Rei, who just lovingly pulled her even closer as they watched Mei trying to attack Yujito, who countered almost everything with Same Hada or used her nimbleness to dodge. Mei was naturally not going all out, but she was using enough power to take down A-rank ninja without a problem. The improvement rate of Yujito was incredible, especially since she was taught shadow clones. That technique was really created for Jinchuriki. It has been a while since Yujito was recruited, and Rei was really astonished when he one day found himself in front of the kneeling blonde as she swore herself into his service while he was still half asleep due to just waking up. Rei had no idea how to feel about that. One part of him wanted to reject, but the other knew Yujito would be useful, so he dazedly nodded in acceptance at the time. Just like that, he earned himself a devoted kunoichi. At least she doesn't have any romantic feelings towards me. Rei felt immense relief because that would be just awkward since he didn't spend much time with the girl due to the last months being very busy. He saw her more like a cute little kitten living in his house. Mei's pet of a sort. So, what about Konoha? Rei asked Konan, admiring how Yujito kicked Mei's chest and sent her flying back only to reveal it was just a clone. You mean the 9-tailed fluff that appeared and devastated quite a lot of the village while killing the 4th Hokage? Konan tilted her head. Meh, they will get back up on their feet. It will take years, but the peace treaty is still valid. No new war is coming. She shrugged in disinterest. And the Jinchuriki? Rei asked, wincing as Mei brutally slugged Yujito right into her right cheek. What Jinchuriki? The 4th supposedly killed the immortal beast, no. Konan sarcastically exclaimed in a mocking tone while appreciating how Yujito returned the punch by kicking Mei's stomach. Rei derisively snorted, please. I can't believe Konoha higher-ups are stupid and naive enough to hope other villages would believe a make-believe story such as our Hokage killed the strongest Bijou. Cower before us. The entire thing is the biggest joke the entire elemental nation ever heard of. He rolled his eyes. It's as if the Konoha in their stress and panic completely forgot the other villages have their own Bijou and know their own fair bit about them. Yeah. Konoha is pretty much the laughingstock of the world right now. The only measure of respect they command is due to them winning the last war. Konan nodded just as Mei's experimental sword blocked Same Hada, which was promptly blown away by the seal incorporated into Mei's sword. Oh, who would have thought the sword would actually work? Konan added with an interested smile. Yeah. Rei's lips also curled to a small smile. Ringo and Mei will eventually create incredible swords. To think their repelling sword would work so spectacularly to repel even Same Hada. Rei said before kissing the temple of Konan's head to get her attention. So. Back to my question, the Jinchuriki. Konan happily hummed, averting her pondering gaze from the sword, and stopping scheming about how easy it would be to steamroll through an army if her ninjas had these repelling swords, before starting to talk, in an orphanage, supposedly for his own protection. His status is apparently kept as an S-ranked secret, except, Reikage received the report about the boy yesterday and Suchikage today. Heck, they even know his parentage. Both could care less whose son the brat is. They are well aware he would not receive proper training the second they heard about the rumors about the demon reincarnation into a small boy. So far, neither is interested since they have bigger problems on their hands due to the war just ending. In the end, it is just a simple attempt at manipulating a child by the 3rd Hokage, huh? Rei wryly smiled. Damn it, if only the little brat was not a member of the Uzumaki clan. It would be all so much easier. He exclaimed while watching Yujito clash blades with Mei in a bitter endurance match where neither of them had an advantage. You want to snatch the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Konan turned towards Rei in astonishment, her gaze clearly asking, are you serious? Maybe later. Rei dismissed the idea but Konan knew what it meant. Rei could care less about the boy. I know our activities in the past year were a bit too concentrated on saving the poor and helpless, but we are not a charity, much less an orphanage for the unwanted. Konan shrugged, losing interest in the topic, and looked back towards the fight between Yujito and Mei. Yujito was keeping up only thanks to her status as a Jinchuriki, the fact she was holding same hata, and due to Mei not brutally aiming at Yujito's body, instead Mei was only trying to disarm her. I have no idea what I am going to do. I can let the little guy suffer. I can help him. I can manipulate him. I can snatch him. Choices, and consequences. Rei mirthfully chuckled. He was still tempted to just let nature run its course, but maybe he could give it his own twist. And what about the case of the villages disappearing? Did the ninja villages finally give up their respective investigations? He changed the topic just as Mei managed to land a blow on Yujito, injuring her left upper arm. Let's see. Konan became a bit dazed as the information was relayed to her by her clone. Sunagakure already called it off and just signed it off as some kind of unnatural sandstorm. The village was in a very remote and desolate area, after all. Figures. Raza has other problems than 100 or so civilians going puff into the air. Rei nodded, already predicting this outcome. Oh, would you look at that? Yujito landed a right hook just after dispelling Mei's smoke armor. The girl's instincts really are incredible. He excitedly smiled. Considering both refuse to use large-scale ninjutsu, they are SOSO, I would say. Konan commented with brutal honesty in her voice. Anyway, that Tsuchikage is acting as if nothing happened, not even a bit bothered by a few remote villages disappearing. He probably thinks it is the work of bandits taking the villagers and selling them as slaves. Considering he is not getting any request to rescue them, he firmly believes in no pay, no way policy. Good for us, then. Rei just smirked. Slaves were yet another good way to increase the population of his village, but he had to be careful and not attract much attention from Inoki. He was a bit afraid that clearing these villages out would somewhat put Inoki on guard and hinder this option, but now it just seemed as if Inoki was making it easy for Rei on purpose. Konoha has no idea since we didn't take anyone from the land of fire. Kumogakure receiving and looking for the reason, not that they would be able to figure it out. The problem is Kirigakure. Konan quieted down. Yeah. The corner of Rei's mouth twitched. Who would have known that taking away 300 Kaguya clan members would send the hot-blooded morons into a frenzy and cause them to march straight towards Kirigakure, where they would attempt to massacre everything that moves. How stupid one had to be to attack a village with tens of thousands strong experienced force of killers with only a few hundreds of combatants head-on. In short, the Kaguya clan was no more. At least, that was what the world believed. Alas, it would be a decade at the very least before Rei could prove the world wrong. Rei smiled and watched Yujito and Mei shake each other's hands with smiles on their exhausted faces. Jinchuriki were quite capable and compatible with the clone training method. He sighed as he really had no idea what to do about Lil Ruto. Nevertheless. And so the plot begins. Rei reached his hand towards the fake sun in his dimension with determination shining in his eyes as he silently promised to himself, I am going to win. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Pakura 1. Pakura was slowly and leisurely walking towards Kiri, sent on a diplomatic mission by Raza. All around her were mist-filled forests and her senses were flaring at her, telling her she was being followed, but she already expected that. The Kazekage himself told her it would happen and she shouldn't be too worked over it. She accepted it. After all, Kirigakure would not just leave a foreign ninja roaming free on their land. Nevertheless, Pakura was still cautious and kept her guard up. She was almost halfway on her way towards the village through the land of water when her senses flared into high heavens and she only managed to whip out a kunai into each of her hands as her eyes widened. She nimbly started to deflect the flurry of projectiles flying her way while acrobatically jumping from side to side, weaving through the trees and using their trunks as temporary shields. Pakura deflected the last projectile and glared into the mist as she could feel her body getting numb from a small cut on her thigh. I am poisoned. She thought in panic and tried to counter the poison with her chakra, only for her stomach to sink when she found out it was impossible. Chakra poisoning and partial paralysis. How? This is a poison only Sunagakure can dash, her mind completely halted. What's the meaning of this? Pakura screamed only for laughter to come out of the mist as 10 figures appeared. They were all clad in IWA shinobi attire, but what made her widen her eyes was that she recognized them. They were quite famous Kiri hunter ninjas. Why? She asked as her mind was swirling with possibilities. One shinobi smirked at her provocatively, his eyes clearly condescending as he twirled his chikudo in his hand. Well, Suna scum, wouldn't you like to know? Now, be a good girl and let us kill you. He smiled widely and Pakura's eyes steeled. There was no walking away from here, it seemed. She would have to fight. Pakura wasn't just standing while they talked, her chakra was ready and the second he finished his monologue, she pushed it to create 3 scorch release orbs and combined them in a blink of an eye into one big flaming orb several times as high as she was. She held it with her chakra above her head and with a snarl, she threw it onto the Kiri shinobi while jumping backward. White vapor exploded as the orb hit the ground and vaporized everything in its range. The vapor quickly spread and engulfed the entire battlefield, thickening the mist around even more. Pakura was in the process of conjuring more of her flaming orbs while panting from exertion due to pushing her chakra through the poison effects when she could feel her thigh to be pierced, forcing her to drop onto her knee and grit her teeth in pain. You bitch! You killed Akio! Another man shrieked, giving away his position. As she heard him from the mist, she raised her kunai, just in time to block a sword about to decapitate her. Shit! They are all masters at silent killing and moving through the mist. Pakura thought in despair as she could barely see 3 meters in front of her. The sword stopped, and Pakura could feel yet another senbon aimed at her other leg, and with a great deal of effort, she twisted her body into a roll, making the senbon hit the ground. She sprang up and put her entire weight on her uninjured leg as she protectively held her 2 kunai at the ready while secretly kneading her chakra for her scorch release as she started deflecting more and more senbon flying her way while her back faced a tree. She was fucked and she knew it. The initial flurry poisoned her and her body was getting number and number by the second. She could only move due to her extraordinarily strong chakra coursing through her body and somewhat forcefully mitigating the poison. A normal Suna Jonin would already be a completely paralyzed lump of flesh lying on the ground. Also, she was an agility-based shinobi. One of her legs useless basically meant game over for her. She steeled herself and decided to take as many of them down together with her. It was then that a raton-coated sword pierced the tree she was leaning on from behind and her lower abdomen with it, making blood spurt from her mouth. She looked at the piece of sharp steel in her and lashed out with her orb, vaporizing the men behind the tree. With a painful groan, Pakura pushed the sword out of her body as she dropped on all 4, coughing blood while panting. She could feel the poison spreading through her body more and more as she slowly grew weaker and started to lose even the remaining control over her chakra. The remaining Kiri men appeared in front of her, smiling in amusement. Just give it up. You won dash. That was as far as the men got before Pakura's kunai embedded itself into his forehead. This however alerted the others and her follow-up scorch orbs missed. Pakura cursed and stood up. Well. If I am to die, you are coming with me. She brokenly smiled, her eyes the picture of exhaustion as she was pressing on the wound on her bleeding abdomen. 3 flaming orbs appeared around her and the bloody clash in the mist-covered forest continued. Pakura sat beaten, leaning her back onto the tree as her right hand was raised upward, pierced through the palm with kunai to the tree. One of her legs, the one that was previously hit by a senbon, was completely numb while the other was broken at the knee, twisted at an unnatural angle. That was not as worrying as the fact it was lying in front of her unattached to her body. Her other arm was full of cuts and senbons pierced it in many places as she used it to shield herself in desperation while the men laughed and jeered as they used her as a target for throwing practice. They were actually surprised she could still move it after the 50th senbon pierced it. They clearly didn't aim for anything vital but instead focused on the painful spots. The men stopped throwing and quiet ensued in the clearing. Pakura raised her head to see them approaching her and took a shuddering breath as she coughed blood, making the trail of blood flowing from the sides of her mouth even redder. How she would like to vaporize these men. But whatever poison they used, it was specifically engineered against her. She was unable to control her chakra fluidly. Well, she could but not enough to throw her bloodline around anymore. Her best bet was taijutsu and kunai but her body was already a wreck. No. This was game over and she knew it as tears trailed down her cheeks. She only wanted to know one thing. Why? She rasped out as she looked at the 3 men. She managed to kill 7 of them. All of them elite Jonin level. That was what earned her the current torture they were putting her through. If she didn't kill them, her head would roll and it would at least be painless. One of the men scowled at her question and sighed as he crouched down in front of her and grabbed her hair, yanking her head up to look at him. Why? He smirked condescendingly. Suna offered you in exchange for peace. Hero of the Suna. He mocked, gleefully enjoying Pakura's shaking eyes at the revelation that this was not a coincidence. This was your last mission from the start, bitch. He slapped her cheek, a large bruise appearing on it. Rensatsu, a man next to him started but was cut off with the scoff from Rensatsu. Pakura still couldn't believe she was sold to Kiri. She sacrificed her entire life for the village. Academy, training, war, more training, training disciple. She had never had time for herself. She gave herself to Sunagakure and this was how she was repaid. With wide eyes, she stared in horror at the 3 men as her throat went dry. It was so unfair. I know, Akabo. Rensatsu, the men crouching in front of Pakura, said in annoyance. I won't hit her again. Good. Akabo grinned as his hand went to his pants. I was really looking forward to this. He eyed Pakura's broken and bloody body with a want in his eyes, making her shudder. She knew what would follow. Hours upon hours of being their sex toy. She stared at them in despair, unable to move. This is it. Tears streamed down her cheeks with even bigger intensity as she watched two men unbuckle their pants, leering at her, while the third went away in annoyance, clearly disgusted but uncaring to her plight. She shakily stuck her tongue slightly out, between her teeth. She would prefer a swift and painful end rather than a miserable and humiliating one. She was about to bite her tongue off as her eyes closed. Her mind was hazy and afraid, confused due to the revelation she was sold out by her own, no less. She was shaken enough to let out the first thing that came to her mind. Help, please. I don't want to die, yet. She sobbed, but it was obvious no help would come. She was here to be slaughtered, set up by her own Kage. Her thoughts suddenly shifted into a desperate wail as a mad determination showed in her exhausted eyes. Sunagakure, Raza, I curse you to hell. Pakura forcefully bit down on her tongue. Cliffkuin, Yahoo. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Pakura 2. Pakura's teeth jerkily touched her tongue in full force, about to bit it off while she tightly closed her eyes. Ninja or not, death is death and humans fear it like the plague. Pakura was simply no different. While she might not exactly fear it in the height of combat, suicide was still a big mental pressure for her. As her teeth went through the first layer of flesh on her tongue though, her entire body froze, completely paralyzed. No matter how she tried, she was unable to twitch even a singular muscle. Holy shit, I was almost late. Damn, Tsunade really knows how to hold onto somebody. Suddenly a disgruntled loud voice resounded right in front of her, causing Pakura to widen her eyes as a young man in the process of hastily pulling on his shirt just popped into existence there, kicking the two approaching Kiri ninjas away. Unfortunately for them, their pants were half down, so there was not really much resistance they could offer. For better or worse, Ray didn't really pay attention to where his foot flew. One received a nice kicker into the crotch, sending him flying a few meters back, while the other got himself a nice one right into the noggin. Oh. Ray realized he kicked somebody only after feeling the impact, so he was about to apologize when he saw Pakura and he finally understood why his alarms went off. Honestly, he actually forgot he had her marked. On the other hand, I am not sorry at all. Ray scowled, bending down to pick up Pakura's cut-off leg. Paralyzed or not, Pakura was inwardly gaping in complete disbelief. At least, the three remaining attackers of hers were also as surprised as her. One was rolling on the ground, holding his crotch, while the other was wailing, holding his face. Lying on the ground, Pakura idly wondered how strong the kick had to be to disable two highly trained hunter ninjas. Ray didn't like the state he found Pakura in. She was the only user of Scorch Release, meaning valuable. Even if Ray didn't take her bloodline into consideration, the woman could still fight one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri with only kunais. She had the potential to become someone really incredible, and Ray wanted to see her work for his future village. So I was a bit too late, huh? Ray sighed as he crouched down next to Pakura's paralyzed form, only to find out the woman fainted a few seconds ago. He frowned as he realized the woman would most certainly die if he didn't get her to a medic ASAP. I better take her to Tsunade. A chance to get S-rank ninja for free is not something I am gonna pass up on. Ray heaved her up on his right shoulder while holding her unattached leg in his left hand. He was about to teleport away when he stopped and slowly turned towards the two groaning men on the ground, his lips twisted into a feral grin as 2 shadow clones popped up next to him, both eager to try out reactions of the human body to new mixtures of chakra with nature energy. Needless to say, when the third man who left when he saw his companions wanted to have their fun with Pakura finally came back, the only thing waiting for him was a bloodied tree bark and underneath, a puddle of Pakura's blood. A chill went up the man's spine when he realized both Pakura and his 2 companions just disappeared. At first, he quickly put his guard up, waiting for some kind of ambush, but even after a few minutes, nothing happened. He then thought about what could be the reason for neither of the 3 to be present. Heck, the woman was literally nailed to the tree, so her disappearing was really disgruntling. And after he went through various scenarios, the man finally came to the crux of the situation. Shit. I will have to report this to Mizukage. I am so dead. Needless to say, the suicide squad almost gained a new member that day. Ray sat next to Pakura's bed, leisurely reading Ika Ika Paradise. Naturally, he read it because of the plot, not the smut. He had enough smut going on at home, after all. Right. God, if only it was not so boring, sitting here and waiting for her to wake up. He mentally whined. Honestly, Pakura was a bit too close to death by the time Ray managed to get her to Tsunade. The woman already lost an almost lethal amount of blood, and if she wasn't a ninja, She would be 6 feet under half an hour before Rei got to her. For example, it took even Tsunade hours to reattach the leg properly. Today was the third day Pakura lied in the newly established hospital in Yuzushio. Sure, it might have been Rei's fault that he forgot about her, but in his defense, Pakura should have been sent to Kirigakura only after Yugura became the Mizukage, and yet, here she was. Looks like the butterfly effect is really a thing, Rei inwardly sighed. How troublesome. He thought, turning the page in his book. Only with the corner of his eye did he notice Pakura subtly stirring. She slowly fluttered her eyes open, and Rei praisingly noted she had her guard up even before she did so. With her eyes finally open, Pakura quickly took in the room in which she found herself. I will commend you for being careful. I am Rei and I saved you. Well, you should be able to remember that part. Rei drawled before the woman could come to some misguided kind of her own conclusion. Pakura shifted, finding her upper body bare, only covered in bandages, and quickly pulled the sheet up, causing Rei to smile at how shy the supposedly toughest woman of the Tsunagekyu's younger generation was. Where am I? Pakura asked, her tone low and measured, guarded even. Oh ho, she is definitely mentally probing her body and muscles while looking for escape routes. Rei smiled at how her eyes almost unnoticeably flickered from side to side at times. Yuzushio, that's not important. Rei dismissively waved the Ika book at her in a silly manner, making her relax while distracting her. What is important is that I have an offer for you since Suna betrayed you, which gives you only 2 choices. You can either die as Tsunagekure and the Kazekage wish, or you can go rogue. In case you decide to go rogue, we, Yuzora, could possibly find a spot for you. If you choose the first option, please, at least kill yourself somewhere far away from the bedsheets. Pakura could only dumbly nod at him. She was really speechless for a moment. She coherently summed her feelings up before shaking her head to get out of the daze. So, you are offering me, she pointed at herself in bewilderment, a chance to join Yuzora. The same Yuzora that completely enraged 4 out of 5 major ninja villages. The same Yuzora that could infiltrate any village they wished. Yuzora, the rogue ninja organization which has 3 SS ranks. The more she talked, the more weirded out Rei's gaze became. Didn't know we are so famous. In a nutshell. Yeah, you can join. Rei had an urge to pat her head due to how cute her disbelieving expression looked, but he held himself back. Kunoichi and all that funk, who knows if he would not lose his hand if he tried to touch her head without warning her first. Honestly, I had my eyes on you for some time now, Rei said, causing Pakura to narrow her eyes slightly and shuffle back a bit. Especially since she saw the Ika book in his hands. And no, I did not orchestrate this, nor am I some kind of closet pervert. He uncaringly shrugged. Anyway, I had you marked with a locator seal. The only reason why I was late to save you was how unexpected the situation was. I can't really tell her I was late because Tsunade wouldn't let me leave the bed, right? Meh, it was unexpected for her to get sent to Kirigakura so early. Half-truths for the win. Rei inwardly cheered. Now, let's hope she never asks for the entire description of the locator seal functions. She did get completely paralyzed before fainting, so maybe. Nah. I am not going to open that can of worms. I have so many questions I have no idea where to even start. Pakura started, completely lost. She had no idea what to do in this situation. Rei, as if instinctively, threw the book he was holding at her, making her catch it on reflex. Read it. The plot is fine, the smut is second-rate, and I think I am being generous, and at the complete end of the book, I wrote basic info about Yuzora and what I would want from you if you join and what I am offering you in return. Rei explained, not even giving her the chance to ask her questions, before standing up from his chair. Tomorrow we will talk about it. Make sure to think it through. And with that, Rei walked out of the room, leaving the flabbergasted woman to her own devices. He called this move an ultimate tactical retreat. The door closed after Rei left the room and Pakura's shoulders instantly sagged, the bedsheet edge slipped out of Pakura's hands, exposing her bandaged body while tears started to stream down her cheeks as her hand subconsciously rubbed the place where her leg was severed as if to confirm this was really happening. Pakura let her body fall back onto the soft bed, sobs escaping her lips while her free hand worked hard on wiping the rivers of happy tears when her brain finally registered how close she was to. I am still alive. Pakura's face bloomed into a beautiful smile, her eyes turning towards the closed door with sincere gratitude in them. Thank you so much. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Pakura 3. I accept. Rei momentarily halted, his hand on the handle of the door in the motion of opening them. Well, that was quick. And here I thought we would at least exchange greetings first. It was already a day since he gave her the book and Rei was sure she looked through every nook and cranny of the room, tried to get outside at least 53 times only to be stopped by a nurse or a doctor with Tsunade certified training under their belt. Needless to say, Pakura stayed put. She then tried to look for monitoring devices, checked and rechecked her kunais which were left on the table near her bed in order to give her a bit of safety, and spent hours near the window, trying to find out as much as she could about Yuzushio through it. On top of all that, she also made damn sure the food nor water she received is drugged or poisoned. Rei was only glad one had to be Seal Grandmaster to even detect his monitoring seals. Then again, her vigilance is really fitting for a kunoichi. He mentally mused. Fortunately, Pakura didn't try to get out of the room nor did she become violent. The place was, after all, still a hospital. Why so sudden? Rei asked while finishing opening the door and walked in. I thought you would want to negotiate the terms or something. I don't really have a choice here anyway. Pakura sighed. It's exactly as you said. I might be the hero of Suna and people there might love me for putting my life on the line during the war for them, but Raza is the Kazekage. Coming back and announcing what happened would only lead to a civil war and Sunagakure is in no state for that. It would ruin it. That means. Pakura balled her hands into fists, the higher-ups would just give up on me and declare me a missing ninja. They would choose to abandon me and weather through some public unrest because of that rather than having a full-blown civil war on their hands. Her expression turned bitter. Of course, Rei knew all that but he let her talk to vent her feelings a bit. The woman seemed to need just that at the moment. As for going rogue, Pakura continued in a bitter tone, the second Suna declares me a rogue ninja, Konoha will follow because of their alliance. Kirigakure will also put the kill-on-sight order on me if only because it is a mark of shame that I survived the ambush from 10 of their hunter ninjas and destroyed their plot to implicate Iwagakure. As for Iwagakure, I killed quite a lot of them during the war. No way I would find peace in that country. She shrugged amusedly, the only real possibility is Kimogakure, and while the new Reikage is rumored to be putting some old policies down, they would still sooner breed me against my will to reproduce my bloodline rather than have me on their roster. Well, they are basically more barbaric and showy Konoha. Rei quipped, making Pakura smile at the jab on Konoha's hypocrisy. It was no secret Konoha liked their bloodlines a bit too much. Frankly, Rei knew it would end this way. It might, at first glance, be easy to hide in the wide world. After all, there are only so many ninjas that would hunt for her, no. She could always hide in some remote island in the far south or something, right? Or in the continent on the opposite side of the land of water. There are not many ninja villages and it is quite big too. But in reality, ninjas, for better or worse, roam through every nook and cranny of elemental nations. All it would take was one who would recognize her without Pakura knowing about it and stopping him for good, and there would be a hunt for her. ANBU from all villages, mercenaries, and worst of all, the fellow rogue ninjas would all scramble to get their hands on the bounty for S-rank ninja's head or body. Especially since she was the sole user of Scorch Release. Anyway, being in the organization with 3 SS-rank ninjas would give me far more protection and opportunities than going by myself. Pakura honestly said. She was very grateful for being saved and it might or might not have played a role in her final decision. When she was on the brink of death, knowing that Sunagakure betrayed her, all she wanted was a place where she would be safe and for somebody to save her. It was the very first time in her life she ever wanted to be saved. Pakura believed in training, in giving the effort if she wanted something. She never depended on others more than necessary. But for the first time, she prayed to be saved and something she thought to be a miracle happened. The man in front of her saved her and then offered her a safe haven. While she was still a bit wary, Pakura decided to stay. Not to mention, if the man in front of her was able to conceal the existence of the whole Yuzushio village during its formation, hiding one more rogue ninja would be no problem for him. Just tell me what exactly you are expecting of me. She asked, hoping Rei would not say anything outrageous. Well, I am in the process of making a new hidden village, you see. I need somebody capable to be my Jonin commander. Rei shrugged. Conan already called dibs on the secretary role, Tsunade wanted to be the head of the medics, Ringo quickly decided she would pull the reins of hunter squads and ANBU, and Mei decided she would be a housewife. And as it usually happens between men and women, Rei was informed about their decisions only after they were set in stone and there was no way to change their minds. Not like I can offer you any other position. Sorry, Pakura. He thought, feeling a bit exasperated. I can do that. Pakura smiled in relief. Position of Jonin commander for a soon-to-be-established hidden village. Rei wanted to give her protection and on top of that offering her a relaxing but prestigious job. Pakura ashamedly averted her eyes. If Rei asked a lot out of her, the next request would be so much easier. But in the information you provided, you wrote I would be allowed to leave the village, within reason of course. Pakura started a bit unsurely, you also described the secrecy seal. I am fine with that, but would it be possible for me to covertly go to Suna and have a talk with my apprentice? I practically raised the girl and she would surely follow me. She looked at her hands. Naturally, Pakura understood that Yuzushio was still hidden from the world and Rei didn't want people to know of its existence just yet. Making this request was a bit awkward for her, but she loved Maki as if she was her own. Rei momentarily halted. So. She is basically giving herself to me as if gift-wrapped and even offering to pull her apprentice with her. 2 for the price of 1. The 1 being for free at that. Sure, why the hell not? A Cheshire grin spread on his lips. I see no problem with that. In fact, let me give you a lift to Sunagakure. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Land of Snow 1. Rei, sitting in the armchair in the corner of Daimyo of the Land of Snow's office, watched the unsuspecting men as he walked into his office, humming a happy tune. It was a bit sad sight in Rei's opinion, since the men didn't even know he was about to die in a few days. Or maybe he suspected something going on. It would certainly explain the more frequent visits to his beloved daughter and hiring little and depressed Kakashi to protect her for the next few days. At least the men had enough common sense to expect someone trying to kidnap his closest family to get an advantage over him during the talks between Yukigakure and the daimyo of the Land of Snow that will be happening in 2 days. Despite all that, Sosetsu Kazahana still could not see his brother Dodo betraying him. How sad. Rei thought with an eye roll. The man was not stupid. He just always tried to see the best in people. Then again, because of that, he always did what he thought was best for the people of the Land of Snow. A trait that made Rei think highly of the men and ridicule him at the same time. The problem was not that he did so. The problem was Sosetsu did nothing substantial to protect himself and his daughter, to deter anyone trying to take the country from him. I see the life of a daimyo is quite busy. Rei announced his presence to the men, shifting through paperwork with a sour expression. Rei enjoyed how the men stiffened when he registered he was not alone. And yes, the security in this castle sucks hard. You may think about updating it. Nah, scratch that. You should fire every idiot you call a guard first. I spotted 5 sleeping on duty, 1 going at it with a maid, 3 playing cards, 5 talking about their scary wives and shivering as I walked right past them, and, well, you get the picture. He sincerely added. Thoughts flashing through his mind could almost be seen flashing through Sosetsu's eyes as his expression changed almost every second. From stunned to scared, changing to resigned, only to morph again when he heard Rei's jab at the security. It changed to a hopeful one. Since you are giving me such advice, you are not here to kill me, are you? Sosetsu asked in a quiet voice that made it obvious the man was scared beyond belief while trying to look brave. That is quite a naive thing to ask. Would I really answer truthfully if I was an assassin? Rei couldn't help but smile. But no. I am not here to kill you. Hearing the answer, Sosetsu's sweat dropped. So is he or is he not an assassin? He mentally cried in a sullen way. I came to propose let's call it a business deal. Rei said, standing up. He walked towards Sosetsu's table, making the men more and more uncomfortable as Rei came closer. When he was finally near the table, Rei reached his hand into a pocket of his black garb, purposefully being slow about it while enjoying how Sosetsu's nervousness levels shot through the roof, making the men sweat like a pig. Rei then quickly whipped his hand out of the pocket and slammed it onto the table. Sosetsu's heart almost jumped out of his throat at the sudden movement. His body, however, really jumped back on reflex. Or at least, it tried to. His chair blocked his attempt, causing him to flip over alongside it, his feet shooting into the air. Rei peered in satisfaction at the groaning mess of a man he most likely frightened to death, and he couldn't help but chuckle at Sosetsu as he tried to scramble back up while gasping for air. Didn't I tell you I am not an assassin? What are you jumping for? Rei innocently asked, getting only an annoyed grunt in return. Sosetsu finally managed to stand up and sit again behind his table, this time a lot less wary of Rei than before. Seeing him read through the document he slammed onto the table while being somewhat relaxed, Rei inwardly grinned. Well, that worked perfectly, didn't it? The more Sosetsu read through what Rei came to propose, the more horrified he became. A huge frown appeared on his face and his wide eyes stared at the text in apprehension. Well, at least he didn't freak out. I will give him that. Rei mentally praised. After all, how many men could stay calm when finding out the preparation for their execution are already in place and they have no way of surviving past the next 2 days? Worse yet, his daughter was also already marked for kidnapping at the very least. Honestly, there were many ways Kazahana Koyuki could end up after this little rebellion. Running away from the country was a very good outcome. She might have been only a child, but she was an heir to the throne in the Land of Snow. Meaning she could become a corpse quite fast. That was also a quite good outcome for her, to be honest. Dodo's wife at 13, prisoner, slave, toy, experimentation subject in Yukigakure were all possibilites. Rei made sure to portray the situation somewhat realistically, leaning more towards a pessimistic outcome for the girl. He was here to persuade Sosetsu, and what he wanted from the men was a whole lot. He needed Sosetsu desperate, so letting the men know his daughter would be saved by the Konoha ninja he hired was a big no-no. Oh, and yup, these documents are completely truthful. If you want a proof I can provide one, no problem. Rei smiled widely at Sosetsu. You want me to give you the land of snow? Sosetsu said, completely flabbergasted as he leaned on the backrest of his chair, rubbing his eyes. I certainly wouldn't call it as such. Nevertheless, don't forget I offer you and your daughter safety. Rei shrugged. Sure, he might be a bit cruel here but honestly. Sosetsu had full accountability for his and Koyuki's situation. If the men were more vigilant and more perceptible to the ugly side of human nature, if he actually employed some skilled ninjas as guards, Rei would not be here today. The most ironic part of it all was that the land of snow, and by extension Sosetsu, was literally drowning in money. The land was quite harsh but their science was top-notch. They were the only party that could be loosely called competition to the Bairi company in the world, despite both focusing on different things and therefore never going into a direct confrontation with each other. Sosetsu was quiet for 10 minutes and Rei simply sat on the couch for guests. He knew this decision was a massive deal for Sosetsu and the Kazahana family. I want you to guarantee me you will treat the people of the land of snow justly and fairly. Sosetsu finally said in a resigned tone. In the end, the man chose his daughter before his country. Define justly and fairly, Sherlock. I am sure May would think melting somebody who she deems a prick is quite just and fair in her humble opinion. Rei inwardly snorted but outwardly he only rolled his eyes. But I can work with this. Nah, do it yourself. Sure, I want control of the land of snow and the final say but I never said I want to manage it. Consider yourself hired into the position of the daimyo. Rei jovially stated. I want to create a new hidden village so I have no time to manage an entire country. If you want the people to have good lives, then simply stay as a manager of sorts. That way you can check what I do and how I do it. Frankly, I think me being here would give this country more benefits. Hidden village. But we already have Yukage cure. Sosetsu suddenly quieted down and Rei nodded at him, seeing that the men understood his meaning. Well, since they are going to betray you, the daimyo, I would say they desperately need reforming. And coincidentally, the right man for the work stands right in front of you. Rei barely held himself back from laughing. The entire situation was incredibly humorous if one wasn't on the receiving end. Sosetsu stared at Rei with an open mouth when he finally managed to comprehend the magnitude of what Rei wanted from him. He wanted to create the first nation ruled from the shadows by the hidden village in it. And he wanted to keep it secret to boot. Nobody would know the country was in the hands of another if Sosetsu agreed to stay. And Sosetsu didn't think he had a chance to leave. Even if he left, what then? While he might be able to gather some support in foreign countries, it would all simply go down to the benefits he would offer these countries. His daughter. Something belonging to his people. Territory. Even if he wanted to retake the country from Rei, he would have to promise something in the possession of his country to others or wed away his daughter. That meant. Okay, I will continue being the daimyo. Sosetsu's shoulders slumped in resignation. He then suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Rei with an inquisitive gaze. To whom am I actually giving my country for the safety of my daughter? Rei pursed his lips. Well, you might know me. I am a bit famous these days. He reached his hand over the table for a handshake with a pleasant but somewhat mischievous smile plastered on his face. Rei, the leader of Yuzora, nice to meet you. Sosetsu fainted. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Land of Snow 2. Tsunade and Yujito sat on the floor of Koyuki's room, watching the girl play with her dolls as they talked. Rei asked them to keep an eye on the girl and both decided they could not be bothered with sneaking around so they asked the owner of the castle to introduce them to the little excitable girl. From there, it went just peachy. A few cheek pinches here, a lot of head pats and head rubs there, and a tiny bit of obvious praise to calm down the flustered pouting girl and Koyuki officially decided she now has two new one-ichan. She is quite cute, right? Yujito wistfully smiled at how innocent the girl around 10 was. Honestly, it was an endearing sight but when she compared her younger self to Koyuki and remembered what she was doing at that age, it filled her with a desire to brutally murder someone. Preferably the closest councilman from Kumo. Yeah. Tsunade chuckled, her eyes following Koyuki. She reminds me of my younger brother. She sighed sadly. It was not the bitter sigh of the regretful and lost woman, however. Rei made sure she faced the fact Nawaki died head-on and now Tsunade, while sad about it, no longer dwelled so much on it. It was just something that happened in the past, something unable to be changed. Tsunade actually put quite a lot of thoughts into the research of resurrection jutsu. If her uncle was able to create such a jutsu for combat purposes, was she supposed to be a lesser senju or something? She indeed could bring somebody back to life by now. The problem was it always needed something to balance it off. Sacrifice, lifespan, unimaginable amount of energy, and most importantly, it needed to tinker with soul and that was the thing which finally convinced Tsunade to just let it go. She was simply unwilling to tinker with the souls of her kin. Alas, after studying the topic, she only hoped her uncle would one day appear in front of her so she could smack him right into his noggin for creating the impure world reanimation and not creating a proper failsafe the Senju clan could use against it. Sure, he created and put into the clan library a way for the summoned Senju to break the hold the user had on him. Such a thing was so easy that even a paralyzed genin could do it if he knew the proper way. Problem was, Tobirama probably never imagined the jutsu could be used by anyone other than a Senju. Yet another thing that made Tsunade seething mad at her supposed sensei. How the heck did Senju clan jutsu appear on the Forbidden Scroll? She knew for a fact her uncle never put it down there. His diary certainly said so. What about you and Rei? Did you think about having kids yet? Tsunade was suddenly pulled out of her reverie by Yujito's question. It took her a few seconds to comprehend what her fellow blonde was asking. She blankly blinked, before snorting. Do I look like a motherly type? Yes, you look like someone who would like being surrounded by family. Yujito deadpanned, making Tsunade open her mouth but stay quiet, which made Yujito involuntarily smile. Spot on. Way to go, girl. In the end, Tsunade just sighed heavily before looking at Koyuki and discerning that the girl was thankfully not paying attention to them in favor of the new wooden doll she was given by her. It's complicated. Having a kid would be easy, you know. Just disabling the anti-pregnancy jutsu for 10 days and with the pace, we are going at it. But we are all just so busy nowadays. When we were in Kiri, our days were more or less leisure, but now. Rei is shoulders deep in planning, researching, creating these pseudo-bijou of his, taking in refugees, setting up the Yuzushio trading company, and now here we are. I help with settling people in after they arrive in Yuzushio, train new medics, help at the hospital. There is just always something going on. I even have to drag him to bed every other day. Tsunade pouted and Yujito giggled. Yeah, you are the only one who ever took Rei by his collar and pulled him out of the living room by force. His expression was just so hilarious. Tsunade cracked a small grin. That's nothing. Konan can be far scarier when she gets going. It's just that she would never direct it at Rei. One time she dragged Ringo to the training ground before leaving her there half dead without care. Fortunately, their relationship improved a lot since then, but still. Wow, what did Ringo do to deserve that? Yujito excitedly asked, and Tsunade showed her a grin before starting to narrate how Ringo jumped at Rei like a bitch in heat and how Konan gave her a proper beatdown for it. Sorry, Yugi. Tsunade thought, very pleased she managed to change the topic. But kids, huh? With how slow our bodies are aging after being tempered by the nature energy in Rei's dimension, there will be millennia before they lose the ability to reproduce. No rush there. I certainly am not bringing a new Senju onto the world when just one little slip-up would basically mean all of the 5 ninja villages hunting him or down for the Senju bloodline. Tsunade had no illusions that her kid would be able to use a very potent Mokuton. She theorized that the parents of her grandfather simply had too strong Senju bloodline and Hashirama was gifted with extraordinary sensory ability. He simply could sense nature energy from an early age, somehow discovering how he could create Mokuton through it. It was all just one big coincidence, to be honest. And that was also why the other Senju were completely unable to awaken it. They either lacked sufficient Senju physique or sensory abilities capable of sensing it, no matter how fleetingly. No wonder her grandfather kept quiet every time he was asked about his unusual bloodline. Tsunade and Yujito chatted their time away, going from topic to topic. Tsunade had to admit, the younger blonde grew on her during the days they spent together since May brought her from Kumo. She only had no idea if it was because of both of them being blondes or some other mysterious force, but Yujito was very easy to talk to for Tsunade, not to mention amusing. The kitty girl was so easily distracted. At times, Tsunade likened her to a cat staring at a ball of yarn. Yujito suddenly stiffened mid-sentence, her ears perking up as a small breeze ruffled the curtains on the sole open window in the room. Yujito, I think a cup of tea would be lovely. Would you mind bringing some, please? Tsunade asked, making Yujito tilt her head slightly to the right and slowly nod as her shoulders slumped. Yeah. Yujito heaved herself up and leisurely walked towards the door, briefly stopping before her hand reached the handle. Milk or sugar? She innocently blinked, to which Tsunade chuckled. Sugar. Tons of it. Gotcha. With that, Yujito left with a nimble spring in her step, seeming a bit happier and somewhat anticipating. Tsunade also lazily stood up and walked towards Koyuki before gently rubbing her head to get her attention. The pouty girl looked at Tsunade with a small glare, not liking being interrupted from her playtime. So spoiled, Tsunade almost shook her head at the sight, but she knew she could not fault the girl. Growing up with no mother and a daimyo for a father. The people who raised her were servants and well, paid to fulfill every whim of her. They were servants, period. Tsunade didn't wait for Koyuki to start speaking. That would be stupid. She leaned slightly forward and asked, do you like butterflies, Koyu? Koyuki, already prepared to give her biggest one-chan a piece of her mind, stopped in her tracks at the question and scrunched her forehead. She unsurely nodded after a while of pondering. Do you want to see one? Tsunade lifted an eyebrow in a coaxing manner. Are you sure? Tsunade teasingly asked. Then look. Tsunade pointed forward, making Koyuki turn around, her back facing Tsunade. The time almost stopped as Tsunade, who was slightly leaning forward, used her posture to quickly spin her body around on her toes. It was so fast, the man standing behind her, about to plunge kunai into her back, only managed to widen his eyes as Tsunade slugged him into the face, sending his body into the air, causing him to fly through the open window behind him. And while surviving being dropped from high places was a mandatory thing for tree hopping, chakra-using ninjas, unfortunately for the men, having his cheekbone broken in multiple places was quite distracting, causing him to go splat. While the man was having his last flight, Tsunade used the force of her spin to carry her on her toes, stopping only when she did a whole 360 degrees, ending up in her previous position, just in time to smile at the peeved little girl who didn't manage to find a butterfly. Koyuki was about to protest when she spotted a small, colorful, and finely crafted butterfly made of wood, perching on Tsunade's pointing finger, causing her to whoop in excitement. Tsunade just crouched down and started playing with the girl. 20 minutes later, the door slowly opened, and Yujito walked in, holding a tray with 3 cups of tea. But Tsunade quickly discerned something changed. The air around Yujito was more subdued, satisfied. Yujito put the tray on the floor where they previously sat and started sipping on her milk-heavy tea. It didn't take Tsunade long to coax the girl into chasing her new wooden butterfly that could somehow fly. Naturally, Tsunade really appreciated the chakra strings. Sitting down on the opposite side of the tray, Tsunade smiled. Did you have fun? It was sugary. Yujito shrugged and Tsunade snorted, looking at the small, almost indiscernible bit of blood on the cuffs of her right sleeve. A testament that same Hata saw some use in the previous minutes. Milk always calmed Yujito down while sugar gave her so much energy she just had to get a proper beat down from May or be all fidgety for the whole day. The second Tsunade told her, tons of sugar, it basically meant go nuts. How many? Tsunade asked as she took her cup of tea and grimaced the second she took a sip. Sugary indeed. She mumbled, causing Yujito to chuckle and wordlessly put the third cup of tea in front of Tsunade, who gave her a small glare. 20. Not bad. High chunin, maybe. For a small village such as Yukigekure, it is a considerable force considering they mostly give guys like this rank of jonin. She said as if she was talking about the weather, but Tsunade only shrugged. 10 minutes later, a disheveled, bloodied, exhausted, panting and high on adrenaline Kakashi with an ANBU mask strapped onto his face barged into the room with kunai in his hand, ready to, and then he froze the second his eyes landed on the leisurely sitting Tsunade, sipping her tea. Oh, hello there, Kakashi. Having a fun afternoon, I see. Tea. Tsunade swept him with an amused look and tilted her head as she innocently pointed at her previous sugar bomb of tea with an inviting smile. Kakashi fainted. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Sosetsu's Problems. While Tsunade and Yujito babysat Koyuki, Sosetsu was being babysat by Rei. Sosetsu was currently sitting behind a round table in the meeting room of his castle, waiting for the Yukikage to show up for a little bit of chat. The prick is really taking his sweet time. Rei, who was hidden in a dark corner of the room, thought bitterly. The Yukikage was supposed to be there for an hour already. Sigh, if only the land of snow had some kind of strong standing army. Yukikage would never dare to do this. This was a problem with small ninja villages. They usually cared for country politics because it was bringing them some benefits. The bigger countries had no such problems for one reason or another. For example, the land of wind. Yes, the daimyo hated Raza with a passion which could be seen in the steady economic decline of Suna. It was nothing much as of now, but Rei knew it would get a whole lot worse. So then, why won't Raza simply assassinate the daimyo and put somebody who favors him on the top? That's what happens most of the time behind the scenes of the countries with small ninja villages when they get far too much power. No longer do these villages have to painstakingly beg for funds while wagging their tails at their owners. They simply use what they are the best at to become the said owners. Rei saw Sosetsu lacked 3 things many daimyo of richer and bigger nations had. Firstly, they had their own freaking ninja guards. Assassination suddenly became a whole lot harder when 10 Jonin-level ninjas guarded the target. It would most likely be stopped before the guy was dead, which would result in retaliation, and daimyos kind of never played fair in this department. They would never use open warfare against ninja villages because, well, they would lose. Instead, they almost always used money. Refusing to fund them, ruining their reputation by spreading the fact they tried to assassinate him, and so on and on. Hence why every ninja who accepted a mission to assassinate some kind of daimyo, no matter how small the country was already written off as a rogue ninja. If he managed to successfully accomplish the mission without anyone knowing about his identity, this record would vanish and nobody would talk about it. If he didn't, well. Secondly, reputation. On paper, the whole concept of a village of superpowered ninja warriors seems strong, nice, and appealing. How the heck could such a thing be toppled by a powerless withered old chump such as Daimyo, right? Shouldn't he be afraid? And here Ray wanted to groan every time he thought about this. Surprisingly, no ninja village was self-sufficient, and it had an excellent reason. A reason why he went for a place such as the Land of Snow, which is ruled by a kind-hearted but still somewhat competent wimp such as Sosetsu. The daimyo more often than not had control over merchants to some degree. Konoha was a picture-perfect example of this. The supposedly strongest village that is able to rally up and work together, civilians and ninjas alike, to protect it even when they are facing enemies on 3 fronts. During the war, the civilian council made damn sure to do their work and give the Hokage time to focus more on the war efforts than running the village. Now, they are subtly sabotaging the village whenever possible. And Ray knew not all of it was because they were bored. The fire daimyo had his own grubby hands in it. The Hokage knew it. The Konoha Shinobi Council knew it, but what can they do when the man who is feeding them is behind the scenes? Especially after the catastrophe with Kyubi. At the very least, it had its advantages. So many merchants/saboteurs meant they were the richest village and didn't fully depend on the fire daimyo. But this was just yet another layer of dependence on the daimyo in itself. Konoha clans knew their wealth came to existence thanks to the daimyo and his support of their businesses. Merchants preferred to do business with them, gave them discounts, and much more. There was really not much the Hokage could do when even the clan heads were supremely reluctant to deal with the civilian council simply because of who stood behind them. And then, the civilian council couldn't do too much damage to the village either. Firstly, most of their wealth kind of depended on the existence of ninjas, and secondly the daimyo wanted the village to exist as some kind of a buffer. Since these ninja villages sprang up, there was no war between the major countries of the elemental nations. The wars were fought by the ninjas while the daimyos and nobles watched from the front rows as if it was some kind of sport, occasionally sending in a few samurai squads to deal with some breaches if enemy ninjas actually managed to enter the country. The system worked like clockwork in every major village. While the ninja villages had brute power, the daimyos and the nobles were political and economic powerhouses who simply used the system that had been set up for centuries to hinder them and keep them exactly where they wanted, which was horribly missing in the Land of Snow, causing the Yukigekure to grow a bit too big pair of horns. According to Tsunade, the sole exception to this rule was Konoha when it was ruled by the Senju. And it had a good reason why the fire daimyo started harassing it only around 10 years after Sarutobi became the 3rd Hokage, and the Senju clan was on the brink of extinction. Ray glanced into the opposite corner of the room where the young Kakashi was hidden, completely oblivious to Ray's presence in the room. Seals sewn into the clothing were simply that broken. It is kind of ironic, isn't it? The masters of espionage, infiltration, and assassination are being spied upon by lowly merchants. All that is needed is a list of their expenses and some rumors for the daimyo or the nobles to know what is currently going on in the village. The saddest part, the corner of Ray's lips twitched, most jonin have no idea it is going on. After all, there was a perfect reason why Sarutobi was so thrilled. Ray rolled his eyes when the younger monkey wanted to become one of the fire daimyo guards. I mean, other than the fact it was a bit humiliating for his son to be one. Lazing around on the ceiling while making sure that probably the safest man in the whole country is safe. Prestigious position, my ass. The door finally opened and inside walked a small man with shaggy brown hair and a self-important expression, clad in what looked like armor. Ray blinked before a proverbial light bulb went on in his head. So that is the earlier stage of the chakra armor. The only selling point of Yukigekure. Looks a bit bulky and useless, to be honest. Suzufumi, welcome. Sosetsu smiled and gestured towards the empty chair opposite him. Mikado Suzufumi, the Yukikage, just walked towards it, not even bothering to greet Sosetsu. Behind him, on his right side was Dodo and on his left side was Nadar Roga. Both gave at least a slight bow to Sosetsu before sitting down next to Mikado. After all, it was common courtesy. Even if Dodo planned to kill his brother, he would at least bow in greeting before he got to the bloody work. The man was still his brother. Ouch, judging by the way Dodo and Nadar are looking at the uncultured prick of a Yukikage, the guy is not supposed to last long in his position. Ray noted with amusement. Well, not that it matters now that I am here. Mikado grunted and his gaze landed directly on Kakashi, causing his lips to briefly twitch before he narrowed his eyes at Sosetsu. Let's get straight to the point, Sosetsu. I want independence. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Negotiation. Sosetsu stared at Mikado, completely startled out of his wits. He knew the snow bastard would ask this exact question, but never would he expect he would be so blunt and rude about it. It was finally driven home for Sosetsu just how arrogant Mikado was. This is the man leading a village that is supposed to protect my country from the shadows. I really screwed up with Yukigekure, didn't I? His eyes then trailed to the figure of his brother, Dodo, hiding a measure of surprise. What the hell is he doing here? Sosetsu's mind went into overdrive, trying to think up a good reason for him to be present. He liked his brother and still wanted to refuse he would actually have a part in this scheme, but him being in the presence of the Yukikage was a deep blow to that trust. So, in the end, everything in these documents was really true. Sosetsu mentally slumped in defeat while outwardly maintaining a picture of courtesy. I am willing to give you some level of independence for certain concessions on your part, but autonomy is impossible. What do you say? Mikado looked at Sosetsu funnily as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He didn't even try to hide his disbelief and let it show on his face, maybe even a bit exaggerating it on purpose. Are you sure you want to be like this? Mikado airily asked, giving a glance at Dodo. Look, we are both leaders. We both want the best for our people. Rei almost snorted when he heard that. He made sure to investigate the Yukikage a bit before coming here, and Mikado Suzufumi was a picture-perfect example of a selfish money grubber. The only thing he ever invested in at his own expense was the chakra armors, and even that was because the guy was for some reason somehow obsessed with them, spending millions of Ryo on their development. Honestly, Rei was baffled by it. The bulky junk wasn't even that good. Sure, it could protect a person against ninjutsu and give him an overall boost to his abilities through a mechanical chakra circulation system to key points of the armor. On top of that, albeit slightly, the armor still helped with chakra control, making jutsu more powerful and less demanding on the user. This made even a genin have capabilities of a jonin after a few months of practice, which was awesome, but the thing had to be built mostly with lightweight chakra metal, hence expensive as heck. On paper, it was perfect war gear. In reality, the main problem outside of the cost was that the wearers could only reach jonin rank with it. Meaning the second they encountered S-rank ninja or above, they would be melted almost instantly. After all, it still had many weak spots and openings that could be poked, let's say with a kunai. Then the users of the chakra armor often got too used to using it and stopped developing their own capabilities, relying on the armor instead. That meant the quality of the Yukigekure ninjas actually lowered since the armor started to be manufactured. Think hard about what is best for this country, Sosetsu. Mikado continued with a pressing tone. I don't think a civil war is something you would like to have on your conscience. I am actually giving you a way out here, you see. I am trying to help you. By giving Yukigekure full autonomy, we will still help the land of snow. Naturally. We are living in it, after all. It's just that the price will be a bit hig-. Utterly ridiculous, Sosetsu finished for him in a cold and a bit angry tone. That's what you want to say, right? Sosetsu knew Mikado cared mostly about Yukigekure's power, which translated to chakra armors, which meant they needed more money. What Mikado tried to do here was to get autonomy so he could actually start taking a protection fee from the land of snow and be able to approve more human-oriented experimentation when it came to the armors by himself, not needing the permission of the daimyo. In the end, you want money and power over the state. Don't hide it, be clear. Don't you have any pride? Sosetsu barely held himself back from shouting. Hearing him, Mikado frowned, his eyes hardening. This was not a result he imagined. Not in the slightest. He always took Sosetsu for a weakling who could only butter up to the masses. The sheer thought of such a person trying to oppose him was an utterly ridiculous notion for him. I think, he started in a measured manner, making sure to put weight in every word, that you should look more into the long-term gains rather than the short-term losses. Once Yukigekure develops better armors and starts mass-producing them, we will be the strongest ninja village. Even the emotionless and depressed Kakashi lifted an eyebrow at that, while Rei only facepalmed at Mikado revealing such a thing while knowing there was a ninja from a different village present. The men probably didn't count on Kakashi surviving today. The land of snow will become the most impo-. No. Do you really believe some piece of metal can make you the strongest? Once you have strong chakra armor in great numbers, then what? You will need wearers, more ninjas. You will start mass recruiting from the common populace. You will eventually start a war. A war I doubt we would be able to win, no matter on how high pedestal these chakra armors are in your head. Absolutely not. I refuse. Sosetsu turned towards Dodo. Don't you see it, brother? His goals are insane. Why are you? Sosetsu, however, quieted down before he could finish that sentence as a very controlled killing intent of Rei landed on his shoulders, making him choke the words back, showing a conflicted expression. In the end, he just deflated with a sigh. Rei already told Sosetsu what Dodo's plans were. To ask him why he wanted to create a coup right now would screw quite a bit of Rei's plan, so he simply had to stop Sosetsu from being an idiot and blurting out he knew about their plans and preparations. Dodo simply shook his head at his brother, inwardly highly amused at his antics, while Mikado was simply exasperated. Here I go out of my way and try to persuade the fool and he just won't budge. Ugh, how frustrating. Fine. Let's go with this. Lord Kazuhana, I see you are unreasonable simply for the sake of being unreasonable instead of trying to be constructive here. I am going to give you one last chance, so listen very carefully. If the happiness and safety of your people is not such a big deal for you, then I wonder if your daughter is important enough. Mikado said, and the entire room became completely still. Damn, that was quite a straightforward threat. Rei thought, awkwardly grimacing at how it was said. Sosetsu felt chills creep up his spine as nervousness started filling him, making him fidget. Under the table, he gave Kakashi a hand gesture, ordering him to go to Koyuki. Kakashi only very reluctantly listened and sneakily but hastily left the room, not even leaving a clone behind. I guess experience is something he would have to build up some more. Rei hummed, looking at the intense stare-down between Mikado with threatening narrowed eyes and fidgeting Sosetsu who, while looking like a scared chipmunk, didn't break off the eye contact. Normally, now would be the time to quietly wait and glare at each other until Koyuki either appears captured or a message of her safety reaches Sosetsu. The negotiation would not go either way unless Mikado decided to straight-up kill Sosetsu, but that would create more problems for him than solutions. And that's where Dodo comes in. Rei's lips stretched into a smile as he prepared to defend Sosetsu when he saw Nadar and Dodo glancing at each other from behind the unsuspecting Mikado. To his misfortune, Mikado didn't have the best reflexes as he was too used to eating and shrugging off hits when wearing the armor. His only reaction to having a sword run through his heart from behind was to look at the blade sticking out of his chest with wide disbelieving eyes as a trail of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his lips down his chin. He was dead before he could even comprehend how. As Nadar pulled the sword out of Mikado, letting his corpse fall down, Sosetsu only despondently watched Dodo going for a kunai, lunging at him with a ferocious expression. It really drove the point that his brother wanted to kill him home. As for Rei. Here we go. Chapter 162, Chapter 162. The Battle for the Land of Snow 1. Dodo's kunai quickly pushed its way towards the apprehensive Sosetsu while Dodo's face showed a mad glee. He could already see himself sitting in the daimyo seat, controlling this rich country as he wished. The only problem was. Rei's hand grabbed Dodo's wrist, stopping his hand in its tracks just when the tip of the kunai was only a few inches away from Sosetsu's chest. Dodo blinked uncomprehendingly, his brain momentarily refusing to process he was interrupted when he was so close to finishing his plans. Sorry, but this dude is under my protection. Rei said jovially, enjoying the bafflement on Dodo's face and the frozen smug smirk on Nadar's. Their surprise didn't last that long, however. Nadar quickly sprang forward, going for an attack on Rei, whom he judged to be the bigger threat than Sosetsu, while Dodo's eyes focused on his brother, showing a murderous enraged glint. He clearly wanted to take advantage of Nadar slowing Rei down and finish Sosetsu off. Not that Rei would allow that. As Nadar's sword came dangerously close to the leisure Rei, he only deflected it with the back of his hand, sending the blade forcefully to the right, causing it to pull Nadar's arm alongside it while leaving his front wide open. He was wearing the newest product of Ringo on his hands. Silvery tight-fitting gloves weaved from very thin strands of chakra metal. In the end, they were still metal, but the sheer flexibility, lightness, and most importantly, toughness, these boys were supposed to be able to block a swing from one of the 7 swords of Kiri and still be in a serviceable shape. Ringo simply refused to stop forging, reforging them and getting help from the Uzumaki clan to create her first ever masterpiece. Only when the gloves withstood 10 brutal slashes from Same Hada in her own hands did she reluctantly agree she was somewhat satisfied with their performance. The best part? Unlike the 7 swords, the gloves could be mass-produced and modified. Yujito even asked for retractable claws in hers, which was a bit problematic since the gloves looked like silvery butler-style gloves from Rei's previous world. Ringo was an assassin and it showed in her forging too. She wanted the gloves to be easily concealed, otherwise she would simply make tougher, stronger, sharper gauntlets instead of gloves that didn't have the capacity for that much material or seals on them. Rei quickly gave her the design to the butler gloves and Ringo fell in love with them almost instantly. The sole problem was, they would stand out in the crowd as there was no equivalent in the world, and once their future ninjas got famous for using them, they would be easily recognizable. That's where Tsunade came in and had the Bairi company mass-produce similar gloves from cotton and started selling them, creating a new trend, at first in the world of nobility, and from there it spread to the merchants, and later to the normal people. She earned piles of Ryo, made the company more famous for releasing such a fashion trend, and most importantly, made sure the gloves Ringo made would be nothing to bat an eyelid on even in the crowd of normal people. As for Nadar's sword, that pitiful excuse of a sword could only get duller the more it clashed with them. The single deflection already chipped the blade. Rei estimated that the sword could handle no more than 5 clashes before it broke in front of Nadar's eyes. Rei also didn't take the chance to use the created opening in Nadar's defense. He only used the momentary surprise of Nadar and stepped to the side, closer towards Sosetsu while sending the approaching Dodo flying back with a light kick to his gut. Rei then stepped back, pushing Sosetsu closer to the wall. He was now in front of the Snow Daimyo. If either Nadar or Dodo wanted to get to Sosetsu, they first had to go through him. The first to attack was Nadar. He once again slashed the sword at Rei, who simply caught the blade in his gloved hand, slightly grimacing. So this is the strength produced by the chakra armor. Seeing his grimace, Nadar grinned. Despite his sword being caught, his mood actually improved as he let go of it, fluidly drawing a kunai from a pouch on his belt and slashed at Rei again. By that time, Dodo was already on his feet, rushing towards Rei's other side, also having a kunai in his hands. Apparently, he decided to first end Rei and only after that focus on Sosetsu. Rei, who was holding the sword in his right hand, found himself in a disadvantageous position as Nadar's kunai was approaching him from the right side and Dodo's from the left while he only had his left hand free. Or at least, that was what Nadar and Dodo thought. Rei simply snapped his left hand towards the right, bitch-slapping Nadar away, sending his body spinning through the air until the wall stopped him. Instantly, Rei used his left foot to snap-kick Dodo's ship, causing him to lean more towards Rei's left side, which bought time for Rei to snap his left hand from the right towards the left and slap Dodo towards the ground as his grimace turned into a pitying frown. Men. I know it is just an early version, but these armors are shit. He whinily drawled as he mentally noted Dodo was just a genin-level ninja if taken into consideration his actual strength without the armor, while Nadar was chunin at best. To think it would only increase your physique this much. Rei shook his head. If I had to compare the effect, it simply made them from cheap and small fishing boats into battleships with cannons. Still, as surprising the huge boost in their power it provides, it is a bit underwhelming for its actual cost. Rei could see why Kakashi could have a problem dealing with the guys and even understood where their confidence in taking on the world came from. They could probably take on smaller ninja villages with just a few teams of chunin. I will have to take a few armors and let Ringo and Mei study them to find out how exactly they work. They might create a gear working on similar principles but way cheaper. As it is now, the armors are just a costly shit. Wearing clothes made of diamonds would be cheaper than one of these suits. If I was in my old world, I bet I could afford a nuke for one of those. Rei inwardly chuckled, getting out of his pondering only when he heard Sosetsu's voice. Why, Doto? Sosetsu whispered towards the groaning mess on the floor. Somehow, the man actually managed to stay awake after Rei bitch-slapped him with the chakra metal gloves. Should have hit stronger, shouldn't I? That guy's skull must be quite thick. Rei blinked at the sight, half expecting Doto's neck to be already broken. It's always yo-you. Doto wheezed through the pain. Jonin would be completely fine eating such a hit and Chunin could also shrug it off after some time, but Doto was barely a genin level and as such, it was not advisable to meet chakra metal with his cheek head on. It was prone to cracking. What? Sosetsu awkwardly furrowed his brows, not understanding what his brother meant. What was it that Doto lacked? Luxury, money, and as shameful as it was for Sosetsu to admit it, even women. Doto had everything he ever wished for. From birth, both of them were given only the best, and Sosetsu was actually glad that the work and burden of being the daimyo fell from him. It was a very tough job from time to time. There was no need to burden his brother with it. So then, why would his brother want to kill him? Didn't he have as comfortable a life as possible? I should have been the daimyo. I should have the weapon that you are building in my hands. The crystal, ugh. Doto started to get progressively louder and Rei didn't like it, so he kicked the nuisance in his ribs, shutting him up. Crystal. Sosetsu's eyes widened. So he was after the spring generator. But, what weapon? It is just a device to bring spring into this country. Sosetsu stood there, gazing at his brother in utter bafflement. I should rule. I am the better one of the two of us. Doto continued madly mumbling through the pain. It was then Rei took Nadar's sword by its handle and ruthlessly slashed Doto's throat, making the men look at him with wide fearful eyes as he gurgled while blood poured out of him like a waterfall. Rei turned towards Sosetsu, who watched in horror as his brother's blood flowed on the floor and Doto slowly died. Sorry. He would die anyway, and the longer it would take, the more awkward it would probably become for you. He shruggingly said, showing he was not sorry in the least, while looking towards Nadar, noting he had his neck broken. Sosetsu could only wryly smile at such logic. And killing my brother in cold blood in front of me is not awkward for you at all. Chapter 163, Chapter 163. The Battle for the Land of Snow 2. Well, then, it's time to go, I guess. Rei said after a while of letting Sosetsu stare at the lifeless corpse of his brother. He could at least give the men a bit of time to mourn the guy. Common courtesy or whatever they call it. Sosetsu awkwardly grimaced but gave a short nod to Rei. On one hand, he was glad and grateful for Rei protecting him and making sure his daughter is fine. No matter his goal, without him, Doto knew he would most likely die today and Koyuki's life would be either turned upside down, if she survived, that is. On the other hand, though, Rei just killed his brother in front of him. Hatred, no. Sosetsu didn't feel hatred. Revenge. After seeing Rei's capabilities and knowing of his identity, that would be just a suicide. Honestly, slightly hoped Rei would show himself to the Yukikage who would recognize him and back off. Sosetsu knew this was just his wishful thinking. Rei of Yuzora had no available description at all, so even if he stepped forward and introduced himself, the Yukikage would either get a bit wary or laugh him off on the spot. He would nevertheless think he is an imposter either way though. There were just so many rumors about his supposed look and Rei didn't fit even one of them. He was not a bulky 3 meters tall giant capable of crushing skulls with his hands, nor was he an old unassuming expert with a sharp cold gaze. In short, the number of his rumored appearances was off the charts. As such, the number of imposters also grew. There were only a handful of people knowing how Rei really looked, and most of these had his secrecy seal on them anyway. Sosetsu was actually surprised. He felt only a slight apprehension towards Rei. 2 days, that's how long it took Rei to persuade Sosetsu that handing over his country is actually a very good deal for him and the people of the Land of Snow. The number of benefits Rei could provide. And yet, he killed my brother. So why am I not resenting him for it? Is it because Dodo tried to kill me? Was I always such a cold person? Oi, Sosetsu. Rei called out again, snapping Sosetsu out of his thoughts. Huh. I said let's go. I still have work to do, you know. I promise to keep you safe, after all. Rei rolled his eyes at the slowpoke. What do you mean, work to do? The people who wanted me dead are finished, no. Sosetsu asked in a confused tone, making Rei laugh as his amused gaze landed on the bewildered older man. Do you really think they would smugly march here, attempt to assassinate the daimyo, and take over the country with just the 3 of them? Rei's eyes sparkled in an "are you an idiot" kind of light. I mean, sure, they were pretty stupid, but, nah, they were not that brain dead. Of that, I can assure you. As if to prove his words, numerous huge explosions rattled the capital city of the Land of Snow, sending the entire city into chaos. Sosetsu's eyes widened in horror as he quickly jumped towards the closest window, looking outside of it. The capital was on fire. What they came here to do is to overthrow you. Rei's leisure voice resounded from behind Sosetsu, who was getting more and more worried about the people of the city. What is going on? He hurriedly turned towards Rei with a desperate expression, demanding answers, and Rei, happily obliged. This was not some pitiful assassination attempt where you are finished by getting rid of the assassin. Yukikage himself would not make his way here just to assassinate you. That kind of thinking is just silly, isn't it? No, this. Rei smiled widely, is the start of a bona fide civil war. Chizuru Kagaya swiped the sharpened bone that was previously her forearm through the neck of her unsuspecting victim, quietly laying his body onto the floor while making sure to keep a hand on his lips until he stopped trashing. This is so tedious. She heard a quiet whine from next to her as her partner, Kurumi Uzumaki, also laid the dead body of her target onto the ground before they continued on their way through the dark halls. And look. A few droplets of blood fell onto my kimono. That's just awful, don't you think, Chi-chan? Kurumi whisper screamed. How did this woman manage to get into the stealth corps again? Chizuru mentally lamented her misfortune of being partnered with the unceasing chatterbox with a mile-wide temper for this mission. Chizuru's expression soured. Oh, yeah. I took her in because of her superior concealment seals, silly me. The duo sneakily continued through the hallway, using shadows and mostly sticking to the ceiling to get past the patrols before ambushing them from behind and taking them out without setting off any alarms. Just like that, they were making a steady advance deeper into the space. It was not only them either. 10 teams of 2 were currently sweeping through the base. The stealth corps was Chizuru's pride. When Rei started making the basic structure of his future village, she offered to lead a kind of ANBU-like organization, but what she had in mind was a bit different. It took a whole lot of proving herself capable before Rei gave her the position too. There was no way she would not be proud of it and develop it the best she could. The stealth corps was for ninjas who didn't put much value on flashy jutsu. It was a place where skill with weapons and mastery at stealth was the most appreciated. That didn't mean they didn't have any flashy jutsu of mass destruction under their belt. On the contrary, firepower considered, each of them was required to be able to obliterate a small building. But the members of the stealth corps trained a lot differently than what the ninja villages generally offered their troops. This was all in order to be able to finish whatever mission in the stealthiest manner possible. After all, they were ninjas, and staying quiet was quite a valuable skill. Chi-chan. I found the main room. Chizuru almost flinched at the volume of her partner's whisper. She really had no idea how they managed to stay undiscovered with Kurumi being so loud all the time. It must be some kind of weird seal, I am sure of it. She helplessly sighed. Not many Uzumaki entered the stealth corps. In fact, so far, she had only 2 Uzumaki working under her. This was primarily because the Uzumaki clan created their own division. Chizuru called bullshit. They are just so damn loud, there is no way for them to get into the stealth corps, and they clearly know it, so they don't even try. Come on, Chi. Or at least, most of them do. Chizuru deadpanned at Kurumi, who was urging her to order action. Frankly, Chizuru knew she was a bit too harsh on Kurumi. The woman was the best she had. If Kurumi didn't want to be found, nobody in the Stealth Corps would be able to notice her even if she was in plain sight. Considering the Stealth Corps were the best trackers Yuzushio currently had. And that was without Kurumi using her special concealment seals. Her hiding skills were just that absurd. Growing up as a thief on the streets in the capital city of the Land of Wind certainly had given the girl the necessary skills. Fine. Let's take them out. Chizuru quietly said, noticing Kurumi's eyes glint as a very thin metal wire guided by chakra started to sneakily drag itself from her sleeves. It snaked an inch above the walls, reaching the ceiling where it continued its way above the unsuspecting Yuki ninjas who were currently in the middle of coordinating the communication. Since she was a close-range combatant, the first to attack was Chizuru. She sent 5 bone bullets from the tips of her fingers at the Yuki ninjas in the room, instantly killing 2 while 3 managed to lean away on sheer reflex, already swiping a kunai in preparation for a fight, and die right after that as Kurumi's razor-sharp wire came down from the ceiling and quickly wrapped around their necks, pulling them up, separating their heads from their bodies before both parts fell onto the floor with an audible thud. Ahaha, aren't these Yuki ninjas a bit too easy? There was not even one jonin guarding them. Kurumi loudly exclaimed, no longer worried about whispering, which only made Chizuru groan at her as they both walked into the room and shut down all communication channels of the Yuki ninjas. Well, they are a small village. Their jonins are most likely fighting in the city. Also. Chizuru looked at the corpses and her lips twitched. Why do they wear full-body heavy armor made from metal if they leave their necks and faces mostly exposed? She mumbled to herself before a man appeared in the middle of the door. Lady Chizuru, he slightly bowed, the building is cleared. The communication headquarters of the Yukigekure forces is no more. We have 1 injured and no casualties. Chizuru only smiled and nodded as she activated the communication seal, starting to speak the second it connected. We are done here. Their communication is down, you can go in. She turned the scroll off, turning towards Kurumi, who gave her a winning pose while happily looting the corpses. Chizuru blankly blinked before chuckling at the scene. Thief indeed. She shook her head and turned towards the men. I guess, this is it for us. Let's go home. Give the order to retreat. Chapter 164, Chapter 164. The Battle for the Land of Snow 3. The main defensive force assigned to the protection of the capital of the Land of Snow was the Uzumaki clan. The second the Yukikage walked into the daimyo's palace, 10 members of the Uzumaki Special Division, the Sealing Monks, activated massive seals on 10 various spots around the capital city, enveloping it in a massive complex sealing barrier called Homeland Protection of the 10, which would prevent anyone living in the city for more than 5 years from getting hurt for the next 10 hours. As for why 5 years, it was a necessity. The ninjas of the Yukigekure are expected to live in the village. It is a rule there, meaning this way no ninja of the Yukigekure would be affected and protected by the barrier. Even the infiltrators spend at most a year away from the village. And while this meant that not all of the citizens of the capital would be protected, the bigger chunk of them had their safety guaranteed even if an explosion tag went off on their position, so the Yuzushio forces could fight freely without worrying much about the original inhabitants. The members of the Sealing Monks were all grandmasters in the sealing arts. That was one of the entry requirements. They were also all Uzumaki clan members, so that meant they had to be grandmasters by the Uzumaki standards. In recent years many of the Uzumaki reached this stage thanks to personal tutoring from Rei's clones, which only earned him even more respect among the Uzumaki clan. Honestly, Rei thought it would be a damn shame if he disregarded this aspect of the Uzumaki clan. They simply could not stop themselves from studying sealing. Even someone who never ever saw a seal was drawn to it and naturally curious about its working. Even if an Uzumaki was lazy, dumb, or hyperactive, they would still dutifully study sealing for hours on end. Rei just used this trait of their clan to make sure his future village had an ample number of sealing grandmasters and many more who strived to reach that stage. For now, there were only 34 of them, but even that number was ridiculous considering other villages would be happy to have even one in their employ. As for the cringeworthy name of the division, Mei thought it would fit, but her suggestion was quickly rejected by almost all Uzumaki. In the end, Mei sullenly rejected any other name, making the name-choosing process to be delayed. At this time, Mei persuaded most of the Uzumaki kids that were around 10 that the name Sealing Monks was incredible. It wasn't even that hard. Some sweets and a few books on elementary sealing and voila, the kids were bothering their parents to no end, trying to push for the name Sealing Monks. The frustrated parents tried to push for the name also, if only to stop their children from constantly annoying them, which created pressure on the leaders of the Uzumaki clan, and in the end, Kaya Uzumaki, the newest leader of the Uzumaki clan, was forced to name the division the Sealing Monks, giving the smug Mei a glare with a sour expression. Pakura, who was crouching on a rooftop of a building next to Ringo, raised her eyes towards the shimmering sky with a bit of an excited grin, ignoring the numerous explosions going off in the close vicinity. Okay, guys. The Yukigekure started their attack. Our sealing monks have done their part in making sure not one of them can get away or injure anyone of importance, and the stealth corps cut off enemy communication. It's time for us to join the fray. Pakura ordered, making the air turn serious around her entire force of 100 Jonin-ranked ninjas who started running towards their first target. This was the strike force composed of 100 Jonins formerly from Kiri that fought under Rei's command on the Nagori Isles. The ones that were sent there to be sacrificed. When the war ended, not even 150 were left of the original 200. So when the time came and Rei found himself in need of some high-level ninjas, he quickly remembered those outcasts that didn't quite fit in the political climate of Kirigakure. Needless to say, it didn't take much enticement for more than 130 of those still alive to join him. All it took was to promise them to take in their families as well, and Kirigakure gained over 100 new rogue ninjas overnight. And what shitstorm that was. Pakura was a bit nervous. She was supposed to be the future Jonin commander, and that was why she was leading this mission while Ringo was here only to make sure not one of her ninjas lost their life during the mission. Something every single member of the strike force was grateful for. Normally, having to face over 1,000 Yuki ninjas, who were around Chunin rank with some Jonins mixed in, with a force of only 100 Jonin would be called a suicide, but with communications disabled, and the Yuki ninjas currently split up into multiple groups of 20 all over the capital city. Pakura's job was to simply go from group to group, annihilating them in an orderly manner while they could not relay any messages. This was not a 1,000 plus versus 100 kind of battle. This was over 50 times 100 versus 20. Shortly, the strike force reached its first target, 20 Yuki ninjas clad in the cheaper, older type of chakra armor. Before the distressed Yuki ninjas even spotted something was wrong, a hail of kunai descended on their position, making 5 of them into a pincushion while the other 15 were skilled enough to mostly dodge the initial shot. "Who are you?" One of them shouted, but received only silence in return as the 100 Jonin of the strike force jumped towards them. The battle itself was a quick affair. Yuki ninjas were Chunin level and vastly outnumbered by the excited strike force. Simply, it was a slaughter for the Yuki ninjas. The ninjas of the strike force were war veterans used to fight together, used to face much stronger people, and used to use tactics to overcome greater odds. In comparison, this was not hard. The more the strike force fought, the more its members realized. There is no excitement in this. This was supposed to be my first mission in almost a year, but why is it so boring? They internally screamed as they ganged up on the poor Yuki ninjas who wanted to do nothing more than to scream at these cheaters. Okay. Let's move on. Pakura said as she finished off the last of the group while wryly sighing. She was a bit peeved she could not use her scorch release and show her real might, but her kunai would have to do for now. Really, this was supposed to be the very first mission for these ninjas, and Pakura was sure all of them wanted to show off. They just had no idea Conan's plan would make it so easy but tedious for them. We still have a few tens of these groups left until the work is done. The entire group could think only one thing. Why the hell did I volunteer for this? Oh, yes, I wanted a bit of excitement, damn it. At the end of the day, what was supposed to be a civil war, ended in overwhelming favor of the daimyo of the land of snow and Rei. Only a very few of the Yukigakure ninjas survived, and even then, they were all captured. Now. It was time to march into the Yukigakure itself. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Yukigakure 1. Mei stood on a dune of snow, in the mountain range on the north of the land of snow where the Yukigakure was supposed to be located. This is really a well-hidden location. Mei frowned, seeing exactly nothing through the freezing snow hail that was ongoing through the entire year in these mountains. Her mouth then suddenly widened into a gleeful grin. I can see why I was sent here. Mei's hands started going through various hand seals at breakneck speeds as her chakra was poured outside of her body. The temperature quickly rose and the piles of snow started melting at a visible rate under the influence of lava-natured chakra. It was not even the effect of the jutsu yet, merely the chakra Mei was sending from herself through the snow around to deep underground. As the chakra gathered in one spot, the ground suddenly pulsed and the world grew silent for a brief moment before a loud eruption of lava shook the whole area. The huge stream of orange superheated liquid reached high into the sky before its deadly searing droplets started raining back onto the snow-covered area, changing it into a massive pit of sizzling and hissing hot mist. The only thing safe from the excruciating heat was Mei alone. The ninjas in Yukigakure watched with bated breath as the land in front of their village was rained upon by droplets lava. Every single one of them was certain this was not a natural occurrence. Which meant, they were under attack. Despite that, deep in their hearts, neither of them wanted to face the person capable of using such a powerful jutsu. Alas, desire or not, they were ninjas of Yukigakure, and since a threat appeared so close to their village, not even an hour later, around 1,000 highest-ranked ninjas who were not participating in the battle for the capital of the land of snow, found themselves passing the gates of their village, heading towards the still sizzling area in front of it. Most were honestly hoping whoever threw the jutsu into the wind would be already gone, but everyone knew the chances of that was effectively nil. The Yuki ninjas ran all the way towards their destination, taking extra care to not be ambushed. It took them 10 minutes to reach the location where the jutsu originated, and look and behold, right in the middle of the now muddy plain that looked as if a war was fought on it, stood a woman clad in black ANBU clothes and blank white mask with kanji for root on its forehead, impatiently waiting for them with her arms crossed on her chest. Before their leader could even start questioning the mysterious woman, she spoke with an impatient tone. Finally. You took your sweet time getting here. Who a dash? That's not important. What is important is that you have something the roots of Konoha covets. I came to tell you to hand it over. What dash? No, don't even think to disagree. You saw what I can do. Imagine what a war with Konoha would look like. Hand it over. The leader of the Yuki ninjas was really having a profound headache at the demands of the crazy masked redhead. Honestly, he had no idea what Konoha could want from them, but judging by the chakra levels and the pressure the woman was continuously blasting them with, he had no plans to clash with her anytime soon. I have no idea what you want from us. Is it the chakra armor? If so, I am sure when the Yukikage returns, he will certainly talk about trad dash. Chakra armors. You mean the useless crap your entire force is wearing? Nah, you can keep that. I came for something else. Hand it over. She stomped her feet onto the ground, creating cracks all around the place where she stood. At least tell me, what the fuck do you want? The leader of the Yuki ninjas wanted to cry. Yukigekure was positioned in the snowy mountain range. Many would think there was only one path in, and that was the plain in front of the village where Mei was currently trying and succeeding, being annoying while stalling for time. Conan, on the other hand, was using the universal entry path to any settlement above the ground, the sky. As Mei attracted the attention of the village, Conan flew inside through the very scarcely protected back of the village that faced a mountain. Nobody would expect such an attack, but Conan was a ninja, something the Yukigekure defense designers forget to account for. Conan had her clothes change into the attire of Yuki ninja. Her own paper transformation jutsu was far superior to its genin equivalent. Then again, it was A-rank jutsu, since she first had to change her body into paper and then mold the paper to a new appearance. Now, however, she was using only the clothes variant, and since her clothes were always made of paper, it didn't take even half of the reserves a normal henge would. Conan proceeded to create 100 paper clones in an alley that was out of the hand, and with those, she started doing her job. Going around the half-empty village while putting tags with spying seals into the walls of important buildings, the Yukikage office, and even on the streets. Rei decided to let Yukigekure off the hook. Part of the reason for his decision was the fact he didn't have enough ninjas. Yuzushio currently had around 300 of them, but even with their superior seals and skills, Rei had no confidence in taking over Yukigekure without losing even one of them. Well, he and his girls probably could do that with some massive ninjutsu, wiping huge parts of the village out of existence, but the only reason why the main combatants in the defense of the capital of the Land of Snow were ninjas currently staying in Yuzushio and not Rei himself was to get his forces some experience and see how well they can work together. He did that because he was certain no one from Yuzushio would be hurt, much less killed. But attacking Yukigekure was a different matter. Conan knew Rei wanted to use Yuzushio as cover. People that mattered knew of Yukigekure's existence and its dominance in the Land of Snow. Rei simply wanted this belief to stay alive. Hence, the village would survive in order to cast a shadow on the creation of Rei's new village. After all, nobody would expect there would be 2 hidden villages in one nation. Yukigekure would certainly not allow that, right? Well, Yukigekure would have an existential crisis soon enough with most of their jonins and kage killed. Not like they would find out about a new village rising in the Land of Snow anytime soon. As such, Conan's clones were now making sure they had proper eyes in Yukigekure while the original was traversing the deep underground tunnels. These tunnels were the only thing the men captured a week prior didn't know about. The poor sod was simply a too low rank. Well, at least he knew they were there. In short, if the group wanted to know what is deep down here, they had to send somebody to explore. And since Conan had a mission in Yukigekure anyway, she decided to take a little stroll. Conan knew the strongest and highest rankers of those who stayed in the village are right now being messed with by Mei. It was not like Mei could not troll her way through the Yuki ninjas for a few hours. Her chakra pressure was too big to not make these generic chunin chaps shitting their pants. As such, Conan walked through the underground tunnels with an excited skip in her step, looking around searching for a treasure. Now then, let's see what do I find here. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Yukigekure 2. The deeper into the underground tunnels Conan went, the dimmer the light became. It would be actually spooky if, wow, the one who designed this really had to have a big flair for dramatics. A pity I have the night vision seal on me. Conan saw her surroundings as if it was a bright day with a clear sky. After 10 minutes, she finally arrived at the door. Briefly glancing behind herself, Conan smirked at the sight of the tunnel littered by kunais, senbon, shurikens, many of them no doubt lethally poisoned. Looks like my little stroll set off every trap in here. Conan shrugged. She was honestly too deep in her thoughts to notice that anything was. trying to harm her. Suddenly, Conan's face lit up. This might be the very first potential flaw of Mei's steam cloak. I have to tell her about this when I return. Conan was using her own wind release version of the defensive steam release jutsu Mei used to play with Minato. It was a bit iffy to use against strong high-level piercing attacks or something extremely destructive on a wider scale, but kunai. Those had no chance of penetrating it. All in all, it was a good passive defense since the jutsu was not hard to maintain. Naturally, this wouldn't reach the defensive power of what Mei used against Minato, but anything classified below B rank would be stopped, which potentially rendered any sort of trap useless unless. Conan carefully opened the door, making sure to prevent them from letting out any sound that could alarm anyone on the other side. This appeared to be a wasted effort, however, because the second she took a peek at what is on the other side, it was just an empty spacious room, resembling a laboratory. On the right side was unfinished chakra armor of unknown type, a new prototype, most likely, and on the left side was a singular cell where a woman of 30 was sitting on the floor and leaning on the wall. She had white unkempt hair, similar to those of the Kaguya bloodline, but lacked their other tells. The biggest difference from them, however, were their icy blue pupil-less clear eyes and complexion as pale as snow. One could even mistake her for a sick person. Her feet and wrists shackled with chains connecting her to what seemed like a box with cores for the chakra armor. Conan quickly put it all together and understood that the woman she saw was essential to the production of the chakra armors because her chakra somehow activates the cores. I wonder how that works. She blinked as she noticed the exhausted, barely alive woman directly staring at her with a pleading gaze that just washed over her with almost no effect. Let's ask somebody who was present for the entire process, then. Conan simply walked towards the cell, crouching there on the eye level of the chained woman. Hello, she smiled, plans forming in her head. Let's make a deal, shall we? The chained woman opened her mouth, but no sound came from her throat, telling Conan that it was a damn long time since she drank something. It was only then that Conan noted the transfusions in the corner next to the cell. Oh ho, so she is not fed nor watered. Only receives nutritious transfusion. Hey, this will be easier than I thought, won't it? Don't strain yourself. What about this? Conan used her chakra to create a ball of water and levitated it into the cell, where the chained woman almost pounced onto it while Conan analyzed her further. No signs of violence. Well, if she was so important in the creation of the cores for the chakra armor, then I guess they would not want her damaged. Sunken cheeks and malnutrition. Conan took another peek on the transfusion. That means whatever they are injecting into her veins is mostly spent on the production of chakra necessary for the cores, only leaving enough for her body to barely survive. Fortunately, I put quite a lot of nature energy and medical chakra into the water ball. The next second, Conan was stunned, however. She expected the woman to be slightly healed since her medical chakra was frankly crap, but contrary to her expectations, the second the ball of water, a small amount of nature energy, and medical chakra was completely drunk, the woman underwent a mind-boggling change. First to change was her complexion. It brightened up. While it was still snowy white, it no longer looked sickly, instead, taking frosty shade. Her eyes acquired a spark of life in them, and the black circles under them disappeared while an almost invisible snowflake-like pupil appeared in her eyes. It was so small, one would miss it without having a proper look. The woman's body noticeably filled up, but the chakra was apparently not enough, so she still looked somewhat malnourished. What really shocked Conan was not the recovery, though. As miraculous as that was, it had nothing on what exactly caused the recovery. She used nature energy alongside her chakra. This, natural sage mode. How the heck did a third-rate village such as Yukigekure catch somebody capable of the sage mode? Conan couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. What she could comprehend, though, was that the crap that was supposedly the chakra armor actually ran on Senjutsu chakra, somehow. And that was huge. The morons of Yukigekure who invented this must have had no idea what this meant. Conan suddenly froze. Wait, didn't Ray tell me there is some kind of a reactor to change this snowy shithole into a spring-filled fantasy land? Oh, that son of a dash, and that was when Conan understood that Ray knew the value of the technology invented in the land of snow all along. Of course, she facepalmed, causing the still-chained woman to look at her weirdly. There is no way Ray would come here only because it is the northernmost country, hence way out of the hand of anyone who could ever get curious. Despite them never becoming hostile with each other, the state-owned company of the Land of Snow was the only technology-oriented competitor of their Biri company. That meant their technology had to be spectacular, but Conan never imagined it would be powered by nature energy. The scientist in the Land of Snow probably had no idea they created self-replenishing batteries capable of being powered by the Senjutsu chakra or nature energy. If they did, they wouldn't do an idiotic thing like make a power suit out of it. Conan's gaze snapped back to the woman behind the bars, now holding a bit of a predatory glint, causing the poor woman to scoot a bit back at the level of interest Conan was showing her. It was certainly reminding her of the crazy scientists who liked to experiment on her. A clone suddenly popped up behind Conan and started to gather every research paper and equipment into a storage scroll. Conan certainly had every intention to completely clean the room, not leaving even a single paper behind. The chained woman looked blandly as the equipment of the room was vanishing into storage scrolls, now sure the blue netty in front of her is certainly not a part of Yukigekure. The spark of hope renewed in her mind, so she steeled herself and unsurely spoke. Hello, I am Yukimi Yuriko, you mentioned some kind of deal. Conan just widely smiled at the clearly desperate woman and chuckled to herself. I changed my mind. You are coming with me no matter if you want to or not. And with that, the distraught and bewildered Yuriko could only watch as her fate was decided for her. She only hoped she would be treated better than what she experienced in Yukigekure, as the excited gleam in Conan's eyes didn't fill her with many expectations towards her future. As for Conan, as if I would leave somebody like this roam free. Just imagine what we could do if instead of the girl, we used Rei's dimension as the power source for the batteries. Hee hee. Chapter 167, Chapter 167. The reason why the Land of Snow. We are back and bringing gifts. Conan jovially said as she opened the portal to the mansion in Yuzushio where they currently stayed and stepped inside, right into the living room. Mei was somewhat sullen on the way back from Yukigekure, muttering something about snow-brained dunderheads, but Conan didn't pay much attention to her. Now that they were back, Conan barely finished her first sentence when Mei rudely whizzed past her, flopping down onto an empty seat next to Ringo, who was polishing her swords, and released a fed-up sigh. That only prompted Pakura and her apprentice, Maki, to shoot her amused glances, momentarily breaking their excited but quiet chattering, which was becoming a more and more common sight these days. Especially since Pakura tried to stick to Rei like glue since he saved her and Maki tried to stick with Pakura. Nowadays, seeing Rei in a room without these two when they were at home was almost an impossibility, and it took some weeks for Mei and a bit less for other girls to get used to it. Even the corners of Tsunade's eyes seemed to twitch a lot these days whenever Pakura was nearby. Only Kana thought it was cute how the strict and no-nonsense S-rank Kunoichi got all flustered whenever she was alone with Rei. As for Rei, he decided to simply take it in strides and mostly tune them out. Most of the time, there was Maki right behind Pakura, and that meant they could entertain themselves by chatting while he worked on seals anyway. Gifts? Rei asked, stopping his game of cards with a very disgruntled and obviously losing Tsunade, who eyed the pile of papers promising free favors she lost in the last hour. He looked towards Conan, who excitedly walked in, and then he tilted his head at the sight of an unknown white-haired woman wearing Conan's cloak over her quite tattered and already useless clothes. Conan just gestured at the woman. This is Yukimi Yuriko, and you wouldn't believe where I found her and what she can do. Conan promptly walked towards Rei and sat on his lap before starting to explain what she found deep in the underground tunnels of Yukigekure just as Yuriko took the closest seat to the door in the room. Needless to say, Rei was flabbergasted at the fact that chakra armor cores had to be jump-started by Senjutsu chakra of Yuriko. His mind quickly started to go through theories upon theories of how is that possible, and his eyes almost shone when he realized the potential of such a discovery, especially since he owned a dimension filled with the most potent, never-ending free nature energy. Rei gave Yuriko a not-so-discreet once-over and made her nervously fidget, which made Tsunade a bit sorry for her. Once upon a time, Yuriko must have been a strong and proud kunoichi. Especially if she knows how to use senjutsu. That was not something some common chump could learn. The only one she knew with that ability was her grandfather, so it was an incredible achievement and prompted a question of how exactly did she get caught by a third-rate village such as Yukigekure. Alas, now. Yuriko was nervous, afraid of her own shadow, and flinching at every sudden movement. Simply, the woman was a mess. 10 years of imprisonment and used as a lab rat. It would be useless to talk about her reaching her full potential in such a state. She would need a whole lot of mental therapy if she is going to get anywhere close to where she was before that experience. As for exceeding it, Tsunade sighed and shook her head, joining Ringo and Mei in not caring about the situation. With that, the conversation ended for her. Whatever scientific crap they were going to talk about was not her problem. She was a doctor, and that's where she drew her line. Looks like the Land of Snow is an incredible treasure trove. Rei leaned back into the couch with a gentle and satisfied smile, enjoying Conan straddling him while their eyes refused to part. Aha. I knew you had an ulterior motive in coming here the second I discovered Yuriko. Conan poked Rei's chest with her pointing finger, narrowing her eyes at him in a cat-like manner. Spill. What is the really important thing you acquired here? I doubt it is the country or a place for a village. We could as easily make one in other lands, or heck, even underwater, if we wanted. There must be more to why here. Rei could only give her a wry grin, as expected of Conan. She knows me too well to not realize it. Shrugging, he started speaking. Yeah. The biggest reason was the spring generator, as they call it. All of the people present knew what he was talking about. After all, Rei did tell them about its existence even before he even went to the Land of Snow. It was just that neither of them knew of its real importance. The thing is, what the spring generator does is basically, in simple terms, persuading nature energy to switch its attribute. The nature energy might be the same everywhere, but in snowy lands it has a bit of a different aspect than, let's say, in forests. The generator does not change the nature energy itself, it just tricks it into changing the aspect which affects the land. Rei's face twitched at such an idiotic description, but honestly, this was the simplest way for all to understand. Tsunade, as the only senjutsu user present apart from Rei, actually snorted, causing Rei to chuckle at her before humming in agreement. Nature energy is everywhere and it is shaping the world around us. Its predominant trait that every sage could tell you is that it cannot be changed at will. Even when a sage mixes it with his chakra to create senjutsu chakra, it is not like the nature energy cease to be nature energy. That is the whole reason why using it is dangerous. That is the reason why this entire thing is just so ridiculous. These scientists did something even people like Hashirama were unable to. As for explaining the theory behind it, that would take ages, so I will just say the important stuff. Rei shrugged. He could feel all pairs of eyes in the room having their utmost attention on him. What the scientist of the Land of Snow managed was basically create something that could revolutionize the world. A way to use devices to affect the environment through nature energy, which is the main element forming it. Just imagine, instead of changing the environment to spring, changing it to a lava-filled place. It would be an instant bye-bye to an entire country. A forbidden jutsus would lose their forbidden meaning if this fact came out. Yes, Rei was really surprised when he found out the scientist in this backward world created something more powerful than an actual nuke by a sheer fluke. And while setting it up would be hard and require time and utmost secrecy, it was still not an impossible task, and that is where the problems lay. There is no way I could leave something like this in the wind. Nope, I naturally already secured all blueprints and plans for the generator. Fortunately, no single person knows how to create the whole thing. This revelation shocked some and scared the other people in the room. Just imagining such a power. As for the problems with setting it up, this was a world with ninjas in it. Secret operations were something that happened on a daily basis here, but they usually didn't have much of an impact. Anyway, we should probably return to the original theme. Rei said, pulling the girls out of their thoughts as they looked at him with confused gazes, so he turned his head in the direction of the newest edition and reminded them, Yuriko. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Yuriko Yukimi. Where to start? Yuriko gazed at her hands while looking a bit lost. What about starting on how did you actually get yourself into the position of a prisoner? Rei quipped, trying to help Yuriko find some good point to start her life story while also making it easier for her to start talking now that she had certain guidelines and something different than her past torturous years to focus her attention on. Right. Anger flashed through Yuriko's eyes as she remembered what happened to her, but this anger quickly disappeared as she bit her lower lip before forcing her body to completely relax. Her eyes gained a determined glint, knowing she had to get it off her chest if she was to come to terms with those feelings. Taking a deep breath, Yuriko slowly started, I was a part of the now almost extinct Yukimi clan, the founders of Yukigekure. It was actually my grandfather who founded the village. Yuriko said a bit self-mockingly while her voice shook at the memory of her childhood. The second Tsunade heard her, she halted for a moment and her attention almost doubled. She could not believe how similar the circumstances between them were. Looking again at the woman with slumped shoulders who was projecting a dejected aura all around herself, Tsunade could only wryly smile. She briefly wondered if she also became such a sorry sight if she didn't meet Rei. Since young, I lived in luxury and the only thing expected from me was to better my ninja arts. Especially my bloodline, which seemed to be extraordinarily strong. Grandfather often used to say that according to the records of our clan, I am the first in 2 centuries to have such strong blood. Yuriko said in a sad nostalgic tone, not even knowing how many memories this evoked in Tsunade. When Rei naturally noticed it, but he could only gently put his hand around Tsunade's shoulder and cuddle her closer to himself in order to give her a bit of consolation. Things like cooking, cleaning, and so on were not important. All I had to do was focus on developing my bloodline jutsu, the snow release, which is capable of absorbing the chakra of the enemy and replenishing our chakra with it among other things. And I guess you got curious how it works on a deeper level. That's how you learned elemental sage mode, isn't it? Rei nodded. It was a possibility. After all, Hashirama's situation was not much different. If the bloodline was capable of transferring the chakra of one person and remaking it to fit another before replenishing his reserves, there simply had to be nature energy involved in that. Tsunade's research showed that there are many bloodlines that unknowingly use nature energy in their jutsu without even the caster noticing. For example, the Kagaya clan. Their body is very sturdy, and that is because of natural reserves of nature energy it takes in. These reserves are very small and it can't really be called sage mode as there is no mixing with chakra involved, but instead, these reserves are needed for the body manipulation, with which the Kagaya clan members make holes for their bones to stick out from their bodies and then seal them shut. If somebody attempted to coat their underskin with bone armor as Kagaya could, it would be a very painful experience to live with. It is only thanks to these natural reserves of nature energy that the members of the Kagaya clan do not scream in pain every time they use their bloodline and are able to use it so efficiently. Honestly, Rei had to admit that chakra was a wondrous but also a very unknown thing in this era. No Uchiha would tell you they use and need mostly in chakra for their Sharingan. Why? Because they do not know about it. They never bothered to study it that deeply. As a ninja clan, they are focusing on the development of jutsu and do not try to understand how exactly it works. Their explanation is, it's our bloodline, duh. And that's it. Tsunade spent a lot of time working this out with the pair of Sharingan eyes Ray bought on the black market for a literal fortune. With the third war being barely over, one would not believe the things that he could get in the black market. Anyway, it was proof that there is more to the bloodlines than it appears at the first glance. Some bloodlines, such as Kurama, Hyuga, not to even mention Akimichi giant shift bullshit, simply have to work with something stronger than the chakra of an individual. There is simply no way for a singular Akimichi to have enough chakra to be enlarged by a factor of 100, no matter how fat he is. Yes, after prodding and probing, I learned to manipulate the non-chakra energy in the air, nature energy, as you called it. Yuriko gave Rei a meaningful look. For her and her clan, this energy was something new. As for sages, she never heard of them. But, back to the topic. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew downtrodden as Yuriko slumped her shoulders even more before continuing. Since I was busy learning the ninja arts, I had no time to do menial tasks. I was given an attendant, a slave if you will. The air around Yuriko grew heavy as her killing intent involuntarily poured out of her, earning her a few raised eyebrows. Even Maki, the newest member of the group, had already experienced far heavier killing intent from Yujito or Mei when they spared, so this was frankly nothing but amusing. Nevertheless, they quickly understood this attendant will play a crucial role in this story. Yuriko gritted her teeth before she barely restrained her anger to get the next sentence out of her. His name. Makoto Suzufumi. Oh boy, I think I know where this is going. The corner of Rei's lips twitched. Ma, you will be delighted to know he died by being literally backstabbed by his right-hand man and had enough time to realize what happened to suffer through the betrayal. Not the most painful of deaths but a very pathetic and enraging one indeed. That remark created a small satisfied smile on Yuriko's lips, but her face still showed a slight discontent at being unable to kill the man herself. I was good to him, you know. Yuriko started in a low tone. I never treated him like a slave. There were other slaves, but he had so much freedom and his life was simply better because of me. I even allowed him to practice ninjutsu from scrolls belonging to my clan. And then, 12 years ago, when our clan was not in the best shape because of the Second Ninja War, I turned my back on him after a long and exhausting fight, and with a slight dull ache on the back of my head, the world suddenly grew dark. Yuriko's eyes showed exactly how helpless and bewildered she felt at this betrayal. It was almost poetic. The man who stabbed her in her back died by being stabbed in the back by a man he trusted. Rei only barely held himself from chuckling, mostly to not seem like laughing at the distraught woman. Mei, Ringo, and Tsunade didn't have such a problem. They all chuckled, grinned, and snorted respectively, which earned them a disapproving glare from Konan and Pakura. After that, I found myself in the underground cell we used as a prison for important people. Now, I was a prisoner in the village belonging to our clan and I had no idea how or why. Yuriko sighed, but Makoto came a few hours after I woke up to gloat. He actually managed to pull off a revolt. The slaves of our clan apparently didn't like that. In times when people of the land of snow mostly starved and froze to death on a daily basis, they had a safe place, a warm bed, enough food for a minimal amount of work. Our clan, or at least most of it, never mistreated their servants as it was counterproductive, but maybe that was a mistake. Yuriko quietly said, looking conflicted and confused. It was obvious she had no idea why exactly did their servants betray them. Makoto said the reason why many of the Yukimi clan died during the Second War was the drugs our servants were putting into our food. Yuriko lowered her head to hide the tears that started streaming down her cheeks with her hair before she wiped them away. Most of my family died in the war. The clan was so weakened that Makoto, who was one of the most skilled people in the ninjutsu in the village after the heavy losses the Yukimi clan incurred, was capable of killing almost everyone who could give him at least a bit of resistance. He killed them in their sleep. I should not have let him get stronger. Yuriko lamented, growing silent for a moment as her gaze grew distant. See? That's why you have to use seals to put safeguards on people. Rei burst out, nodding in agreement to himself, highly satisfied at being proven right. Only after getting a few disapproving looks from his girls did he add in a small voice, I mean, if you want to enslave somebody, you gotta make it foolproof, no. Not that I would ever put such a failsafe on you. Hee hee. Rei didn't realize his girls silently agreed with him and only glared at him because of how inappropriate that remark was at the moment. Yuriko, whose mood slightly improved watching Rei getting glared at for his remark, decided to continue. On one hand, she was on the verge of breaking down, on the other, she knew it was important to not bottle it up. It was hell for any captured member of my clan, especially women and children. Makoto especially liked me watching how he and his subordinates torture my clansmen in various ways while showing me how superior he apparently is to me. Yuriko shuddered, her thighs clamped together and her arms hugged her body as she tried to make herself seem small. The first 5 years, it was pure torture and I was the last of my clan alive, living only to satisfy Mikado's vanity. It was only later he thought about creating chakra armor after a lot of experiments. Yuriko was now openly sobbing in between the words and Tsunade decided to cut this short. She pulled herself away from Rei and stood up before walking towards Yuriko and hugged her while whispering, "All is fine, you are no longer there," until the woman finally calmed down. "Yeah." Rei slowly started when he saw Yuriko finally calm enough to listen. "I think we can wrap this up. Tsunade, would you mind showing her her room and tucking her into the bed?" Before Tsunade could react, Yuriko almost desperately asked, "What will happen to me now?" She simply had to know what to expect as surviving being a test subject once more. She would rather kill herself. "What do you mean?" Rei snorted in a ridiculing manner. "Do you think we will use you to create these cores? Bah, if you can do it with your bloodline, we can definitely learn it with our bloodlines or different methods. Using you is simply inefficient and insufficient. You can simply stay here until you fully recover and teach us how to do that little nifty trick of yours. After that, do whatever you want. You can leave and roam the world or join my new village. It will be up to you." Rei nonchalantly shrugged. He had no intention of holding Yuriko against her will after he learned how to create batteries working on nature energy from her. The silent seal was on her the second she stepped through the portal, so Rei was not afraid of her talking about Yuzushio or his group. After all, as Yuriko's life story proved right, safety measures were extremely important. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Location of the New Village. Days passed and the whole fiasco with the failed coup, for better or worse, sent waves through the world. The minor ninja villages started, or at least tried, to be extremely friendly with their daimyo, while the said daimyo decided to be a bit more cautious of their supposed protectors. Helping a member of the royal clan to become the daimyo was fine. At the end of the day, the title would still belong to someone belonging to the said clan, but this was the first case of the open rebellion of a ninja village where its leader tried to usurp the power for himself. And that subtly shifted the entire political situation between daimyo and ninja villages in the whole world. As for Yukigekure, they were disgruntled. Those who knew about the rebellion were flabbergasted. The strongest ninjas from the villages lost and on top of that, never came back. Those who didn't know about it, those of low rank and strength, were on the contrary bewildered. The village higher-ups tried to do such a thing. But both groups had one thing in common. They both were utterly happy that the daimyo of the Land of Snow was generous enough to not give the order to execute them, or at least, the order to disband the village. Just like that, Yukigekure, while weakened beyond belief, continued to exist. In the days after the rebellion, while the ninjas of Yukigekure were too afraid to leave their village, Rei finally found a good spot to set up his village. While Yukigekure was situated in the northern part of the country with its back tightly protected by an impassable and dangerous mountain range, Rei decided to establish his village on the other side of these mountains. The reasons for this were simple. The mountain range was the literal edge of the world. Well, not really, since Rei knew the world was not flat, but as far as the inhabitants of this world were concerned, the mountains were the end. They were so far north, nobody ever found a good reason to try and cross them. After all, the Land of Snow was the northernmost island of the elemental nations, and beyond that, nobody has a clue what is there. The mountains were also incredibly dangerous. While the Land of Snow, or as it was nowadays being renamed after Sosetsu used the generator, the Land of Spring, changed its climate, the mountains were not included. In front of Yukigekure, the plains that were previously covered in a monumental amount of snow were now covered in colorful flowers and fresh grass, but the mountains behind the village are still covered in snow. The reason for this, the scientists simply refused to step into these mountains to set up the device needed for the generator's influence to reach there. And this worked just fine for Rei. The mountain range was very treacherous. Massive avalanches, sharp and steep cliffs with a deceptive blanket of snow on them, and their sides frozen enough for sticking exercise to not work, and if that was not enough, because of the harsh environment, the animals inhabiting the place were also a lot stronger than usual. Chakra made sure of that. While it was just a passive strengthening and the size of the animals was only slightly bigger than normal, facing a pack of snow-dire wolves enhanced by chakra was no joke even for ninjas. These mountains were the best natural shield Rei could ever hope for. Nobody would have any valid reasons to even suspect the village is anywhere near them, even if they somehow found out it was located in the Land of Spring. After all, only a total madman would have guts to go into these mountains, much less set up an entire village there. No. That left people with only one way to accidentally reach the village without crossing the mountains. The sea. Frankly, Rei was not worried about that. In this world, adventure-seeking explorers were rare. Everybody was too busy trying to survive and get stronger or richer in this war and conflict-infested world. The closest thing to explorer was merchants who sailed on the sea to sell their goods in a different country, and even they would never get off their normal course in fear of sinking in unknown waters. Plus, this place was so far up north that nobody had any valid reason to even go here. On top of that, the Land of Snow was too big for merchants to take detours around it. The climate was freezing, the winds were slow, it would take at least half a year to sail around the island. It was simply not worth the time. And that was without taking into account the various dangerous creatures living in these waters. Yeah, Ray was fairly positive the village's location would stay hidden unless he outright said where it was. No accidental stumbling upon it was happening anytime soon. It's beautiful, don't you think? Ray's shoulders suddenly felt added weight as Conan embraced him from behind, pressing herself to his back and leaning her chin on his right shoulder while her arms took a tight but loving hold of his chest. Ray involuntarily smiled, enjoying the sudden warmth of his lover as he took yet another look at the surroundings around the hill he was standing on. High snowy mountains, blue glittering sea, whitish forests, yeah, the surrounding land was indeed a sight to behold. Yes, but the weather leaves a lot to be desired. Ray let his body shudder a bit. She distractedly hummed as she started to rub her hands on Ray's chest in an attempt to make him warmer. It will take a lot of work to make this place habitable. The corner of Conan's lips twitched upwards, tough. Ray could only helplessly groan. In a way, he brought it upon himself. The second his girls saw the climate and felt the cold, they promptly turned around while shivering and left through the portal, back into the warmth and coziness of their mansion in Yuzushio where they stayed for the next week under warm blankets before the shiver went away. Only Conan and Tsunade stayed, and even that was to give Ray a smug yet encouraging smile that obviously meant, I told you so. Even with the current amount of clones, it will take at least a year to cover the entire place with a huge ceiling matrix that would make the place pleasant and warm without affecting the surrounding lands. Ray half grumbled. He could not afford to spend more clones on this. His clones were already spread thin with researching new seals, building the new village up, taking care of Yuzushio development, setting up the Yuzushio trading company, and much more. Saving Pakura was one of the best things I could ever do. Without her, I would have to take care of my current shinobi forces. Thankfully, she is competent enough to basically act as the Kage in my absence. Ray fondly thought about how big of a help Pakura was before his cheek twitched, now if only she was not so clingy. But that's fine, I would loathe forcing my people to live here if it was not a pleasant and a good place to live in. I never realized that. Ray apologetically shook his head. He always knew he would have to spend a lot of time making this piece of inhabitable land a cozy and warm home for his village. He just didn't realize it was quite as bad as this. Ray, as somebody whose body was enhanced by nature energy on a daily basis for the last 20+ years, felt only a slight chill but May, Ringo, and Pakura apparently almost keeled over the second they stepped through the portal. I know, Conan quietly said, enjoying the moment. It was not often she got to spend time with Ray alone. She knew Ray would give her as much alone time as she desired if only she asked for it, but that would be simply selfish, so these moments were very rare and cherished by her. I can feel it too. It is cold but, nowhere near the -40 degrees, the thermometer is showing. Since you showed me how to enhance my body with nature energy, I never slacked. At least, this will show May to be a bit more diligent with the exercises she deems useless. Ray put his hand on Conan's, squeezing it slightly. A pity, really. If she did practice the exercise diligently every day, I could use her to help me out with the village. He said in a very regretful tone, causing Conan to chuckle. Yeah, a pity Tsunade has a company to direct. Otherwise, you could make cheap labor out of her too. Conan quipped. Tsunade was a senju and sage. She was somewhat resistant to cold thanks to her senju physique that started adapting to the environment straight away, but the second she activated sage mode, she felt no discomfort due to the cold whatsoever. Standing in Konoha forests and standing in this freezing land was no different for her. Speaking of which, Ray teasingly started, but Conan quickly cut him short. Two. She playfully poked his cheek with her pointing finger. I am far too busy with setting up the routes for the Yuzushio trading company to play builder with you, she said in a sincere tone, but her eyes gleamed with unveiled amusement at the situation. Ray could only sniff in distaste. In the end, I was abandoned. A peaceful silence spread between the two as they watched the hive of clones tirelessly work. It was only 10 minutes later, Ray decided to break the silence as he remembered. Speaking about Tsunade and May, how is that plan going along? A slight vicious light flashed through Conan's eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving only a pleasant smile on her face. Tsunade is really invested in that. Unfortunately for her, as much as she would want it, she can't go and do the talks with Hokage. If not her appearance, manner of speech, voice, habits, her gestures could reveal her. Conan let out an annoyed sigh, so we decided it would be me who will go negotiate with Konoha. It shouldn't be hard, the air in there is currently quite explosive. Ouch. Ray chuckled, now knowing the poor saps fell for their plan. In the end, the trust between them was only so much. He shrugged and without a warning, spun on his heel while lifting the body of Conan, who yelped from surprise, and putting her on his shoulder before creating a portal to his room in his dimension. Since he will be away in Konoha for a bit, I think a few days spent together are in order. Nobody saw Ray nor Conan for the following week. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Trouble Brewing. What did you do? Hiruzen asked, puffing on his pipe while half-glaring at Danzo who stoically stood in front of his desk. I have no idea what you are talking about, Hiruzen. Danzo answered, his eyes showing confusion while his expression was as if set in stone. Partially, he was telling the truth. Danzo simply did so many things that he really had no idea what exactly Hiruzen meant. How the heck did he even discover anything suspicious? Danzo thought while internally frowning. He spent the majority of his time covering the track, so this entire meeting was highly unusual and a very surprising thing to happen. What am I talking about? Hiruzen almost quietly asked, his rage flashing through his eyes. This was something Danzo got to see only very rarely. The expression full of anger filled with the promise of pain. Oh. He thought warily, but he really had no idea what Hiruzen meant. Yes. Tell me, please. He added to show some measure of respect. An enraged monkey was very hard to deal with, after all. Hiruzen's expression twisted, but he barely kept calm, just throwing a letter at Danzo who caught it with almost practiced ease. Read. Danzo furrowed his brows at the pissed tone of his longtime friend and started reading the letter. The more he read, the more his always expressionless poker face came closer to breaking from the sheer shock he was feeling. But before Danzo could voice out any of his doubts, Hiruzen started speaking. How about explaining why Root is still in function? I remember very well that years ago I gave the order to disband it, Danzo. Silence descended on the office as the air between Danzo and Hiruzen turned chilly, both staring at the other with unflinching determination and a powerful show of wills. What was really surprising, though, was the result. Hiruzen slightly lowered his head, not enough for it to be taken as defeat or, sage forbids, submission, only enough to show how tired he was at having to wipe Danzo's ass. I am not angry because Root is still operating. Hiruzen wearily sighed as he started talking in an old and tired tone. That was given the second you tried to assassinate me after the death of 4th Hokage on my way to the Fire Daimyo to reintroduce myself as the new temporary Hokage. I never did that. You must be Mr. Danzo started, but Hiruzen just dismissively waved him off with his free hand, not even bothering to acknowledge the excuse. No, Danzo. What I am really angry at you for is the blatant stupidity showcased here. Hiruzen's voice started to slowly but surely get stronger. If you want to lead a freaking secret organization with no ties to Konoha, do not teach your emotionless drones to introduce themselves as roots of Konoha during their supposedly secret missions, for fuck's sake. By the end, Hiruzen was standing on his feet, clasping on his chest while breathing hard from yelling at Danzo. Danzo, however, just simply grimaced, knowing the cat was out of the bag. Not because of the letter. Not because the Hokage knew. But because this situation did not give any sense whatsoever for Danzo, and the old monkey was his best bet to make at least some sense out of it. Oh, he didn't want to. How he didn't want to speak with Hiruzen openly about Root. Danzo was not an idiot and knew this probably would be used by Hiruzen later down the line to majestically screw him over, but Konoha now faced a serious threat, so the cards had to be put on the table. Root didn't do it. Danzo said impassively, letting his face relax into a wide scowl. It was an open secret among the members of Hiruzen's genin team that while Danzo had an impressive poker face that simply could not be seen through, the second the man relaxed his facial muscles, his act was utterly incapable of masking what he really thought. This was a big part of the reason why Danzo always wore his grim look. Which was why Hiruzen believed every word coming out of Danzo's mouth the second he saw his confused and enraged scowl. I have no memory of allowing such a mission. Danzo was the head of Root. That simply meant he was the one who handed out missions to his ninjas, and he knew one thing for sure. He did not send even one of his ninjas to the land of snow in decades. Hence. The report is bullshit, you want to say. Hiruzen flopped back down into his chair, not knowing what to think anymore. First, a few days ago he received a report that there was an attempt at revolt in the land of snow. This didn't mean much at the first glance, but since then, he always had some pretentious noble from the capital visiting Konoha in the guise of the treaties between the village and the daimyo slightly changing in the favor of the daimyo. Honestly, Hiruzen was too old and tired to care about these small things. Who cared if ninjas were not allowed to step into the daimyo palace without an escort from the daimyo's ninja guards? Who cared if they had to report their presence in the capital to a special secret samurai guardsman? Konoha was not revolting anytime soon, plus missions in the capital were almost as rare as SS-rank ninjas, so these restrictions had basically no effect on the village at all. Still, it was very time-consuming and tiring to have talks with nobles, even if they were about unimportant things that would simply reassure daimyo about their loyalty. Hiruzen thought that was the end of the Land of Snow fiasco, but he was clearly wrong. After the daimyo of the Land of Snow won against the rebels, which didn't take even a day, an impressive feat in Hiruzen's opinion, Yukigekure simply gave up 2 days later. Well, nobody could blame them, really. The really important people of the village were killed in the revolt, and what was left was not strong enough to even be called a village. They should be happy the daimyo didn't outright disband the village for how weak it was. And therein laid the current problem. The letter, which was still tightly clutched in Danzo's angry grip just as he started speaking. Yes. I have never sent my ninjas so far north and nobody trained by me would act like an idiot. Announcing where they come from. That doesn't matter. Hiruzen gritted out. Danzo was pushed too far too suddenly and Hiruzen couldn't believe this made his friend blind to the real matter at hand. The most important thing is that Root's existence was revealed. This is an official complaint letter from the daimyo of the Land of Snow on behalf of Yukigekure for the actions of Konoha's secret Root division. Danzo suddenly grew pale. Meaning the dignitaries of other countries will have free access to it. He muttered almost wordlessly, causing Hiruzen to stiffly nod. Root was an incredible concept but it only worked if they were totally secret even from the higher-ups of Konoha. Over the years, the organization did various things and caused mayhem in too many places. The only saving grace was nobody knew they belonged to Konoha. Oh, people suspected but that was it. Suspicion was at the end of the day just suspicion. The second evidence starts coming about Root being Konoha's division though, all the families of the victims of assassinations. Danzo could almost see the map of the elemental nations getting painted in the colors of Konoha enemies. After all, every eyewitness that caught even a glance of the blank white mask with the words Root on it, now knew to blame Konoha for it. Kidnapping a member of the Yukimi clan from the village and having over 100 eyewitnesses to the said red-haired female agent's introduction as somebody belonging to Root. Hiruzen continued, it honestly would not matter and we could just dismiss it as lies. The daimyo of the Land of Snow would have no leverage, if only the Bairi company didn't join the fray and confirm his claims to be truthful. The same Bairi company that holds incredibly high relations with many daimyos, important nobles, and wealthy merchants. The same Bairi company that is one of the richest in the world. The same Bairi company that was totally impartial and has the best reputation there is. The same Bairi company we desperately need if we want to recover after the Kyuubi attack in a reasonable time frame. Danzo finished it for Hiruzen. This was the main problem. The daimyo of the Land of Snow somehow managed to convince the Bairi company to support his claims. Frankly, Hiruzen didn't think this was hard. It was a well-known fact that Bairi and Snow Corporation never clashed and their relationship was very cordial. The men stared at each other silently before Hiruzen decided to act like a Hokage for a moment. I want you to disband Root. This time for real, Danzo. He started in a commanding tone, I let it go on for far too long. Its presence became detrimental for the village. A week later, an emissary of the Bairi company will arrive in Konoha in order to negotiate the reparations for the acts of Root in their lands. We both know it doesn't matter if it was your ninja or not or even if the accusation is actually real. There is simply too much political power being thrown around and too little time to prove ourselves innocent. Hiruzen sadly shook his head, ending his speech. Konoha needed the goods of the Bairi company, and the Fire Daimyo was far too friendly to their representative in the capital of the Land of Fire to ignore the company. The best Hiruzen could do was to go headfirst into this already lost negotiation with their emissary and try to reduce any sort of payment they would ask for while keeping their relationship on a good basis. Hearing Hiruzen's order, Danzo just turned on his heel and silently left the office, silently swearing to find out who played him for a fool. Without the support of so many daimyo, Konoha could just throw around its weight and past achievement but now. Damn it all to hell. So many years of my effort wasted in a blink of an eye. The second Danzo closed the door behind himself, a man appeared from the shadow of Hokage's chair. Will he really do it? Disband the Root. Hiruzen could only exasperatedly yet tiredly shake his head. If only, Reito-kun, if only. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Visit to Konoha. Welcome in Konoha, Miss Kona. Hiruzen greeted the representative of Bairi, a pale-skinned woman with shoulder-long blue hair, clad in an azure kimono as her discerning and sharp amber eyes glanced right and left from person to person, measuring them. Hiruzen's stomach sank at the sight. He never expected that negotiator would be the previous president of the Bairi company. Konan, or as she was known by her alias, Nakona, came to Konoha to negotiate the reimbursement Yukigekure would receive for the attempt to kidnap a member of the Yukimi clan, the founding clan of Yukigekure, and a blatant attack on the village, which was actually a breach of the peace treaty signed after the Third Ninja War between all the ninja villages. Most villages in one form or another broke the treaty, but the important thing was to keep it all hush-hush. If it came to the light and was important enough, a situation like this could easily happen. Konan couldn't help but grit her teeth hard in order to prevent herself from mockingly grinning like a loon, and she was still unable to wipe the smile from her face completely. The most she managed was to keep her lips set in a small gentle smile. Normally, an accusation such as this would mean shit and would be completely ignored. Normally, Konan would be laughed off with some crap-like excuse from the Hokage and that would be it, but Rei really had a good idea with making Bairi the picture of neutrality and making connections with every important daimyo family there is. One word from us and suddenly, This became the talk of the year. Better yet, nobody can accuse us of siding with Yukigekure, much less being the one who orchestrated all of this. I mean, what could possibly be our reason to do so, right? Konan mirthfully thought while exchanging pleasantries with Hokage and his council. The Bairi company was simply too important to ignore, and so this entire thing was blown out of proportion so fast, Konoha had no time to counterattack. A mere dispute between Konoha and Yukigekure became something every country closely watched. This was the closest the countries got to the start of the Fourth Ninja War since the Third ended. Konoha was weakened beyond belief after the Kyubi attack, and only the peace treaty and Hiruzen's swift orders to strengthen the borders prevented the war from breaking out again right after that incident. God knows Kumo certainly wanted to jump at Konoha at the earliest opportunity. And now, who would have thought Konoha would have the guts to blatantly break the peace treaty when the piece of paper was half the reason why Kumo and Iwa sat tight in their villages instead of marching to Konoha and razing it to the ground out of sheer spite. The reason why Konan found this situation so hilarious was that she knew Konoha was completely innocent in the matter. After all, it was her who took Yuriko away from Yukigekure, and Yuriko was in no way a happy citizen as it was portrayed in the complaint. The supposed root ninja was just Mei in disguise, and yet Konoha was unable to say anything in their defense because of the division in the village. Heck, most Jonin doesn't even know that root existed. Danzo can say his root didn't do it all he wanted, but Hiruzen has no idea what root actually does. He knows nothing about their missions, and Danzo's assurances were, quite literally, worthless in this situation. Even if Danzo let the ANBU search through root headquarters and gave all documentation to Hokage, which he would never do, it would not help because a simple, "you must be hiding the documents" or "you already destroyed them" would suffice to completely shut him up. There was simply no proof Root didn't do it, and at this point, it didn't even matter if Root actually was responsible. Konoha had to grit their teeth and pay up to prevent a war they were in no shape to fight. I must say, I am very grateful to the Bairi company for stepping in and preventing a war from breaking out because of this incident, Miss Kona. Hiruzen amiably said, gesturing at a pre-prepared chair for Konan. Kana chuckled, unable to keep it in. The man was actually thanking her. No. War would simply postpone too many of our projects, so we decided to step in and use our influence to resolve this dispute between Konoha and Yukigekure. Konan answered while shaking her head as she sat down on the luxurious chair. Any Konoha ninja would know Konan was somebody important the second he got to know she received a chair in front of the council. In order to show their importance, anyone answering to the council was left standing in front of them. Well, then, gentlemen. Konan took the lead in the discussion. She crossed her legs and put her hands on her knees while leaning her body slightly forward as her amber eyes gleamed in excitement. Shall we begin the negotiation? Konan naturally didn't come to Konoha alone. She was supposed to be an important person, and that meant a bunch of bodyguards and attendants. These people were currently housed at the best hotel in the village, finally resting after a long trip. It was already evening when they arrived in Konoha, and they knew they would probably stay a few days in the village until the negotiations were over. Moreover, tomorrow, Konan will most likely assign them some kind of work, so they wanted to enjoy their free time to the fullest while they could. Only one of Konan's tagalongs did not share this mindset. Ringo sneaked out of her room, clad in black clothes, heading to fulfill her own mission, while Konan provided a distraction by requesting the council to gather despite it being practically already a night. Hey, everybody is so focused on these negotiations, even the patrols are lighter than what they normally should be. Ringo thought as she slipped past two Chunins hidden on a rooftop, watching the still busy street. She basically stood only a few meters away from them, but Ringo was not one of the best Kiri assassins for nothing. The Chunins had no idea she was ever there. Correction. Konoha is just incompetent. Continuing through the empty back alleys and occasionally using rooftops to get to her target, Ringo finally landed in a crouch on the rooftop next to the orphanage. Staying hidden for an entire hour as she observed the surroundings. Done with observation, her eyes darted to the right, towards an old house opposite the orphanage, while narrowing the first set of guards. She spotted the ninjas occasionally taking a peek through the window. Ringo clicked her tongue as she looked to the left where a restaurant was located. Two watching from there. These two were actually very well hidden, and only their unnatural interest in the orphanage gave them away. And if my chakra sensing is true, 3 more are hidden inside the orphanage. Damn, this is pain. Ringo quietly complained to herself as her body started to move again. While she was observing the situation, a clone of hers disguised herself with makeup and found a spot close by the 2 observers in the restaurant. Getting a signal from the original, it quickly used an invisible chakra string to trip a nearby waitress, causing her to spill the contents of her tray right onto the disguised ninjas. Needless to say, both of the observers quickly stopped paying attention to the orphanage when their hair was full of sticky noodles. The 2 in the restaurant solved, only the 2 in the house opposite the orphanage became a problem. Well, not really. They only looked out of the window occasionally, unlike the 2 in the restaurant who stared at the building almost religiously. Ringo simply sneaked inside the orphanage right after the ninja behind the window turned around. And I only have to avoid the 3 nuisances inside. She thought as she silently walked through the dark hall. By now, it was way past curfew and the children were already asleep while the workers could be heard talking in the kitchen, the only lit room in the whole building. Ringo simply silently ran like a shadow around the open door to the kitchen, heading towards the room with the younger kids. Finally getting to the door behind which her target slept, she could feel 3 adult presences inside. Suddenly, Ringo's smile widened into a predatory grin when one of them felt somehow emotionless. Hey, let's see how this will work. Crane, a member of Konoha ANBU, was watching the young 2-year-old Jinchuriki sleeping after yet another day of being rejected by the kids and caretakers alike. It was a bit of a bother to stay silently put in the corner and observe the kid. Really, for 2 years nobody even came close to threaten his life, and yet, he and Bear had to watch him. Maybe it's time to finally resign from ANBU. Crane contemplated, knowing well he took this mission upon himself because he was as lazy as any Nara. After all, 2 years of peace in ANBU. He basically exploited the situation to make his career skyrocket. And suddenly his eyes were attracted to a closet inside the room where a small amount of lightning crackled. Crane's eyes widened as he realized, shit. We are not alone. Before he could even attempt to sign his companion, Bear, to be silent, a man wearing a mask with root on the forehead ran out of the closet and in one move jumped outside through the window. The 2 Konoha ANBU watched dumbfounded for a second before their brains rebooted and both promptly gave chase. Ringo stepped into the room through the door, amusedly watching both guards running after the root operative. Honestly, she thought one would stay behind to watch the kid but she was apparently wrong. Well, an easier job for me, I guess. She shrugged and approached the sleeping blonde kid. Putting her pointing finger on his forehead, Ringo flared her chakra into her hand, activating the seal put there by Rei before she left Yuzushio. She watched as the kanji from the seal slithered down her hand onto the kid's forehead where they set themselves in a circle before promptly disappearing under his skin. Rei said he has no idea what to expect from this kid, Ringo whispered to the sleeping boy, but I hope, for your own sake, you won't end up like me. Brainwashed and willing to sacrifice yourself for ungrateful ingrates who couldn't be bothered to throw you away on the first opportunity after you lose your usefulness. I guess, only time will tell. Ringo turned around and silently left. The rest was not her problem. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Afternoon with Pakura. Rei and Pakura were having a picnic on a grassy hill near the Yuzushio village, both somewhat awkwardly pondering how to start a light-hearted conversation. Damn, Rei chuckled, this is harder than I thought. I think this is actually the first time we are truly alone. Pakura worked as Rei's Jonin commander which currently, while the village was not yet built, meant she temporarily took the role of his secretary. The problem between them became quickly apparent. Despite Pakura's obvious affection towards Rei, they were both used to being professional towards each other so now that they were alone, it was hard to have a casual talk. It was actually Conan who was responsible for the current situation. Pakura got surprisingly along well with the resident brunette who was also of the strict and no-nonsense type during work. Their similar personality and approach towards work made the 2 girls close considering they both worked together on many projects. And since Conan was the best at psychology out of Rei's girls, she quickly noticed Pakura's feelings. Well, at least, she did so sooner than others. Noticing it didn't require any psychoanalytical skills, really. Pakura sucked at hiding her feelings in every meeting that didn't pertain to her job so once she started spending some time with Rei and his girls during her free time, the cat was out of the bag pretty fast. It was only a half-year later after Pakura's arrival when Conan noted Rei started to notice Pakura more. At first, it was just a few additional glances but the 2 were clearly being drawn to each other. And yet, Rei refused to make any advances despite all 4 of his girls giving him their blessing. After all, even now, he was run ragged by his projects whether in sealing or in the village creation, and on top of that, he had to find time for all 4 of his girls. Well, Rei was not complaining. Work could go stuff itself. For Rei, his girls were his priority but still, time was precious, and getting involved with yet another woman. Rei didn't really think he had time for that. As such, 2 days before she left for Konoha, Conan took the situation into her own hands, and somehow, here they were. Rei and Pakura were ordered to go on a picnic date with a no-nonsense, I dare you to disobey, kind of tone. If it works, if not, at least you know where you stand with each other. She said, Rei thought as he side-glanced at the fidgeting woman sitting next to him. Whatever. How is training Maki going? Rei started. He really had no idea what else than their work to talk about with Pakura. With his girls, it was just so easy as they always had a common topic but now. Pakura furrowed her brows, not expecting such a question, and her mind slightly panicked as she hurried to create a coherent answer, it is fine. She said unsurely, making Rei chuckle which only made Pakura fidget nervously even more. Seeing her state, Rei decided to help her out a bit. He knew Pakura had no time to spend on interaction with males and he had more experience from dates with his girls, so. Ray put his hand on hers, squeezing it slightly in the reassuring manner, and when Pakura's face snapped in his direction adorning a stunned expression, Ray just gently smiled at her. It was not an easy feat since he was quite nervous, but he was a ninja and acting was a fundamental skill of his profession. Thankfully, Pakura considerably relaxed after seeing Ray's calm smile and shuffled a bit closer to Ray. The duo started to snack on the sandwiches while looking at the sunset painting the Yuzushio orange in pleasant silence, their hands still connecting. So. This time it was Pakura who started speaking. She sheepishly avoided Ray's eyes. This is actually the first time I am on a date with anybody. Silence again descended on the duo, making the time awkwardly drag on until Ray decided to. Nay, Pakura. He hummed, getting her attention. Let's just act like usual, okay? Fine. Pakura chuckled and amusedly shook her head, to think Conan would forbid us from discussing anything work-related. Yeah, I don't think that will work for us. Right. It's actually my fault. She sighed, but her eyes stared into the distance in a nostalgic way. I have nothing but Maki in my work. From an early age, I was led to work hard for my village. Pakura, get stronger. Pakura, our village needs you. Pakura, you have to support the village. Pakura, you're Kekiai Genkai. Her lips twisted into a distasteful mocking smile. I had never time to have a normal life. Even Maki was literally thrown into my arms with orders to train her to the best of my ability because she showed a promise. It wasn't even my own decision to take her in as my apprentice. She sadly muttered. And now, work is the only thing you know and love, Maki, as if she was your own. Ray amusedly hummed in acknowledgement while putting his arm around her shoulder and pulling her closer to him. We all found it a bit strange that you don't have even one hobby or interest. You just spend all your time on your duties as my Jonin commander. I am actually very happy about getting the position, you know. It consumes just enough time that between training Maki and focusing on my duties, I don't have time to think about the betrayal of Sunagakure. You know, at some point, it will come out that you are alive. You will have to face it one day. Ray gently reminded her, but to his surprise, Pakura just took a refreshing breath and brightly smiled in a way as if a burden fell from her chest. That will not be a problem. She assuredly stated. As long as I have Conan backing me up, nothing is impossible. I am sure she would be able to persuade the Sunagakure higher-ups I am dead even if I stood in front of the council itself. All she would need was their documentation of my apparent death. She snickered. After seeing Conan's mind at work in political manipulations, Pakura really pitted any village trying to make problems for Ray's lands through diplomacy. Cheers to that, Ray smirked and reached into the basket, pulling out 2 bottles of water before handing one to Pakura. Honestly, just as Tsunade is scary good at the economy, Conan's niche is politics. That's actually why she was sent to Konoha for the negotiation instead of Tsunade going herself, among other reasons. Speaking of which, Pakura's eyes gleamed in interest made of schadenfreude as she excitedly turned her body towards Ray. I heard you got news from her yesterday. How does the negotiation with Konoha go? The second it was decided the emissary will be Conan, it was an established fact that Konoha is fucked. What remained to be seen, however, was what mood Conan will be in during the negotiations. Mei and Tsunade even bet on how much Conan would make Konoha suffer. Needless to say, Tsunade lost the bet. Her guess was too small. Ray quipped. The negotiations are almost wrapped up after these 2 weeks. They only discuss some minor unimportant things now, so Conan will be returning quite soon. According to Conan, it was quite dramatic. In the end, she only managed to secure a reparation payment of 1 billion ryo. He nonchalantly said with a shrug. Hearing the sum, Pakura actually spat out the water she recently drank and started coughing while hitting her chest to calm down from the shock Ray gave her. Can you repeat that? She asked almost hysterically after she finally found herself in a condition good enough to talk again. You heard me correctly. Ray smugly smirked. We both know that Conan is a miracle worker, all right. But how? 1. Such a sum is no small matter for a village. That kind of. Pakura couldn't help but feel flabbergasted. Conan promised to give Konoha a 50% discount on the products of the Bairi company for the duration of their debt. Considering they were given 10 years to pay the reparations. I see, Pakura grimaced, now understanding why Konoha was fine with accepting such an exorbitant price. It wouldn't be impossible to actually profit if they took advantage of it. Buy in bulk and then resell. Ray simply snorted. Do you really think Conan of all people would let Konoha screw with her? Oh, I am sure the Konoha Council and Hokage think they are smart, but I know Conan. She already sent a proposal to ration the goods sent to Konoha with her report. This discount given to them doesn't work for Konoha. Instead, it is only for goods sold on Konoha's territory, meaning if Konoha decided to buy elsewhere, they will have to pay full price. So Conan wants Tsunade to cut the number of goods sent to the Konoha territory by 50%. Pakura inquired. It seemed logical to her. This way, there won't be any loss, only an abundant profit, but Ray quickly put that notion to a sudden stop when he amusedly shook his head. She will cut the supply by 3/4. Ray gleefully stated, and Pakura shuddered when she realized the implications. Oh. Konoha is so fucked. They will actually have to buy from elsewhere for full price at this rate. They sure are. They thought they would be able to waive the contract in front of our company and demand goods at a dirt cheap price, and Conan is using exactly that arrogance. Sure, the contract does state we will have to sell our goods at half the price on Konoha's territory, but there is nowhere written we are obliged to deliver as many goods as Konoha desires. And without being able to resell our goods, Konoha won't be able to make the money to pay for the reparations, hence they will have to use what they have safely deposited in their coffers. That is actually a very insidious scheme. Damn, Conan is ruthless. Using only a single hole in the contract to make Konoha pay almost 2 times their annual income. Pakura leaned closer to Ray, her eyes sparkling in glee. Ray blinked and his eyes slightly widened. It was only now he realized they somehow got too close during their heated talk about the negotiations. Pakura's face was basically just a few inches away from his and her body was pressing itself into his side. Ray, seeing their position, made his mind. Here we go. Let's make it count. Leaning forward, he kissed the startled girl. Needless to say, the remainder of their date was spent in silence as the two enjoyed each other's lips, their conversation about work long forgotten. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Consequences of the Negotiation. Days slowly passed and Conan returned, almost glowing with happiness. The monetary payment was but one single thing among many she managed to negotiate, and honestly, Conan thought this was the performance of her career. To name a few results. Konoha's ninjas were forbidden to enter the Land of Snow. If even one ninja belonging to Konoha was found within the territory of the Land of Snow, it would instantly become a matter between daimyos of Snow and Fire, and the Bari company would take the side of the daimyo of Snow. And with it, the other countries. The Hokage would disband the root organization for good. Well. Ray didn't put much faith in Hiruzen of all people, as he was almost sure Danzo would just screw with him anyway and keep Root active out of the sight, but officially Root was supposed to not exist anymore. The best part, however, was that all villages and countries now knew Root is disbanded, which basically meant that if even a single Root agent was caught and confirmed to belong to that organization from hence on, Konoha would be shit out of luck with their own daimyo due to the diplomatic shitstorm it would cause. Sometimes, diplomatic pressure can be much more devastating than brute force. At least, Danzo would have to be more discreet and careful in his operations from now on, and as such, nothing would go as smoothly or quickly for him as it was up till now. And since the massively overpriced payment was mainly compensation to the Land of Snow and the Yukimi clan, Konoha naturally had to compensate Yukigekure too, since they were the main victim whose founding clan was kidnapped. Conan complained for days about how much nitpicking went into it. She knew exactly which techniques she had to ask for, and by the end of the negotiation, copies of at least 100 D and C ranked techniques were handed out into her hands to be given to Yukigekure. Within those, there were even some high-ranking ones such as shadow clones. Sure, Tsunade brought the technique with her when she moved the Senju library into the mansion in Rei's dimension, but now that Konoha handed it over to Yukigekure, Rei can simply buy the technique from Yukigekure and nobody can say he stole it from Konoha when the ninjas of his future village use it. After all, shadow clones was a strictly regulated and safeguarded technique of Konoha, so having a foreign ninja using it would create some friction if there was no justifiable reason for how exactly it was possible. As for the low-ranked techniques, of course, they would get to Yukigekure only after Conan made copies. Needless to say, these were all techniques whose presence lacked in the Senju library. They would surely be useful for someone after being put in the library of the new village. Honestly, tricking Konoha with the discount for the Bari goods was just icing on the cake. Not a week passed after Conan returned when she received a missive from Hokage, requesting a bigger supply of goods in the Bari shops located in Konoha. Reading it, Conan simply blew a raspberry and with joyous laughter cut the supply by an additional 10%. Even after the Kyubi incident, losing a lot of lives and having a part of the village completely demolished, Konoha was still considered the strongest, and while there were attempts to usurp this place, they failed. Nobody could have guessed it would be a simple reimbursement and greed that would actually make Konoha fall from their grace. Paying double their annual income in 10 years' time frame, the budget for Konoha grew even tighter than it was before, and many of the rebuilding projects slowed to crawl. The richest village was officially having financial problems, and for the first time since its creation, the Fire Daimyo had to send monetary support to Konoha apart from the standard funding. The higher-ups of Konoha became the laughingstock of the decade, while the name of Nakona became the equivalent of a devil who dethroned Konoha from its position of strongest via giving them a discount. Conan's alias sent shudders through the leaders of various countries and hidden villages even more than Madara's name. After all, no matter how scary the legend Madara left behind was, Conan could make their life very unpleasant for a very long time very fast with a bright innocent smile. After Conan's return, she was especially glad that Pakura and Rei became a lot closer, even though it made her disgruntled that the thing that bonded them was their work in the village. Here she put so much effort into making them not talk or even think about work, and they dared to completely ignore her. The worst part, she could not even call Rei a workaholic because he just made sure to spend most of his time with her or her sisters despite his heavy workload. It was as infuriating as it was flattering, really. Tsunade, on the other hand, complained about Conan's negotiation in Konoha because the fire daimyo was writing one complaint after another. At first, the guy was full of giddiness when he heard about the discount Konoha would be receiving. After all, the Bairi didn't just deal with seals for ninjas. They had various luxury goods, electrical appliances, gadgets that made life easier. Nobles and daimyos simply loved having them, and the fire daimyo most likely already saw himself with his new and cheaply acquired goods. But then, the supply to Konoha was cut and one very happy daimyo became a very angry and unhappy camper. He literally camped his own desk in his office and spent his time writing letters to Tsunade, who was the current head of the Bairi company under her alias. Needless to say, Tsunade was flabbergasted and exasperated, not knowing what to do. The Senju clan always had good relations with the royal family of the Land of Fire. There was a lot going on behind the scenes between the two, and it had a lot of importance, but on the other hand, the fire daimyo had no idea that the head of the Bairi was a Senju. Plus, weakening Konoha, as distasteful as it sounded in her mind, was a good step for keeping the world balanced. Somehow, the second Konoha lost its place as the strongest hidden village. The other villages didn't descend into a frenzy and try to attack them. No, the other Kages actually seemed content with the situation and just sat tight on their asses, focusing on developing the economy of their own villages. Heck, nobody was even arming up as the purchases of weapons dropped by 5% despite them being ninja villages. In the end, the fire daimyo had to just suck it up, and because Tsunade refused to budge. Chapter 174, Chapter 174. The Village Hidden. Months slowly passed, and soon it was 2 years after the incident written into the history of the elemental nations as the biggest fuck-up of Konoha. Exactly as Rei predicted, Konoha's sudden drop in momentum and their loss of the title of the strongest slowly started yet another subtle power struggle among the Kyumo and IWA, the only villages strong enough to claim such a title. It was nothing concerning and far from a conflict capable of escalating, but thanks to it, Rei finally launched Project UTC. Yuzushio Trading Company appeared in the world and climbed to the heights of top-class companies of elemental nations in less than a month after it started to supply various never-before-seen goods on the market completely unobstructed, since all who could and would make it harder for them were supremely busy with their own problems. The two most likely countries to block them, Earth and Lightning, were locked in a silent childish flexing contest. Konoha and the Land of Fire had a lot of problems with hashing out their economical situation to meddle and could only silently gape like fish when they heard about the re-emergence of their long-thought-to-be-extinct ally. Kazekage was currently too busy with a ridiculous glaring match with the daimyo of wind and was quite spectacularly losing. The Land of Water was quiet. Too quiet, and Rei knew what that meant. In the past year, things started to look quite bad for the bloodline users. It was still in the state of quiet before the storm, but from the current tension, Rei was sure the initial massacres will begin soon enough. But that was completely fine now. That was the whole point of pushing his other unimportant projects to the side and finishing the village. Now that the UTC and ever-loyal Uzumaki clan were up and around on their own independent feet and his village was finished, the only thing that remained was to wait for the shitstorm to start and reap the rewards. After all, why bother putting in the effort and years to train ninjas from scratch when the Kirigakure would so sincerely push their own bloodline clans away? The only way the situation could be better would be if they actually really gift-wrapped them, but other than that, it was damn perfect. There was very little the desperate clans with the threat of extinction looming over their heads wouldn't do to survive. Rei laid on the sofa in his new mansion on the hill overlooking his newly built village, the same hill from which he and Conan observed his clones at work just a few years prior. Building the village was honestly a major pain in the ass he will certainly avoid doing in the future. It couldn't be done in phases, as what Rei had in mind required him to imbue seals into the land before the building process even started, then also imbue seals into the buildings as they were being built, and at the end, cover the walls of the buildings when they were finished. Only after all of that could Rei add the finishing touches, something he did only yesterday, and add a wide-scale sensory barrier around the whole village. Honestly, even with the overwhelming force of the free, cloned, menial labor, there were simply so many details in the process that it took literally ages to finish. On the brighter side, now that the seals were set up, Rei's control over the village was incredible. He was especially proud of its warmth and cozy atmosphere despite being in the northernmost part of the known world. With the seals, Rei could effectively control the weather around the village on his whim. That also helped with setting up numerous training grounds with various different environments that were graded on the difficulty of surviving in them. But no matter how Rei tried, the harshest place was still the one where the natural environment was preserved. It was just so frigging cold not even Jonins would dare to do a survival test there. Suddenly, a soft groan resounded through the room and Rei looked at the waking mop of green hair on his chest with a fond smile. He and Pakura really bonded over their common efforts for establishing the village in the past 2 years. Well, figures two people would find a way towards each other when spending most of their time together. Wazi up. Pakura sleepily drawled, still half asleep, rubbing her face on Rei's shirt. You fell asleep when we were going through the finishing touches on the sensory sealing barrier. Rei informed the woman while subconsciously stroking her hair, which almost caused her to purr. It took a few head pats and a cup of coffee to get Pakura's brain up and running again, and soon, the two people found themselves cuddling on the comfortable sofa while staring at the village through a massive one-way seals-made window in the study of Rei's mansion. We created an amazing place, Pakura said, seeping into her tone as she watched the numerous tall towers almost mockingly reaching the heavens, surrounded by houses. That we did. Rei's lips widened into a mysterious smile that always made Pakura pout, knowing he was not telling her everything. Good thing she was focused on the village as she leaned her back on his chest so she didn't see it. They might have worked together for years, he might have to admit he was fond of his green-haired secretary, and his girls definitely liked Pakura, but there was no way Rei would tell her all of his secrets until she was bonded to him. Honestly, there was nothing hidden about having tall towers in his new hidden village, and Rei knew Pakura had more than one complaint about them, but he never listened, always just shrugging her off with a knowing and infuriating smile. Rei needed these towers, and he figured if anybody was capable of firstly, venturing into these inhospitable cold parts on the edge of the world, and secondly, seeing through the illusionary sealing barrier covering the whole village, then towers or not, there was not really much that would hide the village from such a person. Well, he could have built his village in the spacious system of the underground cavern located in the nearby mountains, but Rei didn't want his people living in caves of all places. No matter how majestic of a city he would be able to carve in there. The purpose of the towers was simple. They, alongside the houses and the streets, were a part of a massive sealing formation that focused on converting nature energy into electricity, making the whole village have an inexhaustible source of energy all year long without the need for power plants. The best part, unless one was better than the Uzumaki seal grandmasters, there was no way to sabotage the sealing formation. It was not like the formation could only produce electricity either. It literally powered up the seals all over the village, whether they were the weather control seals, sensory barrier seals, anti-spying seals based on intentions, gravity seals put over certain training grounds. Simply, the whole village was an amalgamation of seals, and they needed a power source, so why not use something like nature energy that is ever present in the world? For that, the placement of every house, street, and tower in the center of the village was carefully thought of, and seals were placed in the foundation of these buildings, making various pathways through the whole village, in order to make the sealing formation with the sole purpose of energy production and management. Without it, Rei was afraid the place would most likely already be a smoldering piece of lava-filled crater, considering the tens of thousands of seals working at once. There was simply something bound to go wrong, blowing the entire village up. Good thing too, that Rei knew enough about seals to prevent such an amateurish mistake as overcharging the seals from reducing his future village to a pile of rubble. If you can't manage something, simply make it automatic. Speaking of which, you never told me how are you going to name the village? Pakura quipped in an inquisitive tone, but Rei simply chuckled. He honestly never thought about it. Let's go with something simple, shall we? Considering we are on the opposite side of the mountain range than Yukigekure, and we will certainly want our name to be known, but we also do not want people figuring our whereabouts from it. Rei hummed thoughtfully before a mischievous glint passed through his eyes and his lips stretched into a grin as he stared at his village through the window. We shall be known as the village hidden on the other side. Chapter 175, Chapter 175. First Council Meeting. I hereby announce the beginning of the very first council meeting of our other village. Rei quipped, finding humor in making it sound so unimportant it was almost casual. Not that it would be anything, but since this supposed first council meeting was happening in the kitchen of Rei's mansion while his group ate breakfast. It just so happened, he had every important person present, so why not? On Rei's right side sat Konan, clad in light blue kimono, sleepily munching on a sandwich. She, during these last 2 years, shed every responsibility of hers to the Bairi firm and handpicked plus trained people to take care of them. Right now, she was completely free, and so one nice sunny day a few days ago, she kicked Pakura from her post of Rei's secretary and delegated herself to the position. There was really nothing anybody could do about it, really. Even Rei could only whistle and look away. Konan also acted as the head of the intelligence department with all the spying paper clones she had all over the elemental nations in the offices of important people. When the village became more populated, Konan was expected to pick some apprentices and teach them some of her self-made jutsu good for spycraft. On Rei's left side sat still a bit sullen Pakura, eating her own breakfast. After Konan took over her duties as Rei's secretary, it meant Pakura didn't spend that much time with Rei because of her work. That was a very enlightening experience for Pakura, as she found herself searching for various reasons to spend time with Rei. It was then Pakura really understood she loved Rei, since any excuse of the type, "we work together, it's only natural we have a good relationship," became a moot point. Since then, Pakura decided to move into Rei's mansion. Yet another thing Rei had no say in. Not that he didn't welcome Pakura with open arms though. Pakura was the jonin commander of the village, and now that she lost her duties as Rei's secretary and held only this position, she found herself with quite a lot of free time, and as such, she decided to spend it with Rei. Just like that, because Pakura had no idea how to spend time with somebody other than work and training, Pakura's training to become stronger began. Next to Konan was Kaya Uzumaki, who with droopy eyes supported her cheek with her hand, trying to fully wake up. Kaya was the head of the Uzumaki clan and the Sealing Corps. It was meant to be a temporary thing until they found an Uzumaki with royal blood, but Rei knew better. It was not like anybody protested her being the clan head either. Since Rei delegated her to the position, the members of the Uzumaki clan respected the decision of the men who saved them. Alas, in the past years, Kaya showed her competence and ability to lead the clan, becoming very popular among her clansmen. The second it became apparent Kaya's daughter Karen held one of the Uzumaki bloodline jutsus, the deal was sealed and Kaya suddenly found herself stuck in the position even if she didn't really want it that much. Yesterday, she came to talk with Rei about sales of a new seal, and it was very late when they finished, so she spent the night in the mansion. Rei could only sigh in exasperation and hope she would get married soon. After all, Kaya's home might be countries away, but for them, it was only a single portal away, so he clearly understood the meaning of her stay, not that he would take her up on her quiet invitation. He had enough problems with 4 horny girls who demanded his attention, and Pakura, who was slowly also starting to become one of them thanks to Konan's oh-so-helpful guidance. On Pakura's other side, sat Chizuru Kagaya, the head of the Kagaya clan and also the commander of the stealth forces, which was basically the ANBU of the village. What was she doing in Rei's mansion though? Well, Rei would also like to know. The Kagaya clan had an entire compound in the village, after all. Unlike what Rei imagined, Chizuru became Tsunade's training partner, and they liked to think of uses for Shikatsumiyaku, which more often than not made them forget the time, so Chizuru was prone to spend the night in one of the guest rooms. Next to Kaya was Mei, slowly munching on cereals, completely disinterested with whatever was going to be discussed. Fortunately for her, she was just an odd wheel in this meeting since she refused any position. Not like Rei would give the brat one unless she persuaded him she could be responsible. Honestly, he really had no idea how her canon counterpart could be the Mizukage. She was just so childish at times. Next to Chizuru, Tsunade was reading reports from the Bairi company. She was the head of the company as well as the head of the medic corps of the village. Next to Mei was Ringo, who refused any position despite being the first pick for the head of the stealth corps. She instead focused on her forging, and Rei had to admit, his village would be so overgeared it was funny. Every village had some kind of special weapons, but the supply was really low. That meant only up to 10 ninjas could be geared with those at any given time. But thanks to Ringo's new hobby, Rei could already see that his new village would have no such problem. Ringo was creating one amazing weapon after another, weaving seals into them with the help of the Sealing Corps. So far, the weapons she made that were only slightly worse than the 7 swords of Kirigakure already numbered in hundreds. Rei had no desire to force a position on her when she was basically making his new village overpowered just by focusing on her hobby. He only made it clear he expected her to train a few apprentices in her tracking and assassination techniques. After all, she still was the best tracker possibly in the whole world. On the other side of the table, Yujito and Maki were giggling while gossiping together, not paying any attention to the old folks. Usually, Mei was with them, but the girls already knew to leave Mei alone when she is upset. Yesterday, Mei planned to sneak into Rei's room, but the talks with Kaya took so long she fell asleep, so today she was supremely pissed despite showing neutral expression. No way was Maki nor Yujito going to talk to Mei before she approached them. They didn't want to end as Mei's stress-relieving punching bags in the name of training. No, thank you. Wait. Rei discreetly narrowed his eyes. I will have to get some allies of male gender into the leading positions. Being the sole male in council full of women. He shuddered, just realizing it as he gazed at the full gathering of his council members, feeling really outnumbered. Sadly for Rei, he already knew that with Konan being his secretary, the leading positions could be given only to people she approved of being worthy of his trust. It was just. I really lack male friends, don't I? Depressing thoughts struck Rei. The council meeting continued as everyone tried to wake up as they ate their breakfast. It was nothing grand. At best, they discussed the budget, which was really smooth since nobody had to argue. The village was packed with money due to the Bairi company and the Yuzushio trading company acting as cash cows for it. No way was Rei going to be dependent on the daimyo for funds. That was simply a recipe for a disaster later down the line. Another topic was promising kids from both the Uzumaki and Kagaya clan, and Pakura also mentioned that some of the kids of the 100+ Kiri Jonin, who fought under Ringo on the Nagori Isles, were already old enough to start their ninja training. For now, these matters were in their hands, but Rei already told Pakura to make a department under her that would take care of the new blood. No way was Rei, as the leader, going to take care of such things as putting together teams. As if he was going to waste the time of his jonins with teaching brats only to produce their subpar clones skill-wise. No. Rei already had a better system in mind, but sadly, it would be feasible only when the number of ninjas in his village increases. The meeting was finally ending a half hour after it started. Frankly, it could be over in 10, but they still ate during it and nobody really hurried. When Ray finally announced the council meeting is over, May spoke. I have a question. The second Ray heard her tone, his lips twitched, realizing her mood and what was most likely the reason for it. This was not the first time she failed to sneak into his room. Normally, she actually manages it but is kicked out by either Irritate Tsunade or Conan, since these two could be damn scary after a stressful day. Unfortunately for May, she was one of those who found it embarrassing to ask for a date or spending a night together. She preferred to appear uninvited, and while more often than not that resulted in a threesome when Ray already had promised to spend time with another girl, sometimes May was simply shit out of luck, and the next day she would have this cold poker face. Go on. Ray nodded, wondering what inane thing she came up with this time. Honestly, he really loved her for bringing laughter into his usually busy life. I would like to ask, now that we already have the village going, can't we go deal with the hideout of the Madara guy? May dropped the bomb, causing all to stop what they were doing and look at her in bewilderment, neither knowing where that came from. Seeing their expressions, May hurriedly continued, I mean, after we got the sample of the Sanbai's chakra, I know that Conan created a clone to follow that Obito guy before we left. I thought it would be stupid to fight a man who was once praised as one of the strongest two ninjas of the strongest generation, but now he would most likely already drop the bucket. No. Conan said he has thousands of these wooden human-like things growing there, so shouldn't we go and take care of that? Nobody makes an army without intention to use it, after all. Aha, here we go. Her usual bullshit. Ray brightly smiled. When she mentioned Madara, Ray had no idea what she wanted, but the second she spoke of those wooden things, he got it. Considering May was pissed and irritated, she probably just wanted to melt something, and thousands of Zetsus most likely seemed like an appropriate target. No, it's not like we didn't go and kill Madara because I didn't have enough confidence to do it. He was old and his body was frankly useless at that stage. The only real threat would be his eyes if he had them in his eye sockets. Ray rolled his eyes, remembering Madara's eyes were with Nagato. Speaking of which, he should probably account for Nagato in his plan. But Madara's plan is really beneficial for us, so sorry May, I can't let you relieve your frustration with his army. After all, we need him to declare war on all villages for my plan to succeed. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Plans Delayed. That's a good reform, just make sure to contain any protests. If you proceed with it exactly how we discussed, it should work spectacularly. Third Mizukage told Yugura Karatachi, the new fourth Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. Yugura was quite young, but third Mizukage figured there was not much his apprentice could fuck up with him as his supervisor. Mist desperately needed a new leader as he didn't win any favor with the clan heads for ignoring the rumors about how horrible their clans are. It was either give the hat to Yugura and work hard to help the clans or watch as they revolt. Yeah, that was not happening anytime soon if the third had any say in it. Thankfully, Yugura was smart and they started to make reforms that would help the clans and cleanse the false rumors among the common populace and the new civilian-born ninjas. Yes, the whole situation became somewhat convoluted to a degree it simply could not be ignored. At first, the third let it continue to curb-stomp the overinflated pride of the clans, but it grew so rapidly, he found himself in so much shite, it forced him to abdicate. His advisory duty done, the third excused himself and stepped outside of Yugura's office. Everything was going just fine. Sure, losing his position might have been a bit melancholic for him, but he could admit he was getting too old. Being an advisor to the new Mizukage was a lot more peaceful profession for his old age anyway. Humming, the third put his hands into his pockets and suddenly froze as he found a folded paper in one of them. Stopping, he took it out of his pocket and unfolded it, cursing under his nose. Expenses report for the new barracks. Shit, this is actually important. He muttered and resignedly turned around, heading back to the office of the new Mizukage. Stopping in front of the door to the office, he was about to knock when his hand halted just an inch away from the wood of the door and a frown appeared on his face when he heard an unknown voice coming from inside. The third Mizukage furrowed his brows and decided to listen for a second. More ninjas, reforms can provide, money, follow the plan, fight against. He didn't hear every word since even without silencing seals activated, the door was made of a special wood that dampened the sound so any unwelcome listener would most likely not understand what was discussed even if he was pressing his ear to the door as if his life depended on him. It was only his incredible sense of hearing that allowed the third to hear as much as he did. Sharingan Genjutsu. Oh, shit. All hairs on his body abruptly stood when he realized what was going on inside of the office. Not even thinking, the third Mizukage kicked the thick wooden door, snapping them out of their hinges and sending them flying into the office where they landed with a loud crash that alerted every ANBU around the building. The third Mizukage got to see what was inside and indeed, Yugura sat behind the desk with a glossed-over look, and the bodies of his 5 unconscious ANBU guards were strewn on the floor. Not even that loud crash woke him up. That must be some mighty strong genjutsu. The third frowned, looking at the assailant and instantly noticing the red eye behind the mask. Uchiha, huh? Wait. He scrunched his face before gaping in astonishment. You, how? In front of the third Mizukage stood the exact copy of the scapegoat Ray described as the attacker of the capital of the Land of Water. Black coat with red clouds, orange swirly mask with only one opening for an eye behind which was a Sharingan, short black hair. How is this possible? The description is spot on. But, this man was supposed to be fictional. Thoughts flashed through the head of the third Mizukage. He knew it was Ray who was responsible for the incident in the capital city. The man in front of him was no imitator of the description either. He left out a lot of features described by Ray such as the Sharingan eye, but the ninja in front of him was an exact replica of what Ray described. A realization suddenly dawned on him, Ray, that shithead actually described a real person. The third quickly snapped out of his bewilderment and Obito was forced to duck lest his upper body got riddled by a multitude of lethally poisoned senbons. He was still somewhat surprised that somebody actually walked in on him casting genjutsu at the new Mizukage. Because his Mangekyo was not a genjutsu enhancing type, he had to reform and strengthen it periodically, otherwise Yugura would break free from it. It was simply lucky that Mangekyo strengthened his illusions enough that even a Jinchuriki could be influenced. I have no idea what you were trying to do to Yugura, but you are not walking out of here alive. The third Mizukage shouted and leaped at Obito, engaging him in a taijutsu bout. Obito blocked, evaded, and parried a few blows before a good opportunity appeared. The third Mizukage was inwardly frowning while throwing punches at the intruder. He is quite good in taijutsu, to match a Kage. His eyes gleamed as they noticed an opening in the center of his opponent's chest. He quickly struck, but before getting the hit in, from his sleeve, a kunai suddenly appeared and flew into his hand. The steely tip entered the body of his foe on his way towards the heart, and the third Mizukage involuntarily grinned, but his eyes quickly widened in disbelief and shock as his hand started phasing through his enemy. Obito quickly let his whole body phase through the third Mizukage and pivoted on his heel, about to stab a kunai into the third's back. I won. He thought, but 3 Kiri Anbu appeared around him in Shunshin, mid-slash with their Tonto blades, and Obito was forced to again activate his intangibility, letting the 3 swords phase through him while his own kunai and hand harmlessly entered the back of the third Mizukage. This is bad. Both Obito thought. He didn't like his prospects now that the entire village was alerted. He might have fought against Minato, but he knew he was almost killed because he was arrogant enough to think he could match his teacher in one-on-one. If Minato used kunai instead of Ray's non and struck something vital during the fight, Obito would be dead right now. It just so happened that blunt force was negated a lot by the Zetsu-like flesh that merged with his body, allowing him to come unscathed from his S being Ray's non. Not that it didn't take him 2 months to recuperate that particular hit. But even if he could become intangible, fighting an entire village, he didn't have enough skill for that yet. Gotta run, then. Obito decided while frowning as his eyes strayed towards Yugura, it will be hard to get close enough to cast the genjutsu again. The Jinchuriki will be a lot better guarded this time around. As he realized his revenge was at the very least delayed, a murderous glint passed Obito's eyes, and one of the poor Anbu who he was fighting against, got the brunt of his anger as Obito's kunai found itself too close to his neck. Blood splattered on the floor from the slit throat of the Anbu as Obito kicked another Anbu away, breaking a few bones, while twisting his body mid-air and punching away the third one. Obito then tried to use the momentary shock of the third Mizukage due to the death of his comrade and use his Mangekyo to swirl away, but the third Mizukage proved his lifelong experience by not standing like an idiot and watching him get away. He threw a senbon right in the middle of the swirl, forcing Obito to cancel his technique and lean out of the way of the senbon. I said you are going to die here. The third sneered while glancing at the dead body with the corner of his eye. That said, this man is really dangerous. Best wait for reinforcements. His intangibility is a real problem, but it must have some form of weakness. Not once did he attack with things inside of his body, so he probably can't become tangible while something is in the location where his body is supposed to be. I really didn't want to waste this. Obito released a tired sigh before his personality did a backflip. Toby is just a good boy on an errand. He has no time for dying, so. See ya, old man. Loads of explosion tags suddenly flew out from under Toby's coat, making the third Mizukage's eyes go wide as he jumped to the still glazed-eyed Yugura and quickly weaved hand seals for water ninjutsu to redirect the force of the explosion away from them. A huge explosion rattled the center of Kirigakure as the Mizukage tower gained a new opening right through the wall of the Mizukage's office. Letting the water shield down, the third Mizukage clicked his tongue when he saw the burnt corpses of the 2 Anbu who helped him, but he realized it was inevitable. Even he survived only thanks to his experience and instincts. Honestly, the water shield jutsu he used, he didn't even register he was performing it before it was already shielding him. The explosion simply happened too fast. So he escaped, huh? He voiced out, displeased. A second later, a squad of ANBU landed on one knee in front of him, but before they could even utter a single sound, the third spoke, "Put the village under a lockdown. We have an intruder here." Turning around, the third Mizukage went to see if he was able to break Yugura out of the genjutsu. He had no idea that Obito was already far away from the village, planning how to kill any nuisance to his plan like the third Mizukage to enact his vengeance for Rin's death. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Jiraiya in Yuzushio 1. Welcome to Yuzushio, Jiraiya-sama. Thank you. Beautiful. Jiraiya beckoned the woman responsible for reviewing documents at the gate to the village. Could you tell me, where can I find the hot springs? He asked, his grin turning loop-sided, only for the woman to look at the old creeper in obvious but polite disgust. It's 3 streets away that way. She answered with a broken smile, fully intending to alert the proper authorities the second he left. Clueless Jiraiya simply nodded before briefly pondering about inviting the juicy redhead wonder in front of him for a date, but decided to bite his tongue. After all, he was a ninja on a mission. And the woman looked really repulsed by him. Sigh, what did I do now? Such disrespect for super perverts. He thought despondently while shaking his head in clear amusement. Contrary to the popular belief of anyone familiar with Jiraiya, the very first thing the Sannin did was walk around the Yuzushio, creating a mental map of the village, or at least, the allowed parts of it. Jiraiya could only narrow his eyes as he noted how many areas were inaccessible by travelers despite the village not being officially one of the hidden villages. Trading town, they call it. And yet, barely 40% of the village could be toured. This is fishier than Sensei's relationship with Danzo. Well, no fear. First the hotel and then. Jiraiya's face suddenly loosened, research. Needless to say, the people of Yuzushio were very startled by the weird, loud, and creepy white-haired old man running through the streets of their village as if his life depended on it while looking for a hotel, having a perpetual perverted grin on his face. The evening came and Jiraiya laid on his futon in his hotel room in the Whirlpool Hotel, the best and most expensive hotel in the whole village. Well, secret mission or not, Jiraiya had enough money to splurge a lot, so why should he live in some rundown motel on the edge of the city? I finally understand why Sarutobi-sensei always said Uzumaki are to be feared. No wonder even the second Hokage was utterly terrified by them. These demons actually created anti-peeking seals. Waterfalls of tears streamed down Jiraiya's cheeks as he complained at the injustice he encountered. How dare they, criminals? Unfortunately for Jiraiya, his research was interrupted due to his complete inability to peek in the hot springs. That was when he was forced to take his hat off and pay respect to the Uzumaki sealmasters. Poor guy was forced to do the only other way of researching he knew, going to a brothel. Fortunately for Jiraiya, in the past 2 years, Yuzushio became one of the main trading hubs in the world due to the incredibly high living standards of its inhabitants and the unusual goods usually using seals to work. This success naturally attracted all sorts of people. Thugs, the Yuzushio police force could handle. These usually found themselves outside of the village with so many bruises and broken bones they would never dare coming closer than a kilometer away from the village. But as the number of visiting merchants increased, the Uzumaki clan who all but ruled the village had to make a few concessions and allow a few brothels to form. The redhead heaven. I think I shall report to Sensei that the mission got delayed and I will be spending a few months on this heavenly ground. They certainly know how to use the reputation of Uzumaki to attract customers. Jiraiya giggled before sighing in content as a frown set in on his face, just a pity no real Uzumaki was among those redheads. His eyes narrowed in suspicion while his lips' expression twisted sourly. Jiraiya still remembered Kushina and from her, he knew the most likely features of an Uzumaki woman. Needless to say, it was easy to spot none of the girls there were actually from the Uzumaki clan if one knew what to look for. But Yuzushio is using brothels to gather intelligence in their own village. That's not really good. This is one of the main trading hubs, meaning there are many people with even more secrets passing through. Who knows when some important noble idiot from the land of fire gets his tongue undone by a pretty big-breasted redhead just because he was foolish enough to drink that incredibly strong sake they serve. Naturally, Jiraiya was very experienced in this field, especially when it pertained to courtesans and their job. He dedicated a big part of his life to the small nuances of information gathering in this field, with him owning a massive chain of brothels all over the land of fire and even other countries under various aliases using scapegoats as his public image. He knew exactly what subtle manipulations are used to make the clients more agreeable to disclose their secrets. Jiraiya was actually quite surprised he didn't find any subtle genjutsu-inducing seal inside the establishment, with this being the territory of the Uzumaki clan. He certainly used those in his establishments. Not that he was actually persuaded there was none of those. It just meant they were competent enough to hide them even from his trained eyes. This is such a drag. Jiraiya whined as his perverted grin appeared on his face again in full. Now I just have to go there again to totally ascertain there is no ulterior motive at work and unveil all their methods of getting the information. Yeah, our ninjas will benefit greatly from knowing what to expect from the place. I will gladly sacrifice myself for the greater good of Konoha's male population. He nodded in complete conviction and righteous tears moistening his eyes. Jiraiya was far from the first Konoha ninja visiting Yuzushio. Many merchants traveled there, and that meant a lot of foreign ninjas from all over the elemental nations came with them as their escort. Obviously, only an idiot would believe there was no specially selected ninja supposed to act as a spy and find out as much about the village as possible. There were naturally tons of covert spies in these escort parties, and yet, from what Sarutobi-sensei said, not one of our previous spies managed to find out what is in the restricted section of the village. I would bet my completely worthless ninja pay Yuzushio is secretly training ninjas and waiting to get stronger before declaring themselves a bona fide hidden village. Jiraiya's thoughts again became serious. The plan is sound though. Like this, they will, no, he frowned, correction, they already have a lot of support from foreign daimyos who are completely in love with their products. There is no way for any hidden village to openly attack them and not cause a major diplomatic incident. Looks like their previous destruction indeed taught these redheads something. They have as much time as they need to get to the level of the Major Five, but nobody can really antagonize them. After all, they are just merchant villages, right? Why would ninja villages bother with them? No. You dare to spy, or God forbid, attack the suppliers of my favorite product. Look how I will cut the funding for your village to negative numbers, you scum. Jiraiya mockingly imitated an enraged daimyo in his head as he snorted. Yeah, Yuzushio became nigh untouchable, officially, that is. Jiraiya found it almost poetic. The people behind the newfound rise of the Uzumaki clan must be really knowledgeable in the way how the world worked. Yuzushio didn't rise to monumental heights in 2 short years because of overwhelming power, but because of politics and using an exact moment where all major powers were either dealing with their own problems or with each other. In an ideal world, Yuzushio would be razed to the ground the second it became public knowledge the Uzumaki clan is trying to re-establish it. They would be destroyed just because they were a threat in the past, and honestly, that was completely enough for Iwa and Kimo to act. But we don't live in an ideal world. Jiraiya snorted. Power is nice and all, but politics is what really matters unless you are on the level of Madara or Hashirama. The only way to attack Yuzushio was covert one, outside of the official records. Not one spy who was sent to Yuzushio was actually there on an official mission to spy on Yuzushio. If they died, or worse were discovered, during it, they would simply be written off as rogue ninjas working on their own. Their fates would then become not Konoha's problem anymore. And that was what really drove Konoha's higher-ups sparse. Every single spy we sent was discovered and discreetly returned to us with a mocking description of how utterly useless they were. Jiraiya would laugh if it were only people trained by Danzo, but some of these spies were trained personally by him, and that made it personal. Worst of all, not one of them actually remembers how they were discovered. They simply blacked out, and the next thing they remember is being outside of the village with a message directed to Hokage and bruised black and blue. Who knows what kind of information was pulled out of them while they were out of it. And that was in nutshell the reason why the best spy master of Konoha was currently on a vacation from chasing Orochimaru. He would find out what nefarious things were going on in this village full of gingers. Who knows what other atrocities other than anti-peaking seals were brewing up under the visage of a peaceful town. No longer was it just a job for his village. Now it was his pride as a super pervert that was beckoning him to find out for sure. And then Jiraiya was suddenly pulled out of his righteous contemplations as a knock resounded through his room, causing him to furrow his brows as he knew he didn't expect anybody to visit. In an office in one of the manors in the Uzumaki village, Kaya's mother, Kara Uzumaki, was relaxing with a smoking pipe in her mouth and her feet resting on her desk while her husband contently massaged her shoulders and hummed a relaxing tune. Oh. Kara had no illusions how they would spend the night. Even if her selfless husband did so much only to make her feel better without expecting anything in return, it would be only fair to reward him, no. But before that. You say one of the girls in the Redhead Haven reported Jiraiya of the Sannin trying to pull information out of her during the act. Kara asked, completely amused while enjoying the hands of her husband kneading the muscles around her neck. Her secretary, a tall red-headed man, nodded. Yes, Kara-sama, how do you wish to proceed? Ah, leave it and give the girl a raise. Kara shrugged. My daughter is certainly already aware of our new visitor with his not-so-discreet attempt at peeking in the hot springs, and he would no doubt receive his warning soon. I just really hope he will be arrogant enough to ignore it. Hee hee. Kara's eyes glinted. After all, shaming one of the Sannin. Wasn't that the best way to gain a reputation for Yuzushio? How come it became so easy to become famous in the ninja circles? The opportunities could be said to be throwing at them, no. Author note. Okay, I am completely sure there will be people complaining about topics such as whores and brothels breached in this chapter, but, dudes. We are talking about Jiraiya here. Not to mention those would be blasphemy. Where else than a brothel would the guy go if he couldn't access hot spring? So, nope, not going to bother with people complaining about it. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Jiraiya in Yuzushio 2. Jiraiya lazily stood up from his bed and went to open the door. His right hand was cautiously preparing to grasp the hidden knife in his sleeve while his left hand was opening the door. Naturally, he didn't let himself be wide open, and instead, most of his body was obstructed by the door. Jiraiya of the Sannin? Asked the masked green-haired slim woman with orange bangs who stood in front of his door. Yes. Jiraiya nodded, now knowing what to expect. He was quite famous these days, so he would half expect a warm welcome such as a visit from resident ANBU if he stepped into a hidden village. The problem was, Yuzushio was supposed to be just a normal trading city. To think they wouldn't even try to hide the fact there are ninjas in the city. Jiraiya stared, half in disbelief that Yuzushio had the gall to send the ANBU. He judged the woman's identity by the mask. They were not even supposed to have to give him a greeting. The leader of Yuzushio must have considerable balls to do this. That's one man I wouldn't want to compare the sexual prowess with. He grudgingly admitted with newfound respect, totally clueless about the leader being a woman. I was sent by Kaya-sama. Jiraiya's eyes slightly widened at that admission, causing him to instantly reconsider his willingness of prowess comparison. To give you a very simple warning. We know you are Konoha's spy master, so don't spy. You won't like the consequences. The woman dryly stated, not amused at all at the raised brow her statement earned her. Jiraiya clearly didn't take her seriously, and if his expression was any indication, he found the entire situation extremely hilarious. Don't worry, cutie. I came here to enjoy my vacation. Jiraiya jovially stated, so, what's your name? If you want to keep me from spying, it would be best to keep an eye on me, no. I don't mind being watched over by someone of your proportions. He said as he started to discreetly ogle her curves. Jiraiya honestly could not help himself. He might not be able to see the woman's face but her body, he could tell she was an extremely dangerous and totally gorgeous individual. Frankly, he was hooked. His addiction to these kinds of women probably stemmed from his infatuation with Tsunade. It mostly resulted in him being beaten, but he simply couldn't resist. Jiraiya's merry mood brought up by the juicy female in front of him quickly came to a screeching halt as his danger senses suddenly flared to high heavens and the hair all over his body suddenly stood up. His eyes connected to the narrowed brown orbs as sweat started appearing on his brows from the sudden shot of temperature in the room. Jiraiya was honestly unable to react to such a subtle yet potent killing intent he was currently bathed in. His body cramped up, prepared to strike as his instincts warned him, but his mind told him, not yet. Still safe. This contrast made Jiraiya into the miserable sweating mess of nerves he was now. His instincts wanted to attack, but his body, commanded by his confused mind, couldn't move. He was not paralyzed nor frightened. He was simply confused by all the signals his senses were receiving, and his mind was unable to tell his body what to do with them. There was killing intent at full blast aimed at him, and yet, it had no desire to do harm. There was danger staring right at him, yet it felt so peaceful his mind couldn't figure out how to react. Naturally, Jiraiya didn't have a clue what his body and mind felt. He was simply confused as his instincts and reflexive reaction to danger honed through life-threatening battles completely failed him in the face of this ANBU. He felt as if he was staring at a dangerous snake bearing its fangs at him, and yet, the woman in front of him was simply calmly staring at him. Time slowly passed as the two motionlessly stood opposite each other when Jiraiya suddenly widened his eyes into saucers as his mind was ruthlessly yanked from its thoughts when the curtains and sheets caught on fire. Shit. How come I didn't notice this heat? Jiraiya hurriedly thought, feeling his throat dry and parched as if he didn't drink anything for a week when his senses finally caught up with what was happening around him. Honestly, he doubted he would be able to do anything but croak out some unintelligible sound if he was to talk. Jiraiya could feel his skin blister, sending a jolt of hot pain through the surface of his body. Water was evaporating straight from his body that screamed at him in boiling agony while his brain was shutting out from the sheer heat he was under. His dry lips desperately yearned for a bit of wetness while his eyes started to sting, causing him to blink due to discomfort as he gritted his teeth at how agonizing it was to do something as simple as breathing. The room was bathed in scorching warmth embracing everything it engulfed. Jiraiya's rampant instincts screamed at him to get away, to stop whatever was trying to mummify him alive, to do something. He was about to attempt using a jutsu when I am called son, Jiraiya-sama. Everything suddenly stopped to a halt at the soothing voice of the woman who still calmly stood in front of him as if the world wasn't a smoldering hell just a second ago. A frightening chill ran through Jiraiya's body as he realized there was no heat. No life-threatening scorch. No blisters on his skin. Nothing. He was fine, as if everything he felt was just one elaborate illusion. A rattled breath involuntarily left Jiraiya's lips at the realization, and his brows furrowed in desperate confusion. What the hell was that? A killing intent. Genjutsu. His eyes glanced at the blackened remains of the curtains and the burnt spots on the sheets, causing him to gulp. No. That was no genjutsu, and it was obviously much more than a simple killing intent. But She didn't use any chakra. How in Rikudo's name was she able to? Jiraiya cautiously eyed Sun, his hands jumpy as if he expected her to attack him any moment now. As for the date, Sun started speaking again, causing Jiraiya to jump a little. I am not that desperate. Just remember the warning. With that, the woman shined away, leaving Jiraiya dumbly stare at the place from where she disappeared. Thoughts were flashing through his head too fast for him to comprehend, and it was only now that he noticed how erratic his heartbeat was. Slowly, his mind started to get out of its numb state, sharpening, and Jiraiya found out he was trembling. His body was shaking and a small sting made itself known, causing him to look at his hands with an incomprehensible look full of confusion only to find himself clutching kunai with no idea when he drew it. His grip was so strong, his nails dug deep enough into his palm to draw blood. For a moment, Jiraiya stared at his hand with kunai, his expression turning difficult as conflict flashed through his eyes before he finally found enough strength to take a deep breath before slowly closing the door. That was scary. Jiraiya let his coiled muscles calm down, trying to forcefully relax his nerves while he shakily walked towards his bed. I didn't feel such dread since Tsunade found me peeking at her. He muttered in a haunted tone before it became grumbling. What was she anyway? Tsunade's apprentice. Poor Jiraiya would never know his thoughts couldn't be truer. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Jiraiya in Yuzushio 3. It took a whole week for Jiraiya to finally calm down his jumpiness after the sudden scorching welcome by the so-called sun. A week he fruitfully spent marking every useful information about the accessible part of Yuzushio he could get his hands on. He was Konoha's spymaster, after all. Even the creepiest and hottest scare of his life wouldn't be able to prevent his peaking tendencies from resurfacing. Now, Jiraiya was sneaking through the dark back alleys of Yuzushio, on his way to the closed-off parts of the village. He was perfectly aware of being monitored this past week. That's why he left a shadow clone with enough chakra to last for 2 days in his hotel room. Jiraiya had no illusions his shadow clone would stay there either. He knew it would not be even an hour later his shadow clone would go and try to find a pretty girl to flirt with. That too was exactly according to his plan, no matter he had no control over that marvelous quirk of his clones. This way, the annoying observers would see exactly what he wanted them. Him, flirting with somebody. Perfect alibi. All I have to do now is to sneak in, get as much intel as possible, and sneak out without being discovered and nobody can pin anything on me, hee. Jiraiya thought while sidestepping yet another of the hidden alarm seals that littered the back alleys close to the restricted areas. He was already in the section in between the restricted and the accessible areas, nimbly traversing the shadowed parts of the alley while using chakra to hide. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, that was where his little infiltration quest ended, for the Uzumaki clan was not foolish enough to leave easy-to-spot alarm seals all over the alleys without any reason. Jiraiya's sight blurred as his body suddenly felt weaker, causing him to support himself with his hand on the nearby wall. His world spun before he was driven to his knees at the feeling of weakness. At first, Jiraiya thought it to be a genjutsu and tried to flare his chakra only to find out he couldn't access it. His eyes briefly widened in panic before rolling back as the man's body powerlessly fell forward, unconscious. Not even a second after his body hit the ground, 2 figures stepped out of the nearby shadows. One of them was the green-haired Sun while the other was Kaya Uzumaki, who prodded Jiraiya with her foot a bit. This never gets old. They always spot all visible alarm seals and get cocky. Kaya chuckled. The thing that defeated the mighty Sannin was actually one massive chakra suppression seal placed in between the accessible and the restricted area. Anyone who was entered, civilian or otherwise, would drop down unconscious because their bodies and minds would register them being near chakra exhaustion despite them having their reserves full. Actually, Kaya had no idea about its in-depth workings. All she knew that anyone who was not keyed into it would be incapacitated, hence no spy ever reached the restricted section. Well, there still was the threat of flying, but considering the entire restricted section was under the same chakra suppression, you know that he would not spot this trap no matter how long he looks around. The seals are in the walls and deep in the ground. It's not really a matter of skill at sealing anymore. Sun, or more commonly known as Pakura, said as she took off her mask. She decided to come to Yuzushio herself the second it was confirmed Jiraiya was skulking around, which was almost a month ago. Clearly, after this month, she held some resentment for the men because his presence kept her away from Rei. Yeah, you got a point. Still, it doesn't make it less hilarious how everybody so valiantly steps into the chakra suppression field only to keel over a second later. If they waited a bit on the edge, they would get out of it easily after recognizing something was wrong, but they all just hurry, and by the time they realize their chakra is acting weird, they have no time to escape. Kaya seemed almost wistful as she said that. Yuzushio is frankly impenetrable due to this seal. If only it could be made portable. We would win every single fight because our enemies would just drop unconscious. Pakura snorted as she crouched near Jiraiya and started to look through his pockets. You know that's impossible. Rei had 20 clones drawing seals for half a year in order to set up the chakra suppression field all over the restricted section of Yuzushio. The thing requires far too many seals and far too much precision to make this portable. Oh, here it is. Pakura smiled at the small scroll she found and unrolled it, quickly reading the contents while Kaya busied herself with trying to discern the location of her ANBU guards. She was something like acting Kage of Yuzushio, so she knew they were somewhere around her, but these ninjas trained by Ringo, honestly, even though Kaya prided herself in being Chunin level ability-wise, she had not even smidge of an inkling of where exactly her guard detail was located. Maybe they ditched me. I would most definitely not even notice. Kaya frowned only to be pulled out of her thoughts as her hand instinctively sprang, catching the scroll Pakura threw at her. Kaya's eyebrows furrowed, giving Pakura an inquisitive look but only got a go-on gesture in return. Kaya swept the contents of the scroll with her eyes only to derisively snort after she was done. There is nothing of importance. He found out exactly nothing in the last week of visiting brothels day and night. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, Kaya might have felt a bit of contempt for this so-called best spy master of Konoha. Especially after seeing him at work. Pakura, however, had a different opinion. You know, I took you with me to give you a bit of a lesson. She sighed, her eyes gazing at Kaya in an admonishing way. He did not find nothing. He found out a lot actually. Sure, the information in that scroll is easily accessible to any spy who could be bothered spending some time snooping around the unrestricted areas. But with all the information he found out and categorized, Konoha ninjas will have an easier time acclimatizing in this village, giving him a bit of an edge over ninjas from other hidden villages. He mapped out everything from the best shops and their location to the quickest escape routes. Pakura lectured as a smirk appeared on her face, and look. He even included all the brothels and his personal ratings. Isn't it just a delight to know your mother's red heaven is his personal favorite? Pakura mentioned, knowing Kaya's opinion on the topic, and giggled at the peeved expression of the redhead. Don't expect me to be proud of that. Kaya huffed and angrily stomped her foot into the ground. She was not happy with this. Part of her mother's holdings. Far from it. No matter how good of an information network it provided. All right, Pakura shook her head in amusement as she put the scroll back into Jiraiya's clothes. Don't get so angry with me. It was just a simple joke, geez. She said as her eyes landed back onto Jiraiya's body, and her slight gentle smile slowly turned into an irritated sneer while her eyes narrowed in anger. Oh, boy. Kaya somehow started pitying the white-haired man. Frankly, Ray told Pakura to let it go and leave Yuzushio to sort the situation with Jiraiya out. She didn't listen. She simply could not. As someone raised on stories of the Sannin, someone who knew about Jiraiya's prowess in espionage, she could not calm down knowing he was currently in Yuzushio. So, she personally went to sort the situation out. The worst mistake of her month. Jiraiya, to be perfectly honest, was an incredible spy. 3 whole weeks, he preserved in probing and prodding the defenses of Yuzushio from every possible angle, trying to find a way how to secretly enter the village. The first week. It was funny, hilarious even. The second. It started to become irksome. The third, however, Pakura had had enough of seeing his 100th attempt without him getting the hint it simply won't work. Thankfully, just as Pakura was about to decide to go and make eunuch from Jiraiya, the man finally realized he is not as good with seals as he apparently thought himself to be and stopped making an idiot out of himself by trying to deactivate the disgusting amount of detection seals around the village, placed there by the best Uzumaki seal grandmasters in Yuzushio. Pakura's judgment might have been a bit screwed though. Jiraiya rightfully deserved to be called seal master as he didn't trigger even one detection seal in the 3 weeks he tried to get past them. Pilfering some knowledge from Minato who was taught by Kushina or not, Jiraiya was simply too inexperienced and didn't know the right techniques to do anything with Uzumaki seals. If one simply looked at his skill level and compared it with other non-Uzumaki seal users, then yes, Jiraiya was one of the best. Alas, this was Yuzushio he was trying to get into. So, with Jiraiya unable to get in secretly, he opted for going in boldly. He walked inside through the main gate. Jiraiya actually briefly thought about disguising himself first, but if the security seals around the village were any indication, he quickly determined it would not work, and being discovered would make everything worse for himself. For that, Pakura respected his ability as an infiltrator and the sheer guts he showed by tackling this in such a straightforward manner. If this was any other village, he would probably succeed too, since it took some time even for Pakura to notice the swap of the men with his shadow clone. Only a tracking seal she snuck into his pocket during her brief visit alerted her that the white-haired bastard in front of her was not the original and led her to the location of the real Jiraiya before he was knocked unconscious. Now, how to punish the men in the most humiliating way that would make Ray praise me. Pakura's eyes darkened and glinted in a peculiar way that made Kaya take a step back when Pakura turned towards her with a mischievous smile. Hey Kaya. You said the brother of the Earth Daimyo, one of the 5 grand nobles of the land of Earth, is currently visiting the village, right? Pakura's eyes started to hover over Jiraiya's unconscious form, narrowed in a cat-like way with a bit of glee in them. I wonder. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Jiraiya in Yuzushio 4. So comfortable. Jiraiya woke up to feeling a euphoric sensation as his body sank into the soft mattress, unwilling to open his eyes and lose the sluggish enjoyment of being on the edge of the dreamland. He didn't feel this good for months and was quite reluctant to let it go. Slowly getting a feel to his hand, Jiraiya's lips stretched into a lazy smile as he recognized what he was touching through experience alone. A warm and tender body of a woman. The most pleasant thing he ever got to know. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya's nose was instantly assaulted by the air filled with the smell of sex, reassuring him that yes, yesterday he scored. If it was possible, Jiraiya's lips would stretch even into a bigger smile as his still half-asleep mind slowly gathered the facts. His hand slowly crept up, dragging itself on the skin of the woman. The more it explored, the more Jiraiya's smile started changing into a frown and his brows started furrowing. What is this? Squishy. Jiraiya's mind slowly woke up, making the spymaster's brain work as his fingers sank into. Jiraiya abruptly opened his eyes, freezing at the sight in front of him. Horror crept through Jiraiya's body as he saw the pile of pure fat lying next to him, taking up 3/4 of the whole bed. She was at the very least a head taller than him and thrice as wide, causing Jiraiya's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. His body shivered as he realized what he thought to be breasts was actually her double chin, causing him to retract his hand at a speed even Reikage would praise. Just as Jiraiya's mind was close to finally rebooting, a loud farting noise resounded through the room, causing Jiraiya to scrunch his nose and realize that the smell of sex was only in his head and dreams. What he really smelled was more putrid than anything else. Needless to say, Jiraiya's horror only increased. He would have nightmares of this morning for months to come, he was sure of it. So scary was his waking experience that he completely forgot to think about how he got into this situation and what he was doing yesterday. These things were not at the forefront of his thoughts when he had such a disastrous situation at hand. After all, waking up next to a pretty lady was quite common in his life of debauchery. Waking up next to whatever it was that laid next to him, now that was something he never wanted to experience again. I couldn't be drunk enough to do this, could I? Jiraiya yet again shivered as he carefully stood up from the bed, looking for his clothes, as quietly as possible in order to not wake up the whale on the bed. As Jiraiya was halfway to putting his pants back on, the door suddenly opened. So you are finally awake. A gruff old voice said, not sounding very pleased with the situation but also having a bit of resignation in its tone. Jiraiya didn't expect to be discovered. Hearing the voice was a big surprise for him, causing him to trip on the pants that were around his knees, sending him face first into the stomach of the whale of a woman, abruptly waking her up and hugging him in reflex as if he was an overstuffed teddy bear. The woman blinked off the sleep before sweeping her brown hair from her blue eyes with her stubby hand. It took her a few seconds to realize where she was, causing her to flush while Jiraiya's hands desperately flailed around, trying to get him away from her because of the acute lack of oxygen his face deep in her fat folds was currently experiencing. Oh, Papa. The woman yet again blinked. Good morning, Tsuname. The man who opened the door greeted, I see you slept well. He added, a smirk creeping up his lips at the suffocating Jiraiya. Huh. Tsuname tilted her head before she finally realized she was embracing somebody. The second her eyes fell on Jiraiya, they lit up like stars in the night sky, full of happiness. Yes. Meet my hubby, Papa. Jiraiya at long last managed to get hold of some of his strength and push himself away from what he now feared as the fat ball of suffocating doom. Coughing, half due to his earlier predicament and a half because of what he just heard, he exclaimed, hubby. What? I didn't agree. No way. I swore to be single for life. Yeah. He desperately shook his head and tried to pull away from Tsuname. You can't force me to, ah. Jiraiya suddenly stilled as his eyes finally landed on the face of the man in the door and his complexion turned paler than Orochimaru. Ah, shit. He thought, recognizing the man who was frowning at him. Jiraiya's face then robotically turned towards the massive woman who called that exact man Papa, and Jiraiya felt despair embrace him as he realized the situation. Ah, double shit. His eyes then strayed down, onto the sheets where a small patch of dry blood was located and Jiraiya's mind almost stilled to halt. Ah, triple shit. This time I really did it. I see you finally realize what you did yesterday and its consequences, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The man, Kazuhiro Iwako, stated. He was the brother of the daimyo of the land of Earth and one of the 3 most important nobles of his country. His tone then changed to utter discontent as he added, my new son-in-law. Jiraiya could only faint in horror. Was it necessary? Kaya asked the smirking Pakura who sipped on her tea. It was simply downright cruel. Ah, Kaya, it was the most beneficial choice for us. Killing Jiraiya is simply dumb since Konoha knew he went here to investigate. But Konoha also knows what a horndog he is, you see. Pakura snickered. You know that each country has its own customs and it just so happens that one of the 5 greatest nobles of the land of Earth where taking the virginity of a willing daughter of a noble is as good as marriage was visiting Yuzushio. The fact his ugly daughter couldn't get engaged to anyone no matter how good of a deal he offered is just making the entire thing better. She smugly explained, the poor old perv had no chance from the start. Kaya facepalmed, and it just so happens this whole thing will either make Konoha and Iwagakure who hate each other gets a bit closer, preventing any possible spark of war. Kaya was a bit unwilling to admit it, but the plan was well thought out. With Suna being preoccupied with the feud between the Kazekage and the daimyo, Kirigakure being on the brink of the civil war, and Kumogakure being the sole threatening existence, if Iwagakure and Konoha show the common front, no matter how frail and false it would be, Kumogakure would not dare start anything big. Or Pakura uncaringly shrugged, Jiraiya will act like a dumbass and run, which would actually start a war between Konoha and Iwagakure, weakening them even further, which in turn would probably make Kumogakure join. In the end, the Bairi company would make more profit for the time being. I don't see any loss here. Both options mean the focus on Yuzushio will significantly reduce, which would decrease your workload by a lot. Kaya couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, she knew this was a do-or-die kind of deal. Either Jiraiya is smart, stops his life of debauchery, and suffers a marriage with the oh-so-noble oversized girl, or he runs, starting a war. Honestly, in no way was Konoha able to afford a war at the moment. It was weakened due to Kyubi, and then even its economy suffered because of the debacle with Yukigakure. As much as the third Hokage likes Jiraiya, this was a mess he could not clear up for his pupil. One man's happiness simply wasn't worth the continued existence of the entire village. In short, Jiraiya damn well knew what the answer would be if he asked Konoha for help. Kaya shuddered at the cruelty of Pakura's revenge for wasting her time. Damned if do, damned if don't. But to think Pakura thought about how her actions would benefit Yuzushio before doing something that would change the entire political climate of the elemental nations. I see, this is why she is raised Jonin commander, huh? Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Vengeance 1. Clang. Ray parried yet another slash from Yujito, who was swinging same hata at him. It was years since he held a sword, and his wrists made this fact clearly obvious to him as they painfully protested every time Ray's and Yujito's swords clashed. In the past years, Ray was far too preoccupied to train, so he mostly depended on his shadow clones. That, however, had its bright and dark spots. In things like sealing, ninjutsu, and generally, anything to do with knowledge and energy manipulation, he got infinitely better than he was before. The physical aspect, though, suffered. It was not that he lost his muscles. They were nourished by nature energy and could not shrink or diminish. It was his muscle memory that became a problem. Funny thing, shadow clones could train muscle memory and to some effect, even transfer it to the user, but Ray found out it was not reliable because the muscles of his clones were, in the end, not his, and therefore his own muscles didn't learn anything. Ergo the situation with his wrists and some other joints. When Ray previously blocked with his sword, he always minusculely turned his wrist, which would ease the power behind the clash. He did these things instinctively. Now, however, Ray had a really painful time after the first half hour of the spar when he realized he forgot to do this and his wrists were screaming at him in pain for it. Jinchuriki-powered same hata was no joke to block, after all. It was then Ray noticed his entire body moved somewhat off. It all laid in small details. His hips didn't lean to the appropriate side while he was slashing. His ankles didn't ease up to be more flexible and prepared to jump to either side. His abdominal muscles were a bit more tightened than necessary. His form was simply a mess. Well, not that anyone other than probably Tsunade and Konan noticed. Ray thought as he deflected a downward cleave from the massive same hata without even moving a half step. The force behind Ray's deflection caused Yujito's body to fly back a few feet before she landed and slid on the ground to a halt, making her end up on one of her knees as she panted, trying to regain her breath. Fortunately for Ray, Ringo was far too engrossed in her new forging project, so nobody bothered to inform her there will be a sword fight. Something Ray was sure she would throw a fit at a later date. As long as she didn't see his atrocious form, though, it was a win-win for him. He knew he would never hear the end of it. Being a bit less straightforward would help you a lot, Yujito. Ray said, causing Yujito to groan as the exact same words Ringo tells her when she trains her came out of his mouth. Ray, not really caring about her outburst, continued, same hata might be a bit too big and it surely prevents you from utilizing your max speed and numbness, but that's just because you are too focused on a fighting style based on the type of your weapon. Yes, you have a two-handed cleaver in your grasp, but you are Nibi Jinchuriki with the natural grace, nimbleness, and speed of a cat. Use it. Same hata doesn't need more than a touch to injure anyway. Yujito's eyes lit up. Ringo never explained what exactly she meant with those words, so when Ray elaborated, Yujito was very grateful. She stood up, still somewhat shakily, and channeled her chakra into her body to prepare for another clash as a new plan formed in her mind. Yujito dashed at Ray, hurling same hata through the air towards Ray's right side. Obviously, her strike was easily deflected. Despite the massive size of same hata, Ray could simply overpower her strike before she could get anywhere close to his body. Considering he didn't use chakra on his blade because of knowing Same Hada would just eat it, yeah, Yujito was very resigned since be it Ringo, Rei, or whoever from Yuzora, they had their own way of completely negating the biggest advantage of Same Hada. This time, however, Yujito gambled and her gamble clearly paid off. She used the force of Rei's deflection to spin her body in the air alongside Same Hada, sending a kick at Rei's head, making him duck, and slightly disrupting his balance. The force carried her body in Same Hada, making it spin, and suddenly the blade that came at Rei from the right side was rushing at him from left with a momentum Yujito would never be able to create alone. Rei's eyes widened at Yujito's plan as he realized he used too much power to deflect the strike. Depending on the power of the opponent's deflection to set up a follow-up attack was foolish because experienced swordsmen could simply alter the force behind their deflection, disrupting these plans. That most often and not ended with the idiot who tried impaled through his chest or head. But the girl has the natural balance of a cat. Rei cursed. Even if he realized her plan and countered it, Yujito would simply use her cat-like balance and nimbleness to find a foothold. Rei had to admit the girl really came up with something ingenious this time. For the first time during the spar, Rei was forced to step back from his starting spot as he impaled the tip of his sword into the earth, barely blocking Same Hada. His entire sword trembled from the power behind the slash, passing the impact to his arm, which also slightly shook. Rei noticed Yujito's body was still in the air, but before he could counterattack, she channeled her chakra into Same Hada, making the shark skin blade enlargen. Same Hada shocked Rei by twisting its tip with the mouth around the blade of his sword, clearly aiming to take a juicy bite out of his side. Rei quickly recounted his losses and jumped back to avoid being munched on by Same Hada. His sword, however, was plunged into the earth, so he had to let it go. As he landed, Rei sighed and shook his head, before looking at Yujito, whose eyes lit up like a Christmas tree, happiness almost radiating from her. Yeah. I guess this time she deserves it. Rei chuckled and nodded. You win. I guess, you passed my requirement, he said, and before Yujito knew it, Rei's sword that was next to her sailed through the air into Rei's hand via almost invisible chakra string. After all, letting go of his sword was one thing, having no way to retrieve it another. But there is still Ringo's requirement. Rei sternly reminded the delighted girl, causing her to pout. Quite rusty, eh? Conan's voice resounded from behind Rei, and before he could react, he felt her lean on his back as her arms tightly embraced him. I think we are due some exercises, don't we? She whispered into Rei's ear, causing his body to stiffen. Tsunade's hand lightheartedly slapped Conan's shoulder, breaking the intimate atmosphere between Rei and Conan. Rei. I, on the other hand, think we should talk about the unnecessary strain you put your body through during the fight. Tsunade slowly said, her tone low. Needless to say, I think I am going to visit Ringo, hee. Yujito quickly realized she didn't want to be present for this and left even before finishing the sentence, not leaving Tsunade a chance to stop her and berate her for hurting her body during the fight. Yujito could feel her hips hurting from the last twist in the air she did, and she had no illusions that Tsunade didn't notice. Thankfully, as a Jinchuriki, she didn't need a healer for such trivial injuries. Just like that, Rei was left alone, gaping at being so easily abandoned in the clutches of. You are not going to fight with a sword against opponents of Yujito's caliber before you regain your muscle memory, am I clear? Tsunade firmly spoke as her hands gently grasped Rei's cheeks, and locked his head in place so he could not avert his eyes. Rei could only smile at the concern Tsunade was showing for him as he enjoyed her warm hands on his cheeks. All three of them knew she was exaggerating and overreacting, but that was simply Tsunade. For her, Rei, Conan, Mei, Ringo, and Pakura were family, and so she took care of them the best she could. And they loved her for that. Yes. I won't put my body through strain that even Chunin can handle. Rei said in an amused tone, causing Tsunade to click her tongue at him. Smartass. She leaned forward, affectionately kissing him on the lips. I know Conan wants to talk about some reports with you, so I will be with my apprentices if you will need me. See you tonight, Rei. She one last time caressed Rei's cheek with her thumb before turning around and leaving with a skip in her step. You are in for some healing and sex tonight, I see. Conan chuckled, letting go of Rei before stepping back. I am honestly surprised she didn't order me to lay down so she can heal me. Rei shrugged. But, what report? He changed the topic. Rolling her eyes, Conan took out a few documents. The date for signing the peace treaty between Kumo and Konoha was set. She smirked at him knowingly. Is that why you let Yujito win? You said you won't let her go and have her revenge before she makes you move in sword fight and pass Ringo's stealth training, and here we are. And here we are, Rei repeated in a light-hearted tone. Honestly, she was strong enough a year ago, but you wanted to be certain nothing could go wrong. Conan nodded in understanding. Yujito grew on them during the years. In Conan's perspective, she was, well, not really a daughter but a bit more than a pet. Officially, Conan would refer to her as Ringo's apprentice or Mei's friend though. Doesn't hurt that the situation is extremely favorable. If we play our cards right, we might even get some cash for her enacting her own revenge. Ray hummed before his eyes landed on one particular report which made him halt. Conan naturally noticed the sudden shift in his posture and tilted her head before noticing what he was reading. So the third Mizukage was assassinated, huh? Ray finally said with a detached tone. He had a lot of memories of bickering with the men, and while they didn't exactly like each other, it was still a nostalgic feeling to remember those times. Guess the swirly bastard wasn't much impressed with his plans to manipulate Yugura getting delayed because of the third. Not that you were impressed either. I distinctly remember you destroying half of your personal training ground with fire that day. Conan quipped. Can't fault me for that. My plans got delayed by years, you know. Ray shrugged. It still isn't best. By now, the civil war should have been starting, but because of that single intervention, it will take years for us to be able to collect some desperate bloodline clans from the land of water. The reports say he was run through with a blade from behind without him even noticing. Ironic, really. An assassin was assassinated. Conan mocked in her deadpan tone. In a way, she was right, but Ray knew Obito had a cheat-like bull for his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the third Mizukage was a marvelous schemer, assassin, and strategist, but a head-on fighter he was not. At least not in the leagues of the Kages of his generation. Yet another reason why Ray stacked seal after seal on his territory to prevent nuisances like Zetsu or Obito from entering. Honestly, any space-time ability would not work on the territory of his other-sided village without being keyed into the ceiling barrier, or 10. On a happier note, up for a shower and lunch? Conan asked while licking her lips as her eyes wandered on Ray's body. Raising his eyebrow, Ray's lips twitched. Now that is an offer I simply can't refuse, can I? He chuckled, giving the documents back to her before he grasped her hand, his mind trailing towards the enticing girl in front of him. Now that she mentioned it. I can take a break for a shower. Few hours won't kill anybody, right? Chapter 182, Chapter 182, Jiraiya married. Jiraiya wanted to die. It was 3 days since he got married according to the customs of the nobles from the land of earth, and so far it was an utter nightmare. Imagine his horror when his father-in-law, Kazuhiro Iwako, a man in his mid-40s, started to lecture him, the best member of the legendary Sannin, the spymaster of Konoha, the most stunning man in the land of fire, the super pervert in his early 50s himself, about all the rules and regulations of being married to a noble lady. More like a noble whale. Do you have any idea how hard is it to sleep when the girl in the bed clinging to you feels as if the entire mountain has been dropped on your back? If I wasn't such a strong shinobi, I would be squashed. Jiraiya shuddered and mentally groaned, blinking his haunted eyes tiredly as he realized his father-in-law was still making his shovel speech to him. Man, is he still going on? This reminds me of the times when I was scolded by sensei for peeking in hot springs as a kid. Geez. He almost rolled his eyes. And that, Jiraiya-kun, is the rule number 269 of our household. Do you understand? Kazuhiro sternly said. Jiraiya, however, couldn't really take the situation seriously. Not when Kazuhiro's bald head was in such a good angle that it basically shone when light from the window landed on it. In the end, Jiraiya could only dumbly nod in agreement. He didn't even know how to feel. Finding amusement in the shine of a bald man, he knew how childish it was of him, but can you blame him? After being told that, no, his research is forbidden from now on. That he can no longer visit any fine establishments and has to stay completely faithful to his new wife. That there are more rules he will have to live by than in the goddamn shinobi rulebook. Now, this morning my daughter conveyed her wish to go shopping. Kazuhito started, attracting Jiraiya's attention, causing him to stare dumbly at his father-in-law in a way that obviously said, "And what does that have to do with me?" Kazuhito, however, just smiled at the men who taught the yellow butcher. Don't worry, I volunteered you to accompany her and be the gentleman who compliments her looks and carries her bags. Just a bit of advice though. My daughter never stops her shopping spree before an entire carriage is filled. Good for you that you are such a strong ninja and will be able to carry her stuff around, no. Kazuhiro's eyes gleamed in amusement at the abject horror that appeared on Jiraiya's face. Yes. Jiraiya really wanted to die. He only hoped Sarutobi-sensei would know how to get him free from this torture. Hiruzen stared at the missive in front of him, his mind refusing to comprehend what it was saying. Now, Sarutobi was an old man who lived through many wars and saw many things. Many things that others would believe to be an utter fantasy and write them off as impossible. Things such as Danzo actually disbanding his route or massive fox devastating his village. Inconceivable things. But this had even him, the wise professor, in a bind. Jiraiya, married. Earth noble. Hiruzen muttered, his right hand slowly creeping closer to his chest as if to grab his weak heart and trying to prevent it from having a heart attack while his mind swirled, trying to make any sense of what he just read. Oh, Hiruzen was an old political monster and he could clearly see the diplomatic shitstorm his apprentice caused. It didn't matter if Jiraiya tried to omit mentioning them in his letter. What Hiruzen couldn't seem to accept was the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. Here he tries his all to protect the weakened Konoha. To make good ties with other countries. To please the angry daimyo who is still a bit resentful he had to fork out so much money because of the root fuck-up. To balance the issues between the civilian council trying to demilitarize his military village and the shinobi council trying to grab as much influence for themselves. Everything from placating the angry Uchihas for being relocated to the outskirts of the village to verbally kicking the smug Hyugas down a few pegs was in his job description. Honestly, Hiruzen was just happy that Naras were so lazy, Akimichi too busy stuffing their cheeks to care about politics, and Yamanaka too small to matter. It really made his job, which was basically a wholesale nightmare in the current situation, a lot easier. Now imagine his surprise when his apprentice, Jiraiya, suddenly undid years of hard work with his sleeping habits. This was Konoha and naturally, as a village hated by all of the land of Earth, Hiruzen focused on allying with people who had similar opinions towards the rocky country. Being in a situation where his options were either allying with the Earth country or going to war with them. Jiraiya just had to fuck around so much he fucked away all of my efforts, right? Hiruzen's bulging eyes shook in the helpless realization that most of the alliances he so painstakingly formed will inevitably crumble under the weight of this new situation. Years of effort wasted. So much paperwork, for naught. Hiruzen thought with a dry throat, feeling the pressure as if wanting to vomit while tears blistered his wizened cheeks. Suddenly, he simply couldn't hold it in as he felt the world crashing around him. Half of Konoha heard the scream of impotent primal rage originating from the Hokage Tower, causing the citizens to worry if Kyubi got free. In his office, Hiruzen was slumped over the letter from his previously favorite student, contemplating his life choices. I should have focused on grooming Tsunade. Why must my two male apprentices be such failures? One is a pedophile scientist with a perversion for immortality and the second is a perverted fuck-up who is capable of putting the village in a tough spot despite not even being present in it. Hiruzen sniffed, barely holding himself back from crying. At least Tsunade was competent enough to not cause an international problem for the village. He realized, feeling completely empty. Taking in a brush, Hiruzen started to shakily pen a reply to Jiraiya. You reap what you sow, enjoy the marriage. There was nothing else Hiruzen could say. He was far too angry and no matter that Jiraiya was his former favorite, this was simply too much even for him. Am I really the only man in this village that works for its well-being opposite to all of the idiots who do everything in their strength to get it closer towards destruction? Hiruzen's empty eyes momentarily strayed towards the picture of his successor and predecessor at the same time, Minato, and his mind instantly remembered Naruto who was supposed to be raised by Jiraiya before the men fled. Even the Jinchuriki has to be taught about the will of fire by me personally despite there being hordes of people who were friends with Minato and Kushina. Don't tell me the supposed ninjas of this village are blind enough to not see the blatant resemblance. He scoffed. At least the boy was easy to manipulate in his abused state. Kind gesture here, pat there, motivating speech or two and the boy was yelling about becoming the next Hokage. It was quite cute, to be honest. Considering all the pain the villagers put him through, the boy was nothing if not entitled to destroy Konoha. Naturally, that had to be prevented, no. As such, the professor had to go and deliver some of his wisdom to the poor lad. Yes, at least Naruto is obedient and growing up to be loyal to the village. Hiruzen sighed. If only he knew the truth. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Vengeance 2. Finally, after a few months of relentless effort, Yujito received her pass from Ringo. It was not easy. Far from it. Many times she wanted to snarl and curse the woman when she bruised black and blue went to sleep. Pain became a constant companion and Yujito really understood that the woman she thought to be the quietest and most normal out of Rei's wives was actually craziest of them all when it came to training. Yujito was only glad she had a natural grace, nimbleness, and sense of balance of a cat otherwise, she shuddered at how much harder the training would be for her. But now that she finally passed, she could, at last, have her vengeance. Yujito clad in her kunoichi attire stood on the top of one of Kimogakure's towers, breathing the chilly night air as she reminisced about her time in the village while looking around the clouds-covered towers in the mountains, her birthplace. Kimogakure was a really nostalgic sight for her. As someone who grew up half on the streets, Yujito knew quite a lot about the layout of the village. But after spending so much time with Mei and her family, Yujito no longer felt that Kimogakure was her home. It took but a few lessons from Konan to understand. She was a kunoichi of Kyumo. She was a Jinchuriki of Kyumo. Naturally, she was indoctrinated to be loyal to Kyumo. Looking back, Yujito doubted she would follow Mei if her friend didn't surprise her in her moment of weakness. But as it was, Mei approached her when she felt especially down, and here she ended up. On the roof of a tower where one of the counselors responsible for her misery lived. The man wasn't going to survive tonight. Yujito sneaked inside the tower through the window, opting to enter from the top rather than the bottom where most guards were concentrated. She nimbly and soundlessly strode through the dark halls, melding her presence into every shadow to make her small body even less spottable to others. The first patrol was easy to bypass. She only had to use the teachings of Ringo, which said, if you can't go through or around without being spotted, you have to go from above. Yuzushio carefully walked on the ceiling to get past the team of 2 ninjas who patrolled the halls. They were not anything extraordinary by any stretch. Simple tunins, but still annoying to dodge in narrow hallways of the tower without being spotted. The second patrol group was also easy if a bit riskier. Yuzushio hid behind a corner and waited for them to pass, ready to strike if they turned in her direction and saw her. Fortunately for them, they didn't. It was the third time she saw guards that became a slight problem. 2 guys who stood in front of the door leading towards her target. Really, there was no dodging those. Always be smart about proceeding forward, silence is the key, huh? Yuzushio muttered the third rule of assassination Ringo taught her, and her eyes shrewdly gleamed. Using the cover of the night, Yuzushio used chakra sting to entwine around a leg of one guard. Chakra strings were one of the most practiced things in Ringo's training montage because of how easy and dead useful they were in many practical uses. Sadly, one had to have incredible chakra control to make them almost invisible, and Yuzushio was a Jinchuriki. Yeah, she was extremely glad she chose nighttime for her little operation. Her control still sucked enough to make creating invisible strings impossible. Her string prepared, she then sneaked on the ceiling to get above the guards. After she was in the position, it was entirely too easy to drop in front of them while slashing the throat of the guard who didn't have the string around his ankle, while the one that did was pulled up, screaming bloody murder only for no sound to leave his throat because of a silencing seal Yuzushio slapped on his shoulder mid-drop. Yuzushio's hand caught the body of the man whose throat she slit and placed it onto the ground before finishing off the man who hanged upside down on the chakra string by his ankle. 2 corpse storage scrolls and 2 shadow clones that hinged into the guards later, and Yuzushio was ready to enter the room. After all, it wouldn't do for someone to stumble into these parts of the tower and discover the door unguarded. That would ring too many unnecessary alarms. Putting a silencing seal on the door, Yuzushio slowly and soundlessly opened them, sneaking inside. One very delightful part of being Nibi's Jinchuriki was her ability to naturally see at night, so the darkness in the room didn't bother Yuzushio one bit. She frowned, however, as her sensitive nose caught the smell of sex in the room, and then she saw the man whose life she swore to end. He simply lied there under the sheets, soundly sleeping without any alert, with 3 women draped over him, also asleep. And this is why Ray made sure to drill into my head all those alert seals. Yuzushio inwardly hummed. The vulnerable man in front of her was one of the most skilled jonins of Kumo. Or at least, has been. Life in luxury and attending to political matters clearly considerably dulled his instincts. The man was still fit and muscled, but no matter who or how powerful your target is, they are as vulnerable as any backward farmer while sleeping. Choose the moment of your strike wisely. Assassination rule number 5. Yuzushio remembered and couldn't help but agree. From there, it wasn't hard to use chakra strings to move silencing tags on the walls and then some knockout tags onto the bodies of the women, while also putting chakra restraining tags onto the man himself. This clearly woke the counselor up as he started thrashing around with his arms and legs bound, trying to scream for guards. His panic was simply music for Yuzushio's ears. Yuzushio amusedly watched as the man tried to get off his bindings only to fall down from the bed and stifle a painful groan before moving like a worm on the ground. He still didn't notice her standing in the corner, which made Yuzushio's sadistic streak just that much more satisfied. The man had no idea what was going on and his mind was in chaos. Yuzushio would let him stem in it for a bit. There was no need to hurry so much anyway. It took but 5 minutes for the man to finally calm down. Seeing as his restraints wouldn't fall off no matter how he thrashed, he tried a different method. "Hello? Anyone there?" he asked with a shaky voice. As a political superpower in Kimogakure, he knew he had many enemies, but this was his tower. His home. The place where he was most guarded. He could do anything inside and nobody would even notice. To think he would be attacked here, the man was now really, really scared. Yuzushio slowly nodded as she stepped out of the shadows. She didn't have that much time. There were still 4 more unwilling participants to her tour dash, as Tsunade would call it, hands-on anatomy classes. "Why you?" the counselor shrieked, dread creeping into his gaze. Political opponents could be negotiated with. Assassins could be paid off. But the woman in front of him. He knew he did her wrong. Horribly wrong, but he never even in his worst nightmares would imagine seeing the previous Jinchuriki again. The moment he saw her cold gaze, he knew he was fucked beyond measure. No. I didn't want to hurt you." The man started in panic, pleadingly staring at Yuzushio, whose lips twitched upwards at these words. I don't want to hurt you either." Yuzushio interrupted him with an uplifting voice, causing the panic of the men to slightly decrease. "I simply want you to suffer." She added indifferently as if she was describing the weather, causing the eyes of the counselor to shrink. Before he could start pleading again, blue flames roared into existence and the screaming began. It would be only in the morning that Kimogakure would learn how bloody the previous silent night was, getting only a single message in return. A message saying, Yuzora is displeased. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Reiki's reaction. You think the one responsible for killing 5 councilmen is Yujito? Killer Bee asked A in an incredulous tone, his eyebrows rising almost to his hairline, even forgetting to rap. Yes. A grumbled. Remember that investigation about her treatment by the village I secretly conducted after Yuzora took her? Reikage sighed in sadness, remembering how the woman he thought of like a niece was mistreated. She would have the biggest motive to do that. He said, a bit shaken from what he read happened to the 5 councilmen. Honestly, death would be merciful at this point for them. But Yujito joining Yuzora by her own will? Killer Bee asked, not wanting to believe Yujito would betray her village. Deep down in his heart, however, he knew that she had every right for it. He knew he could not fault her for this decision. That didn't mean he wanted to believe it though. Yes. It is actually a miracle, Reikage rolled his eyes, but he could see how grumpy and angry he was, that this incident happened after I signed papers for their retirement and eventual cleanup. Ah. The Hyuga incident. Yes. I lost my Jonin commander because of these swines. Harumphed. Now I can't even give them up to Konoha for their mistakes. Reikage rubbed his temples, trying to prevent his rising headache. Could you believe we were sent the body of Hisashi Hyuga, the twin of Hyuga patriarch, despite sending a letter that the demand for the body of their clan head was not official and we do not require it? The old monkey really does everything to lower the influence of the clans. We were used as scapegoats, heh? Killer Bee smirked. Everybody knew that the Hyuga clan was on the rise after Uchihas fell out of grace and were relocated to the outskirts of the village. How better to make them fall in line than subtly creating some internal conflict? Sarutobi didn't even have it that hard with Kimogakure council idiots providing every tool needed for him. The fact that the Hyuga clan is divided into 2 branches was just the icing on the cake. He could exchange a life of a single Jonin from the Hyuga clan for instability in the clan, lowering their influence and diverting their eyes to something else, then becoming Hokage, or getting more direct power in the village, and the blame would completely be on Kimogakure. All he had to do was keep the letter saying Kumo didn't want the body of the Hyuga clan head secret. I knew I should have sent the letter through the official channels, preferably our daimyo, but there was just no time for that. I hoped that this mistake of these 5 counselors would not implicate Kimogakure, but to think Sarutobi would use this situation to take the Hyuga clan down a peg. Sigh. Reikage shook his head. Since he got the report about the failure of the mission to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, the mission he never approved of, his headache was on the rise. After all, it meant somebody in his council was trying to screw him and the whole Kimogakure over. Needless to say, finding out the idiots who did that wholeheartedly believed doing something that could start the next ninja war was for the good of the village was a shocker in itself. Sure, Kimogakure came out of the previous war in the best shape, but that didn't mean they could go and provoke everyone. Not when Konoha was getting chummy with the Wagakure due to Jiraiya's marriage. So, what did little Yugi do to the bastards? Killer Bee asked, almost eagerly. He already decided to write a song about it. Now he only had to dig for the small details to incorporate into it. Reikage raised his gaze and looked inquisitively at his brother. He knew Killer Bee was even fonder of Yujito than him. They both shared their burden, and for Bee, Yujito was sort of a sister. When they found out what the councilman did to her, it took a lot of persuasion to prevent Bee from releasing Bijudama on the bastards. Yes. Kimogakure had a reputation of kidnapping and breeding members of bloodline clans, but this didn't mean it happened on a daily basis. In the years the village stood, only less than 20 such cases happened, none of them under A's administration. A made sure to execute every fucker who hurt Yujito but the 5 who were on the council and had enough leverage with the nobles of the Land of Lightning. Those, he couldn't touch so easily. He just waited for them to make a mistake, and now that they authorized the kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress, he had them by the balls, only for someone from Yuzora to turn them into heavily crippled piles of barely living flesh. On one hand, it was vexing he couldn't deliver his own justice to them, on another, if it really was Yujito, then he could be fine with it, he supposed. Not that anybody else could use the fire of Nibi with enough precision to inflict hours of torture on the victim. A simply wordlessly handed the report to Bee, letting him learn what Yujito did to them, and watched as Bee winced or grimaced at times. Yujito was brutal. First, she cooked their limbs one at a time. That alone must have been incredibly painful, leaving them begging for death. Only when the damage of a limb was so extensive they completely lost the feeling of pain, Yujito severed said limb. Brutal torture by fire. Even Bee was green after reading about it. Then, Yujito took their manhoods off. She did it in a way as if she was chopping a carrot. One circlet at a time. Needless to say, even Gyuki inside of Killer Bee shuddered and whimpered at such cruelty. It was only when all of that was done and the men couldn't scream anymore, Yujito took their tongues and eyes away and burned most of their skin. All 5 were now in the Kumogakure hospital, limbless, tongueless, eyeless, and dickless burned piles of flesh. Killer Bee didn't know if he should be proud of the revenge little Yujito enacted or if he should run the fuck away from her anytime he sees her. As a ninja, he found it impressive, but as a man, it was downright frightening for him. I now see why you think it was Yujito. Nobody would have good reason to go this far with them. Killer Bee nodded with a gulp as he handed back the report. But, is it all right? What do you mean? I grunted, focusing on the paperwork in front of him. You hate Yuzora, don't you? Is it fine that Yujito apparently joined them? B asked, raising his arms and entering a rapping stance. I am sure, you want a lure. You feel hate, mate. This is a chance for Yuzora's bounty to go rising. Are you gonna let it go missin', Bratza? I looked at B, totally unimpressed with the brief musical addition. B. He sighed and leaned on the backrest of his chair. I do hate Rei, Conan, and Ringo Emuri. They killed my fiancé. A's eyes frosted before showing a resigned gleam. But I am the Reikage. I have to think of the village. Anybody who can get inside a ninja village without raising any alarm, torture 5 high-profile politicians for a whole night without anybody even knowing it was happening, is a threat not worth antagonizing. If I was not so sure it was Yujito, I would probably blow a gasket and secretly try to do something about it. That said, I am still going to secretly find a solution to this intruding problem of ours. I frowned, but for now, I gotta let grudges go. Especially if Yujito actually joined Yuzora. Frankly, I was dismayed. He so wanted nothing more than to dispatch hundreds of his ninjas to hunt Rei, Conan, and Ringo down, but he had no idea about their whereabouts, skills, or current strength. Yuzora still did a few jobs once in a while, but they faded to the background, lurking in the shadows. This current incident was actually the first major happening caused by them in the last 4 years. Kumogakure let its guard down for a moment, and Yuzora gave them a painful reminder of why that is a bad thing to do. I looked at the picture of a woman and sighed. He really had to let bygones be bygones. For the village, and for Yujito. After all, A knew his fiancée would want him to look after her sister. Even if the girl chose to serve somebody other than Kumogakure. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Final Bonding. Rei watched as Pakura, clad in a sandy yellow tight-fitting kimono that highlighted her curves well, stepped through the portal into his dimension. This was the first time he ever saw any kind of makeup on her face, and he had to admit, the woman was gorgeous. Her lips glistened with pink lipstick, adding a cute vibe to her usual strictness. A bit of dark green eyeshadow went incredibly well with her hair and highlighted her eyes nicely. Her hair was completely let free compared to her usual bun held by a senbon, but it was obvious that Pakura spent quite a lot of time making her hair slightly wavy and appear so silky. Rei was firstly baffled when she requested to be dressed according to wine country wedding customs for this day. I am giving myself completely to you. Naturally, I want to look my best. She said, and to that, Rei had no valid argument. He was simply happy Tsunade or Ringo revealed their feelings on the matter, because Rei knew that since Pakura pointed it out, they were miffed for days that their bonding was not perfect because they didn't get to wear wedding dresses. And then Rei saw his other girls step in and his jaw dropped as he understood why they never revealed their dissatisfaction. Here he was, clad in a totally laid-back baggy bright green shirt he wore on Sundays and comfortable black pants, looking like a crazy village bum while all of his 5 girls looked gorgeous beyond belief. There was obviously something he was not told. Conan had an expensive-looking lavender kimono that blended with her blue shoulder-length hair decorated by a blue origami rose of a lighter shade, marvelously complementing her clothing and hair color. Her mischievous smile clearly betrayed whose idea this dressing up was. Somehow, Rei couldn't find it in himself to be angry at those lascivious light blue lips she was lightly biting in invitation. Adding Conan's almost sparkling big amber eyes full of happiness, yeah, Rei never had a chance, did he? Tsunade opted for green haori ending a bit above her knees with an intricate leaf pattern all over it, and her hair was all in 2 blonde pigtails lying on her chest, reaching her lower abdomen. It was obvious the piece of clothing was dear to her heart since it didn't exactly look new but was still well cared for. Rei quickly put 2 and 2 together and realized this was the attire in which, according to Tsunade's stories, her grandmother Mito appeared at her wedding. Rei softly smiled at his sentimental medic, getting a content grin in return. May. Rei spotted she really grew up well. Instead of a kimono, she had the tailors of Yuzushio create her a Western dress. Rei could only wryly smile. He described it one damn time and the girl became as if infatuated with the idea. There she stood, in azure-like dress ending a bit below her knees, her plentiful red locks all flowing over her, also almost reaching her knees. Oh, how Rei loved her silky crimson long hair. In Rei's old world, this would in no way count as something on par with what his other girls wore, at least from a symbolic point of view. Here though, it looked well and fit May's personality well. Simple but daring. Not that Rei would ever say that out loud. And lastly, Ringo. His little swordsman had a black kimono dress with a flowery pattern that went very well with her red hair, which was freely flowing down her back with 2 bangs covering the sides of her faces, reaching her chest. Surprisingly, her hair was decorated with small braids and 2 hairpins resembling a black butterfly were preventing the bangs from coming into her face. Needless to say, this was actually the very first time he saw Ringo dressed up so beautifully, and Ray made sure to carefully store this memory into his mind. After all, with her personality, it very well might be the last time. Conan was the first one to approach, mostly because of some sense of seniority the girls decided among themselves. Conan was supposedly the leader while Tsunade was her substitute, whereas others were on the same level in the pecking order. Ray was just glad his girls didn't fight for something as senseless as a better position and were content with how things were right now, as he had no intentions of treating one of them better than others. "I see you didn't get the news," Conan stated when she saw Ray's lazy attire. If they didn't know each other, it could come across as insulting. They spent hours to make themselves look gorgeous for him, and here he stood, in his most casual baggy clothes. Fortunately for Ray, his girls were fast to the uptake and instantly turned towards May, who was supposed to inform Ray. Conan raised her eyebrow, Pakura slightly glared, Tsunade was amused, and Ringo, well, she didn't turn to May, and instead her eyes trailed over Ray while she licked her lips. "What?" May crossly asked, "Don't look at me like that. Does it even matter if he knows we want to make this into a sort of a wedding night? So what if he isn't dressed up?" She pointed at Ray in a dismissive manner. "I personally love the moments when we are rolling in the sack the most, when we are completely naked. I care not what he wears, and I know that neither of you wouldn't really mind if he was naked either, so where is the problem?" She defensively stated, and Ray had to fight his urge to take a step back from how weirded out he was at this opinion of hers. "Wait." His eyes slightly widened as he saw the other 4 girls turn to him. "Don't look at me like that. No, no, no. Stop with that understanding gleam of sudden realization in your eyes." He took a step back at their hungry stares and hotly added, "Oi. What? She is totally right." Tsunade uncaringly shrugged, causing the girls to snicker and giggle. Ray could only wearily shake his head, not even realizing he was slightly smiling. After all, deep down, he had the same opinion. These dresses were nice and all, but he wouldn't overly mind if they were naked in front of him. But he also knew the girls wanted to dress up and show themselves to him, so he kept quiet and enjoyed the sights. "Let's just start, okay?" No matter how tired of the situation Ray acted, the girls spent a lot of time with him, so there was no deceiving them. Especially not when he really couldn't help himself and take more than a few appreciative side glances all over them. Happy with themselves, the 6 people decided to proceed with the main event. The bonding ceremony for Pakura. Soon enough, Pakura found herself in Ray's embrace as they stood in the middle of the ceiling array while the other 4 girls encircled them, standing in their own designated places. Bonding 6 people to each other with one main bond between Ray and Pakura, and multiple secondary bonds to the girls was no joke, so Ray had to spend 2 days recreating the process to make it safe. The girls started to feed their chakra into the seals, causing them to slightly light up, and Ray, knowing Pakura deserved this to be a happy memory, in that precise moment where they were bonded, leaned forward, placing a gentle loving kiss onto the surprised woman, causing her to melt in his embrace. Just like that, the bonding was finished. Outwardly not very impressive, but inwardly, a lot has changed. The group decided to take the next few days off from their work and spend them together in Ray's dimension, just lazing around, making out, and having sex, completely carefree and without any work or worry. It really reminded Ray of the dream he had in his previous world. He wanted to be rich, carefree, and have a loving wife. He was always a bit lazy. And yet, here he was, putting so much effort into building his own village and getting stronger when he could just shut himself and his girls in his dimension for a few centuries, focusing on indulging in carnal desires and basking in the warm feeling of being loved. There was nothing he needed anymore. But he couldn't really do that, could he? Tsunade, Pakura, and even Ringo had a few people, or at the very least sentiments in that world, and they would be sad if they were killed or destroyed. In the end, Ray didn't want his girls sad. Hence, he decided to solve the threat of the Otsutsuki clan once and for all. Baby steps. One thing at the time. Ray mentally hummed. It was at the picnic 2 days after the bonding that Pakura timidly raised the important question. "So, can I consider you my husband now?" Her nervousness was almost visible as she asked that while subconsciously fidgeting. The whole meadow suddenly grew deadly silent as 5 pairs of eyes intently locked onto Ray, who blankly blinked as he opened his mouth, but his mind refused to supply him with an appropriate answer. The mood of the girls soured when even after a few seconds they didn't get a positive answer. Fortunately, Ray slowly nodded and finally found words. "I guess." Ray unsurely agreed, causing the girls to happily beam at him, but their eyes still held some concern at how lackluster the answer sounded. Ray, not seeing that, continued, "I have no idea, to be honest. Well, in Yuzushio and my other-sided village, we can consider being as good as married. I frankly always considered those bonded to me as my wives. I simply do not know if from the legal point of view we can be considered married since there was no official wedding. He explained. Hearing that, Tsunade quickly added her opinion, it doesn't matter. Pakura nodded, only weddings between nobles, daimyos, or important people in shinobi villages are recorded. A wedding between peasants is not, and the only proof is a scrap of paper they receive that proves that yes, they are married. There is also no way to access a record of a wedding from Suna. Say, in Konoha. The countries do not share these things, so as long as somebody says he is married, you can either believe him or not, as there is no real proof. She said. Well, Ray smiled. He never really paid attention to these things, so he had no idea. Good thing his wives did, so he won't have to waste time researching. Then I guess I have no other option than to graciously give you the title of my wives and shower you with all love I am capable of, the opinion of others be damned. He sagaciously nodded. Damn straight. 5 sweet womanly voices rang through the meadow at once. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Artificial Bijou 1. Ray and his wives were in the middle of their vacation when Ray decided it was time to finally perform the second reason why he wanted them in his dimension. After all, he finally finished his little bijou project. Ray led the girls into a room containing a massive ceiling matrix spreading through the roof, walls, and concentrating on the floor where 6 circles with the exact same distance between them were inscribed. Each of us will sit in one of these circles. Ray informed them after seeing the curious looks they were shooting the ceiling matrix. None of them ever saw so many seals concentrated on such a little place. Even Tsunade, who had the most knowledge about sealing among the women, knew that this should, by all means, result in one massive explosion after the seals start to interact with each other. Suddenly, a realization flashed through their heads. This is why you limited our access to the dimension. You were testing this, weren't you? Conan asked, but her admonishing tone clearly conveyed there was no need for an answer. Ray could almost see the mouths of his wives opening as thoughts were flashing through their eyes that glared at him worriedly. He had to act fast and say something or be bombarded by angry verbal spanking from 5 women who felt wronged. Dear me. Ray bitterly thought. Yes. Now, I won't doubt your intelligence by lying and saying I used clones for it. We all know there is no way of using only clones for something like this. Ray hurriedly started. His remark thankfully stopped the incoming nagging, but it was obvious the storm didn't pass yet. I had to oversee it myself and... How many? Tsunade interrupted in a quiet tone, and a deathly silence descended on the group. She raised her and glared at Ray before seeing he was reluctant to answer. How many near-death experiences did it take for you to succeed? She repeated her question and crossed her hands under her blossom in a displeased manner. The other 4 also didn't look very pleased with Ray at the moment. Even May understood the implication of what exactly Ray had to do to create the ceiling matrix. Such a thing would be extremely explosion-happy and accident-prone. In order to oversee it, Ray would have to be close to it. And since not much of the dimension was damaged, Ray most likely cut the parts the matrix was located in off from the rest of the dimension, creating a smaller subdimension. That only meant Ray was most of his time in the recent years trapped in a small subdimension with a very explosive ceiling matrix that could most likely go off into the air like a blasted bijoudama any moment of a day just because 2 strokes in a kanji disagreed with each other. Oh yes, Ray's wives were not having a good time imagining that kind of situation. Ray awkwardly scratched the back of his head as he wryly smiled at his girls. He had no idea how to appease them, so he went with, don't worry about the number too much, at least it gave me practice for some defensive jutsu. I can now say with utmost certainty that even bijoudama would be hard-pressed to kill me. He exclaimed. Alas, instead of the relieved look he was expecting, the 5 women in front of him only deepened their glares. That was a bad thing to say, wasn't it? Ray idly thought before the screaming began. 5 hours. That's how long it took for the 5 women to calm down. Never in his dreams would Ray think Conan could be so loud. Honestly, he wasn't an idiot and knew this would be their reaction. Being ninja meant getting better at reading people, and he frankly expected Tsunade to plummet him to the ground for this. Researching the ceiling matrix was veritable suicide. Thankfully, Tsunade only screamed her frustrations at him until her throat was hoarse and then clung to him as if her life depended on it. In a way, that was way worse than punching him with her super strength because it really conveyed how hurt she was, and it certainly made Ray feel bad. Closed-off small subdimension going off in one massive explosion. Yeah, Ray actually had to spend half year inventing seals capable of keeping him alive from that before he even started with the real work. Of course, that was after he was almost blown to smithereens due to the first failed attempt, not that he would mention that to his girls anytime soon. Ray made sure to blurt it out like that because that way, he expected the least damage. He naturally knew the second his girls saw the room with the matrix, the light bulb would go off in their heads and they would instantly understand what it meant. If Ray actually shared the method he was using to invent the ceiling matrix for creating artificial bijou, he was sure that he would find himself prevented in any way possible from continuing. Hence, he kept the method secret. He could only thank gods none of his girls knew enough of sealing to guess the process and how explosive it was without actually seeing the matrix. Fortunately, the 5 women now reluctantly sat in 5 of the circles while Ray took the 6th. Remember to follow the steps. Ray reminded them one last time, getting a few eye rolls in return which prompted him to smile. He trusted each of them too much to believe they could ever botch it up. Pushing a wisp of his chakra into the starting sequence, the sealing ritual began. Tsunade was pissed. Knowing her husband was trying to perform suicide for years made her almost tear up from the sheer rage. She simply didn't understand why this was even necessary. Weren't they already strong enough? Surely, even her grandfather would have problems facing them now. And yet, Ray still wanted to give them an edge. For what? As she sat in one of the 6 circles, she decided to get answers to these questions. Suddenly, the runes started to glow slowly bright blue as chakra traveled through them and Tsunade could clearly feel it. The nature energy of the dimension started to be sucked into the small building where they were currently in, storing itself into the seals around the circles they sat in. The whole process was almost fascinating for Tsunade. She heard from Conan how it felt to create the dimension, but this. Her whole being was filled with euphoria as her senses were being bathed in an ocean of soothing nature energy, engulfing her in its entirety. Winds picked up despite them being indoors, chakra started leaking from their bodies into the seals without them even having to do anything. It was all very calming, but despite feeling elated, Tsunade knew better. She was the medic ninja of the group and well aware the seals completely shut off the feeling of pain in their bodies. She mentally shuddered at thinking how painful this would be without that. The seals that leaked chakra would most likely set every nerve ending on fire. The nature energy and the chakra were furiously smashing into each other, the seals slowly taming them and molding them into something else after the energies merged. The first 5 minutes were pure bliss. The next 15 minutes were still very enjoyable, but worry started to seep into Tsunade's mind. It was however the last 40 minutes that had her frowning when the chakra didn't stop leaking. Naturally, as someone who almost died from such a leakage, Tsunade was scared witless when her chakra levels hit 20% full. Since Ray bonded to her, saving her life, she never once went under 50% of her full reserves. One could say she had an almost hysterical fear of being low on chakra, and the situation was not helping her mental state, not at all. Inwardly freaking out, Tsunade trembled as even more chakra left her. She shared this worry of hers with her new family, but now, she regretted it. Ray would certainly not make this matrix if she did. Tsunade wanted to curl into a ball and start whimpering. And then, she heard Ray's voice, now. Imbue the secondary consciousness. Cold calm swept her shaken mental state, and as if in reflex, Tsunade used the technique derived from shadow cloning Ray taught her, to create a secondary consciousness and imbued it into the chakra/nature energy construct in front of her. With that, her mind grew numb and Tsunade felt as if somebody hit her head with one of her superpowered punches sans the pain. Disoriented, she felt her head spinning and her senses going haywire. For a second, Tsunade thought she was feeling things from 2 different perspectives and it was beyond weird, but when she was about to focus on this feeling, she was dragged into her own mind, her head snapping back as if slapped. Shaking herself from the surreal experience. Tsunade saw it. In front of her, a small fox with blonde fur resembling her hair was sitting and wagging her tail while confusedly looking at her. ANF Tsunade could feel her chakra again. Her full reserves. Of which, 90% were currently cutely yipping at her. Her own chakra, alive. Speechless, didn't give her current state any justice. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Artificial Bijou 2. Ray evenly stared at the black fox cub in front of him, getting an even stare from the fox in return before chuckling. Leaning forward, Ray took the cub into his hands and put it on his lap where the black fox cub curled into a ball and tiredly yawned before falling asleep. Little bastard, Ray's eyebrow playfully twitched, here he falls asleep when I have to keep myself awake. Damn, was this tiring. Ray slowly rolled his shoulders as his eyes started looking around, checking his wives. Tsunade looked in wonder at her own blonde fox that looked as excited to meet Tsunade. Ray smiled. The fox was definitely as excitable as Tsunade when she was surrounded by family. Conan was highly amused as she patted her blue fox that almost preened at the attention by straightening her back and slightly lifting its muzzle. Ray could only subtly nod to himself. That reaction was definitely something Conan would subconsciously do every time he showered her with attention. May was a bit lost, not knowing what to do when her auburn fox jumped into her lap and demanded attention. Honestly, Ray could instantly see the similarities between the fox and May. Ringo had her crimson fox already in her hands, nuzzling it to her cheek. Ray could however plainly see the curious gleam in the eyes of both Ringo and the crimson fox as they subtly took the measure of their surroundings. Lastly, Pakura. Her fox was green and both Pakura and the cub seemed almost hesitant to move from their spot as they eyed each other. Ray was about to look away when Pakura and the fox nodded at each other as if reaching some kind of understanding, and then the fox slowly walked towards Pakura, who started hesitantly rubbing its fur with a totally awkward expression. Rei couldn't help but burst into laughter at that. It was the exact same expression Pakura had on her face when they had sex for the very first time. Rei's sudden laughter broke the atmosphere around each pair of human and fox, causing 10 pairs of eyes to redirect at Rei, who tried to wave his hand to show he needed time in order to calm down. Sorry. It's just. Pakura was too cute there. Rei mischievously said, which made Pakura flush crimson red and give him a slight glare. It didn't take her long to figure out what he meant by that. Neither did it take long for the other women, who threw Pakura knowing looks, causing her to groan while still subconsciously gently rubbing her fox. Yes, too cute. Rei mentally decided, showing a proud smile. Let's stop teasing her, shall we? Konan started speaking as she turned to Rei. I would like to know how. She waved her hand around her fox. This actually works. Rei slowly nodded, yes. It would probably be best if I explained what the foxes exactly are and how they came to be. He threw Tsunade a concerned look. It was ever so obvious the woman had a hard time pulling her gaze away from her fox and her body language. Well, your first concern would undoubtedly be your chakra reserves, right? Rei asked, getting nods in return. They feel full, and yet, you have only 10% in your body. Don't worry, that is normal. Your reserves will fully replenish, Rei smirked, and the chakra in the fox will also quickly grow. Hearing that, the women looked pensive before Konan again took the leading role and very carefully asked in a bit disbelieving tone, you are saying our reserves will more than double with this? She really couldn't believe it. When Konan heard about the term of bijou, she never thought it would be her chakra come alive. The problem with that was it was her chakra. The second Konan's hand touched her fox, Konan knew she could still siphon chakra from the fox and freely use it for jutsu. Rei gave her a winning grin. Nope. He quipped and gave a dramatic pause to let his wives accept the fact before he playfully continued, they will increase by more than 100 times. I really have no idea how much exactly the final number would be. He dropped the bomb, blowing the minds of his wives away. Konan and Rei already had more chakra reserves than even Madara and Hashirama, so getting such an increase was something the women really could not even imagine. After all, if Madara and Hashirama are the strongest according to their knowledge, what exactly are they becoming? To begin the explanation, Rei started, happy he had the full undivided attention of his wives. Let me give you a small briefing of what exactly bijou is. Shikaku, for example, is not made of sand as many would believe. He is actually the chakra in the sand and the seal markings on his skin. That's why it does not matter how many times you cut him in half. He would always simply reform. The concept on which the foxes are based is the same. They are beings made of your chakra. Rei stopped for a moment, letting that fact settle down. Now, I could not actually create a soul. After all, I do not own some miraculous eyes of circular bullshittery like the sage of the 6 paths that could create anything with but a hand clap. Hence, you had to create a secondary consciousness and imbue it into the chakra during the creation process. In the process, this consciousness was strengthened, reshaped, and so on, not important. Rei dismissively waved his hand. What is important is that the foxes are part of you given sentience. Hearing that, the women involuntarily smiled and cuddled their fox closer to them. It was almost instinctive. The only difference was Tsunade, who held hers almost protectively. Rei's lips stretched into an almost gleeful smirk before he continued. The next part was the reason why he could proudly proclaim himself a genius. That means their chakra, which is a mix of your own chakra, nature energy, and bijou chakra they can now produce, is yours to use as you see fit. You can merge with the fox, boosting your reserves in both potency and capacity. Especially since the foxes do not have a limited body of flesh, hence their reserves can grow to insane proportions if we look at it from the perspective of human standards. While they have less chakra than Shikaku right now, with time, they will surpass 9 tails. Of that, I have no doubt. Rei explained, causing the women to look at the cute little foxes in a new light. They were not just pets. The women quickly understood what Rei meant. These were tools that would help them grow stronger. And yet, Rei's wives knew that the bond they felt between themselves and their fox was not accidental. Rei clearly wanted them to treat the foxes with love. Once they grow up, you can use them as summoning animals you basically hold within you. And since they were made from your chakra and consciousness, they will never betray you. The best feeling for them is being merged with you, being at home. I also added a few seals on them, Rei winced saying that. The room they were in was a mess. Many seals were burned off, completely dispersed, basically destroyed. The seal matrix was unusable and Rei would have to invest half year of effort to recreate it. Not that he would ever do something like this again. Thanks to these chakra manipulation seals, the foxes will be able to change their sizes at will. Any questions? The room descended into silence as all 5 women pondered if there was something they wanted to know about. How long till they grow up? Mei eagerly asked. Few years, which means, Rei glanced at Tsunade, you will have to separate. That obviously didn't go well with the women, but Tsunade looked positively hurt. They have to be in my dimension in order for the nature energy to nourish them, boosting their growth and chakra reserves. Before you ask, yes, they could do it while merged with you, but it would take centuries instead of years. Rei's dimension can be called one big energy battery. Conan nodded in understanding. Which means, they will need to be babysat. Rei smiled when Tsunade instantly perked up. There are 6 of us, so we will rotate on a daily basis, while the 7th day we can take a break from work and spend in the dimension together. I can delegate most of my work to one of my best apprentices and spend more time with the cubs. Tsunade interjected, causing the others to narrow their eyes at her. Only now did the other 4 women notice that something was off with her. Rei's lips twitched at Tsunade's remark. We all need some bonding time with them. Tsunade lowered her head. But fine. If you can delegate your work, do so. Just, don't let me down by slacking. After all, it was you who wanted the position of the head of medics, Tsunade. Tsunade looked mollified but also a bit hurt that Rei would consider her slacking. Looking at her blonde fox, she couldn't in good conscience say she wouldn't do it though. Reluctantly, she nodded and decided for herself that she will teach more medics to show her dedication to Rei while also creating more free time for her to spend with her cub. Also, I have to say I am sorry, Tsunade. Rei sheepishly added, causing the women to turn to him with interest springing up on their face, before turning to Conan. If you remember, when Tsunade bonded to us, her soul was fractured. Conan smiled, and this was a way to rectify that, wasn't it? She then smirked at Tsunade, but I see there were some side effects, heh. Rei could only sigh in exasperation. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Tsunade's Soul. Hearing Conan and Rei discuss a possible problem with her soul, Tsunade instantly became serious. She might not know what it exactly meant for her, and the years since bonding with Rei she never once found a problem with her health, but better safe than sorry. I didn't really put much thought to Tsunade's problem with her soul, to be honest. Rei slowly started explaining the situation. Making sure to be nonchalant about it, which told his girls it was nothing to get worked over for. Firstly, it didn't really affect Tsunade because none of her techniques depend on her soul and my senses were telling me she was not affected whatsoever. I actually watched her very closely, but when no change occurred even after 3 years and nothing seemed wrong with Tsunade, I simply shrugged it off for the moment. If Tsunade was Yamanaka, the whole situation would be probably different since her techniques would tremendously weaken, but as it was, curing her was not very important at the time. Rei stopped, making sure his meaning was conveyed. Is it really fine? Fractured soul sounds kind of dangerous. Mei voiced out, frowning, as she scooted closer to Tsunade in a supportive manner. Well, that's not really what her ailment was, actually. Rei gave Mei a reassuring smile. At the time, I didn't have enough knowledge about souls, so I called it as I saw it, but it's not as if Tsunade's soul is missing a piece. It sure as hell does look like that to my senses, but as I got more knowledgeable, I figured out it is not really so. Hearing him, Conan, Tsunade, and Pakura perked up, interested in the topic. After getting reassurance from Rei that Tsunade was fine, Ringo stopped caring and decided to play with her fox. Mei, on the other hand, was still close to Tsunade, but she also didn't care about whatever theory Rei was about to portray. If it was really important, he would force her to learn it anyway. From what I know, and do take into consideration that I am no expert by any sort of a stretch, Rei started, souls are energy-based constructs, well, sort of. Anyway, Tsunade's soul was lacking energy without any way to replenish it. Our bonding patched her soul up, preventing more energy leakage, but it didn't help in any way to replenish the lost energy. And that's where Tsunade's bijou comes in. He grinned. He might not be an expert on souls, but his understanding of Tsunade's problem was good enough to create a solution. The side effects, those were negligible at best compared to whatever could happen to her because of her weakened soul. Rei wasn't about to leave her in that state, not when he had a solution to it. He was not nearly enough delusional, reckless, or arrogant to think there would be no consequence whatsoever if he let it drag on. You used the nature energy to somehow strengthen my soul during the process of creating Blondie. Tsunade interrupted as an understanding gleam suddenly flashed through her eyes. Rei raised his eyebrow at her, surprised she figured it out, but there were more important things right now. Blondie? He asked, almost amused. Tsunade cutely blushed and her eyes lit up with joy as she nodded. Since she is blonde, I will call my girl Blondie. That's actually nice. Conan interjected, the corners of her lips slightly up, then mine will be indigo. Emerald. Pakura said, joining the conversation as she stroked her almost preening fox. I will go with auburn, Mei nodded, following the theme set by Tsunade. It's simple and reminds me of my beautiful hair. In that case, Ringo held her fox on the level of her eyes as she stared at it intently. You will be crimson, understood? Only when the fox nodded did Ringo smile and briefly kiss its muzzle in satisfaction before putting it back into her lap. I guess, there aren't many choices left for me. Rei chuckled before looking at the sleeping black fox in his lap that was also the only male of the bunch. Sorry, buddy, according to the naming theme you were deemed to be Blackie. He said with a mocking undertone as if he slightly pitied the fox, which caused Tsunade to give him a slight unamused glare, recognizing the jab at her naming sense. Naming aside. Rei continued, looking at Tsunade with a bit of proudness in his eyes and also a veiled surprise. I am actually surprised you recognized what strengthened your soul. Tsunade shrugged, you threw me enough hints. At first, I thought my senses going so haywire I couldn't recognize which way is up or down was a part of the ritual, but now I know why I felt that way and why it felt so familiar. Nature energy simply supercharged my senses too much as it flowed. Tsunade's expression became a bit puzzled, not really into my body but still inside of me. The actual feeling is hard to explain. Anyway, the side effects. She added a bit worriedly. Don't worry. It's nothing major. You probably noticed how we all share a liking for our foxes. They are akin to an inseparable best friend to us. But in your case, your bond is much, much closer. Considering she, Rei pointed at Blondie, was born out of your chakra and consciousness, it isn't even that wrong, you know. He knowingly smiled at the flabbergasted Tsunade. Right. Tsunade looked at her hands, unwilling to raise her head higher for the moment. If it makes you feel any better, I think you will be a good mother to Blondie. Conan added, causing Tsunade to grow even quieter as her cheeks gained pink dusting while the other girls either silently snickered at her embarrassment or gave their own encouragements. Thank you. Tsunade eventually muttered, grateful for the opportunity. Blondie might not have been her real child, but she felt attached to her nevertheless. Tsunade knew Rei didn't want children. Not yet, anyway. It didn't even matter as much since their lifespan was lengthened to incredible proportions, so they had a few centuries before even thinking about it. But Tsunade craved family ever since she lost hers. Being able to feel a motherly bond to her little fox was almost heavenly for her. The group spent the next few moments relishing the pleasant surprise as they played with their new additions before Rei decided to continue the conversation. So, any other questions? At first, it looked like everybody was content. Rei knew his girls were curious and most likely had loads of questions. But he also knew they would not ask unless they were at the end of their wits or it was something they really deemed important. That's why he was really surprised when he heard Tsunade's voice. In fact, yes. She started unsurely before growing determined, I would like to ask why. Why exactly do you focus on making us stronger? We are probably the strongest ninjas alive when it comes to chakra reserves and manipulation. And yet, she swiped her hand around, indicating the foxes, it is still not enough. I want to know why. She bit her lower lip. She really wanted to know, and more importantly, she needed to know if there is something she could help Rei with. Because I am bored. Rei weakly tried, only getting eye rolls in return which turned his expression a bit sheepish. Fine. He sighed. There wasn't a question of, should I reveal it, in his mind. All 5 of the women he loved and trusted, so he started talking. You see, 1,000 years ago. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Plans and Reasons. You see, 1,000 years ago, a person from the Otsutsuki clan came to this planet to gather chakra fruit. Rei started, causing his wives to look at him strangely. Chuckling, Rei continued, a lot happened, this person betrayed her comrades, stabbing them in their back in order to have the fruit for herself, or that's the story as I know it. Who knows if it is the truth? Too many years passed since then, after all. Rei shook his head before becoming serious again. But what is important is that this person ate the chakra fruit, becoming the progenitor of chakra, the rabbit goddess Kaguya. Goddess. Conan looked intently at Rei. You are training us to fight a goddess? She added almost in disbelief. No, not at all. Rei smiled at Conan's baffled expression, something not seen that often. In a fight to the death, you would lose to Kaguya even if you teamed up and possessed fully grown bijou. No, leave Kaguya to me. Who knows, maybe you will get another sister out of it. Rei mischievously joked. He seriously didn't believe that. Not really. Kaguya was, well, for a human, calling her goddess was not that wrong if one took into consideration what she was really capable of. Anyway, it's not Kaguya who is important here. She was betrayed by her 2 sons and sealed in the moon. But I digress. They had their own reasons and it is hard to say who was right and who wrong. Moon. Tsunade muttered, for a moment forgetting she was in Rei's dimension and subconsciously looking up. Realizing what she did, her cheeks pinked. Rei simply appreciated the cute sight and calmly smiled at Tsunade, the problem here is not Kaguya. Well, not yet anyway. The problem is the Otsutsuki clan. You said they came to this planet. Ringo slowly started, that means they are in fact not from this planet, right? She asked with a bit of an unbelieving undertone, finding it kinda hard to accept that aliens existed. Rei nodded, causing Ringo to bite her lower lips as a need for more intel flashed through her eyes, her mind switching into her assassin mode. She needed info, their weaknesses, their habits, their... Suddenly, a soft blue ball of chakra tenderly impacted Ringo's forehead, getting her out of her funk as the other girls giggled. Calm down, Ringo. We have a few decades until they attack. Ray said, in fact, I have an idea how to hide this planet from them, but it would need a lot of power, time, and resources. But I am up for it. I didn't build my village only to have it destroyed by some wannabe pale-skinned fruit muncher. And I guess, having a goddess as a power source would really help these plans, right? May quipped, making Ray blink at her before nodding with a grin. But Kaguya is a piece of work in itself. Getting her out of the moon would be incredibly hard. Getting her to cooperate with us would be difficult because I have no idea what her mental state is or if she is really affected by the chakra fruit or not. If I get skilled and strong enough to safely pull her out of the moon while being capable of stuffing her inside of it again. Sure, we can try getting her on our side. If not, fuck her. Not worth the risk. Ray seriously said, causing all 5 women to instinctively straighten up. Ray didn't have any qualms about doing something others would consider a veritable suicide attempt for years. Now he actually says that there is something he thinks is dangerous enough that the risks are not worth the possible results. The girls naturally knew what exactly that meant. Any normal chap trying to pull that off would most likely not survive the next day. Thoughts about getting Kaguya out of the moon quickly left their minds. It would be better to leave that to Ray. Even Conan decided to focus on something else. Sure, she handled many things, but when it came to decisions that really mattered or would propel them ahead above the shoulders of others, it was always Ray who made the decision. Conan could live with that. She trusted Ray with her life, so there was no need to bother with what to do with a possibly murderous godlike being who was sealed for a millennium. Ray will figure it out. She mentally shrugged while her expression was the perfect image of calm with a slightly amused smile as her mind was deciding what lingerie to take into bed tonight to properly motivate her. Ray. How strong do you need us to be to contend against Otsutsuki? Pakura asked the important question as she distractedly patted Emerald. She was the weakest of the group, and while she was slowly catching up, this revelation meant she didn't have the leisure of being half-assed in her training. Ray helplessly shrugged at her question. I have no idea, to be honest. The Bijou are a nice step up and it will give us the energy levels necessary to contend against them in case I will be unable to isolate this planet. After we got the Bijou into ourselves, then we will have to learn more about chakra and its possible applications. We know nothing about it. Ray bitterly stated. Ah. Conan's eyes slightly widened as if she realized something. I see. Tsunade muttered, her tone a bit mischievous. Ringo simply raised her eyebrow at Ray in an "Are you serious?" manner. Pakura stayed stoic, but the corners of her lips were twitching. She was one of those who was setting up the system in Ray's hidden village. While she had no idea what good it would be when she was setting it up, now she understood why it was done that way almost instantly. I, on the other hand, don't see. May pouted and crossed her hands under her chest, supported by Auburn, who heatedly yipped in agreement. That's not very surprising. Conan smugly smirked before continuing in an admonishing tone that had May silenced in a jiffy. You refused any position of management in the village and don't bother with what is going on with it. You would naturally not make the connection. She shrugged. If you did, you would know that our village has a bit of a different promotion system than others. Not only our ninjas need to reach some standard of power before they can be promoted, every chunin aiming to become a jonin has to invent a new technique and hand it to the promotion board to be reviewed. We made it into a rite of passage of sorts. To think Ray added it so that every single ninja of ours can come up with a new way to use chakra for us when we reach the stage where we need a bit of inspiration to get stronger. Conan giggled. It could be actually called cheating. Ray simply grinned at Conan. My village, my rules. Even if they knew, they can't really complain. Not with the benefits our village offers. He then moved his gaze towards Ringo. But yes. Once we get to the level where our chakra reserves would be pretty much big enough and our enemies would have similarly massive reserves, it would all come to technique, and that's why having hundreds of working chakra usage concepts from our dutiful ninja force will be helpful. They don't have to make something powerful. Just something to give us a push in the right direction. We can develop the technique to be powerful, but we need at the very least a working foundation. This way, we won't have to spend our time trying to come up with one. I just now realized. Tsunade raised her eyes towards Ray, affectionately gazing at him. You really couldn't be bothered what happens to the world, could you? Her tone was almost sad but also content at the same time. Tsunade's eyes slowly trailed over her sister's. As long as we are fine, you wouldn't care. Tsunade bitterly smiled, tearing up. Thank you, Ray. For doing so much for me. Ray and his other girls stayed silent with their own thoughts, as they listened to Tsunade's muted happy sobs as she tried to regain control of her emotions. Ray didn't want to go into this discussion because even he knew it was a lost cause. And now that Tsunade said it aloud, his wives knew it too. In the end, his reasons why he cared what happens to the elemental nations were simple. Tsunade was still fond of Konoha. Konan was proud of the Bairi company she helped build up. Pakura didn't want to see Suna destroyed. And in some way, Ringo still cared about Kirigakure. That was honestly it. He simply didn't want to see them sad. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, Visiting the Daimyo of Fire. Rei, clad in an ornamental kimono usually worn by nobles, with a dressed-up Tsunade on his arm, came in front of Toyotomi Hagiyori, the daimyo of the Country of Fire, and slightly bowed in greetings. The men actually showed surprise at their attendance, as since the fiasco with Root, the diplomat from Land of Spring never attended his birthday parties. The relations between their countries were that bad. Toyotomi was naturally shocked when a man wearing a kimono decorated with the symbol for the newly renamed Land of Spring appeared in front of him. Especially since Tsunade freaking Senju, the hardest to find person on the damned continent, was his date. Toyotomi distinctly remembered Hiruzen Sarutobi asking him if his spy network caught a whiff of Tsunade's whereabouts. The old coot clearly wanted to beg his former apprentice for money from the Senju accounts, but without her explicit permission, Hokage or not, the accounts stayed sealed. Alas, the former Sannin and best medic in the world proved to be far more elusive than even Jiraiya, the Sannin who was currently resignedly sat in the corner near the table with desserts while his new wife, stuffed her cheeks with sweets. Happy development, that. It certainly made dealing with Earth Country diplomats easier. But back to the problem at hand. Toyotomi beamed, more at Tsunade rather than the man next to her, and warmly said, "Welcome. I hope you will enjoy the party." The party was over and Tsunade sat on Rei's lower back, straddling him as she massaged his stiff shoulders. Rei really deserved a lot of attention for putting up with Jiraiya's antics. And the white-haired man didn't even know Tsunade was his wife yet. Thankfully, there was Jiraiya's wife to drag him, somewhere. Unfortunately, that meant nobles and merchants swarmed Tsunade and Rei like hungry sharks. So, yeah, in Tsunade's honest opinion, Rei really deserved some proper pampering. Then again, that might have been her inner pervert speaking. Something about having her husband moan under her gentle touch was oddly satisfying and very arousing. It perfectly satisfied her inner desires and stroked her ego in a way that made her feel all warm and fluffy inside of her smug heart. Is it any wonder she threw a vase at the dipshit who interrupted their massage session, which resulted in a cracked skull, 3 broken ribs, and a fair bit of bruises for the guy after the thrown vase embedded him into the wall behind him. From there, it didn't take long for disgruntled Tsunade, a fearful squad of samurai that decided to be at the very least 3 feet away from the seething female at every time, and amused Rei, who loved how Tsunade absent-mindedly played with his fingers to calm her anger down while they waited for their inviter, sitting in a quite lavish meeting room in the Fire Daimyo's castle. The door to the room opened and the Fire Daimyo stepped inside, a relieved friendly smile on his lips. The smile, however, didn't last long and quickly faltered the second he saw the frown and narrowed eyes of Tsunade. Rei had to mentally praise the guy for resisting the naturally obvious urge to step back. Hi, Tsunade. I see you are still quite the firecracker, hee. Toyotomi averted his eyes as Tsunade's expression became even more annoyed, and awkwardly laughed. Toyotomi, you better explain yourself fast or I will give you a reminder of our playdates where you made me mad the first and also the last time. Tsunade sharply said, causing the samurai in the room to straighten up in preparation. Rei only watched in amusement as Toyotomi subconsciously rubbed his butt, not even realizing it himself, and a grimace appeared on his face. I'd rather not get spanked again. He quietly muttered and sat down on the opposite side of the table behind which Rei and Tsunade sat. Anyway, I would like you to heal my son. I was looking for you for quite some time now, but you were always, unavailable. Toyotomi suspiciously glanced at Rei. Tsunade nodded, yes. That's half of the reason why we even are in the Land of Fire. She said, causing Toyotomi to deflate in relief, causing Tsunade's lips to stretch into a content smile as she said her next words. I also wanted you to meet my husband, Rei Yatsuba from the Land of Spring. It was him that made me, as you said, unavailable. I was kinda lost on the way out of his bedroom. She plagiarized Kakashi. Tsunade's words froze Toyotomi's happiness and turned it into an arctic cold chill that crept up his spine as he stared with horror at Tsunade before slowly moving his eyes towards Rei, only to look back onto Tsunade, his horror only growing as he saw the woman's hand on her stomach. Please, don't tell me you are pregnant. Toyotomi, pale as a ghost, breathlessly rasped out, his eyes the depiction of terror. Tsunade giggled. Toyotomi knew Tsunade never giggled. Toyotomi was about to faint from the sheer consequences of this when Tsunade's voice pulled him out of his brief misery. No. Of course not. She deadpanned. And just like that, Toyotomi felt all weight as if lift from his shoulders while his upper body leaned forward, and his forehead impacted the table from the sheer relief. Letting out a brief groan, Toyotomi drawled, Don't spook me like that, Tsunade. I had enough international incidents to last me a few years. He sighed before mumbling the last part for himself. You are too old for kids anyway. Nice to meet you, Hideyori-sama. Rei decided to interject before Tsunade flattened the men who apparently didn't account for enhanced hearing of shinobi. I must say Tsunade didn't talk much about you. He half-stated and half-asked in an unsure manner. Toyotomi snorted and Rei was yet again surprised at how casual this meeting became. Of course she wouldn't talk about me. Once upon a time, we were engaged but she decided to become a ninja rather than my wife. At best, we are childhood friends now. Toyotomi helplessly shook his head. That said, your relationship is still a massive pain in the ass. He gave Rei his best stern-piercing look, but much to Toyotomi's surprise, Rei just shrugged as if he didn't care and Tsunade giggled, again. Toyotomi could feel the beginning of a profound headache forming. And why exactly would it be a problem? Rei asked. Believe it or not, he had no idea this would happen. When he planned this trip to the Land of Fire, he made sure to plan it all. He knew why they were going here. He knew what he wanted to gain here. He knew why he took Tsunade with him. Despite all that, this short meeting held many new revelations for him. Tsunade was engaged to the Fire Daimyo. Shocker. She was his childhood friend. Poor lad. And for some reason, Tsunade being with him, being with a foreigner was apparently a problem. Rei really didn't like where this was going, as it might just complicate his previous plans. Rei glanced at Tsunade, causing her to fidget a bit as she threw him an apologetic look. Sorry, I only remembered it now. You know how I hate politics, so I never gave this much attention. She suddenly stopped herself and with her eyes gestured towards the samurai standing at attention near the walls. Toyotomi quickly understood the gesture and sent his samurai guards and the hidden member of his ninja guard out of the room before strapping a secrecy seal on the table. Civilian, he may be, but he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Tsunade is talking about. He started. Sho. Tsunade sternly silenced the men before fluidly grasping a needle in her hair and pulling it out, causing her hair to fall onto her shoulders. With a flick of her wrist, the needle sailed through the air towards one of the corners where it nailed a previously invisible figure to the wall, straight through his forehead. Root. Tsunade deadpanned at Toyotomi, who gained a look of realization before his eyes sparkled with barely hidden anger. Neither Rei nor Tsunade had any doubt that there would be harsh words exchanged with Hiruzen about this. After all, the daimyo spent millions of ryo because of the diplomatic fallout from the last incident with Root, and after that, he gave his explicit order to have them disbanded. To find they ignored it and one was spying on his meetings. Sucks to be Sarutobi right about now. Rei mentally snickered. Well, now that we are alone, could you tell me what this is actually about? Rei turned to Tsunade, who sheepishly nodded, squeezing his hand a bit stronger now while her eyes nervously looked at his. Ah, you see, he is talking about the secret Section 27 of Konoha creation treaty between the Senju clan and the Hideyori royal family. You see, Konoha is different from other hidden ninja villages on a very fundamental level. The section is about the creation of the autonomous country of Konoha. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Konoha Creation Treaty and its results. Autonomous country of Konoha. Rei did almost a double take, understanding what Tsunade was telling him. Konoha basically didn't belong to the country of fire. But how? That's not how things are now. Hokage is definitely under the command of daimyo, well, figuratively speaking, at least. Tsunade gave Rei an awkward smile and shrugged before giving Toyotomi a meaningful glance, urging him to explain. Right, Toyotomi sighed in exasperation. There is no freaking way Tsunade would pay enough attention in her studies to know this political bullshit, as she would claim. He mockingly shook his head before stiffening as Tsunade leaked a bit of her killing intent at the poor guy. To be honest, the amount Tsunade leaked betrayed that she was at most quite annoyed. She really didn't like having her embarrassing moments revealed in front of her husband. Anyway. Toyotomi coughed and averted his eyes from Tsunade to Rei, trying to ignore her. The Hokage is basically something like a regent. Seeing how dubious Rei looked, Toyotomi gave him a knowing smile. I have no doubt people who actually know this could be numbered on one hand. That's why it works and why Konoha can elect their own Hokages as if they were like every other village. But elected Hokage is under the daimyo of the fire country in the proverbial food chain. To be honest, the land on which Konoha stands belongs all to the Senju clan, whereas other clans only rent it for free, as was decided in initial negotiations when new clans became a part of Konoha, while most of the land is rented for a ridiculously small fee. That's why Konoha is such a good place to live in for civilians, and especially merchants. The cost of land there is very low. Alas, the Senju accounts are very fat due to collecting a part of the rent from the whole village while the other part goes to the treasury of the governing body. Mito was really one scarily smart woman. Toyotomi snickered. Oh, so that's why it was so easy to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts after the Kyubi incident. They simply did not own the land on which their residential area stood, so they could be ordered to clean it up and get the fuck out of there by. Rei stopped for a second before promptly facepalming. Hokage is also overseeing the usage of the land, right? Toyotomi could only shrug in a "what can you do" kind of way and started explaining. Hashirama was naive, but my grandfather often said the man was not stupid. He could see the mess in his own clan when elders tried to grab more political power. And they said the Senju clan was very family-oriented and friendly. If it was bad in the Senju clan, Hashirama knew it would be worse in other clans. He made sure to have his wife, Mito Uzumaki, right next to him when they were creating the treaty document. The woman was supposedly quite fiery and wouldn't give a quarter no matter what. Toyotomi said, taking a sip from his tea, hence, the final treaty was made. The Konoha was to be run as it is today, with their Hokages and stuff, and the other hidden villages copied it. What is secret though, is that Senju Mito made damn sure to add a fail-safe clause into the treaty, saying that the head of the Senju clan can declare himself a daimyo of Konoha if the ruling body was corrupted, seizing the proverbial reins. After all, the Senju clan already owned all of the land. They already were daimyo in all but name and power, of which, neither would be hard for the clan to quickly acquire. Not when the Hideyori royal family would support them. Toyotomi finished the history lesson. But nobody ever approached me with problems with the land when I was in the village during the Third War. If I owned it and nobody needed anything from me. Tsunade mumbled, narrowing her eyes. Toyotomi glanced at Rei. Your husband is correct, Tsunade. Hokage has the right to oversee the usage and distribution of the land if the Senju clan head doesn't want the duty. Considering you never signed up for it. He trailed off. I think the Hokage hopes you have no idea about the treaty since your clan died off so fast. He knows how disinterested you are in politics. Plus, you never really showed any knowledge of its existence, did you? Toyotomi remarked, causing Tsunade to still as memories flashed through her eyes. Memories of her sensei asking questions. She remembered what she told him. She said she would definitely not want more responsibilities on top of running the hospital. That son of a bitch. He basically confirmed I don't want to do it without even mentioning what exactly it is. Tsunade clenched her jaw in disbelief. He tricked me. She added, her eyes wide. Konoha's higher-ups must have been over the moon when they got to know you cannot have children. Rei carefully stated, not liking where this train of thoughts is leading them. What? Tsunade stammered, caught off guard by the suddenness of that statement since she was still in the process of accepting that she was tricked by her own sensei. Despite her initial surprise, she lived with Rei for well over a decade and that, for a skilled kunoichi, meant she at least somewhat knew how his mind worked. It didn't take her long to understand what he was insinuating. Her eyes dimmed and her fists clenched as anger flooded her. Sure, it was a baseless suggestion but it made a disgusting amount of sense. Especially with the new revelations. Rei gave Tsunade a side glance and squeezed her hand in a reassuring manner, getting a weak, extremely fake smile in return. We have no proof of it yet. Don't be so down. Maybe we are wrong. What are you talking about? Toyotomi asked, frowning at being left out. Tsunade and Rei looked at each other, and Rei gave her an uncaring shrug, meaning it was up to her if she wanted to tell him. Sighing and rubbing the bridge of her nose, Tsunade started in a somewhat sullen manner. Sarutobi told me he knew somebody was hunting the surviving Senju clansmen in the period between the First and the Second War, but he had no way to counter it. I gave him quite the scolding for not telling the Senju clan that it was happening. For all we knew, we were simply unlucky and fate had it for us. But I understood that it might have started panic or whatever reason he threw at me. I understood his reasoning why he didn't tell and focused on investigating, why it was all so secretive. Hearing that, Toyotomi showed a baffled expression, but deep down, he was angry. Not many knew that the Senju clan was very close allies to the Hideyori family in the past. To think they were hunted down until only Tsunade was left. To think the Hokage didn't do anything meaningful to prevent it. To think they would even conceal this fact. Toyotomi suddenly stilled as realization hit him and his rage instantly subsided. His face turned pale and his eyes darted from Rei to Tsunade, getting what they were not telling. You actually think somebody from Konoha was responsible for the Senju demise? He summed up the unspoken thoughts, his eyes wide from disbelief. There is no other way. We know somebody from Konoha had a hand in it. Tsunade bitterly shook her head. It's fishy as hell once you start to look at it as one incident rather than multiple unfortunate accidents spread through the years. Every other clan was fine, just the Senju suffered. While others had close to 10 failed missions per year, and even then the ones who failed usually returned, the Senju clansmen had also around 10 failures, but most of them were fatal. Sure, the Senju clansmen were very skilled and sent on dangerous missions, but, Tsunade sighed. I just never even in my wildest dreams thought Sarutobi-sensei would have any reason to cover it up on purpose. Or directly have a hand in it. Rei quipped, causing Tsunade's shoulders to slump even lower. Realizing his mistake, Rei winced and scooted closer to the downtrodden woman, embracing her close to his chest. He had no motive. I knew that Sarutobi is a right bastard. Rei spoke towards Toyotomi while caressing Tsunade's hair. But we never could think of any motivation why he would support the Senju purge. After all, he was Tobirama's pupil. So was Danzo. Tsunade spat. And he truly cares for Konoha. Rei finished, not minding Tsunade's interruption. But with this new revelation, it became self-evident why he, as the head of the Sarutobi clan, would not want the Senju clan alive. The clause in the treaty is simply a preventive measure if the village became corrupt. The Senju clan had every right to do this, and every clan head of that time accepted it, knowing the honorable Senju would not abuse it. But Toyotomi sighed. It would be awfully convenient if the Senju clan disappeared and nobody could usurp Konoha's leadership on a whim, wouldn't it? Rei continued. Why stop somebody helping get rid of the problem? No. But Tsunade is his pupil. Someone he loves like his own daughter. After confirming she knew nothing about it, Toyotomi nodded. But Danzo has no such problem. Once Tsunade started digging in the old files and even got the blood samples proving that somebody purged the Senju blood from Konoha, all bets were off. Hence the numerous assassination attempts when I was in Konoha. And here I thought it was because of me blocking his bills. I still don't think that Sarutobi is directly responsible. I wouldn't be surprised if he knew about it and knew exactly who was behind it, but I don't think he had a hand in it. Tsunade added, having enough for the day. She nudged Rei, let's end this here. I need my cuddly time to get my head away from. Rei instantly leaned forward and kissed Tsunade the second she started speaking in that depressing way. That's fine. He smiled. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Breakfast with the Daimyo. Rei yawned as he lazily flopped into a seat opposite the Fire Country Daimyo sitting behind a small cozy table in his gardens, enjoying breakfast. It was weird that there was not even one maid around him, but surprisingly enough, Rei's senses told him that maids were not the only thing missing. There was not even one guard around. That's some hefty level of trust he is showing me. He hummed while rubbing his tired eyes. Not enough sleep. Toyotomi chuckled, biting an apple. Rei could only shrug. It's not like I can't go on without sleep for a week. But comforting sad Tsunade. Especially since sad Tsunade is an indulgent Tsunade. No matter how pleasurable that is, it is also incredibly tiring. Yes. I heard some complaints. Toyotomi's eyes shone with mirth, while the silencing seals did their job, the surroundings still received quite the pounding. He smugly said. I heard the rooms around yours vibrated from the sheer activity. Some of the servants even suspect it was a small earthquake. Rei was far beyond being embarrassed by this, nor was he in the mood to entertain the men. He knew Tsunade was wild even without trying to forget her anger and emotional baggage. Shrugging, Rei showed Toyotomi he wouldn't be embarrassed due to his words, which made the Toyotomi sigh in defeat. I guess, I should expect some degree of patience and level-headedness from you. Especially since you are used to dealing with Tsunade. Honestly, I was elated when I heard our engagement was cancelled. I couldn't help but feel a slight fear towards her after I got my first beating when no forget it. No. Do tell. Rei smirked, grabbing himself a slice of bread, some butter, and jam. Toyotomi looked quite uncomfortable, but despite that, he decided to continue the tale, deeming it a long-forgotten past anyway, when I tried to touch her chest. Rei snickered hearing that, but Toyotomi quickly continued to give a proper excuse for his actions. I had a good reason, mind you. I was 6 and my father just told me kids were made from a loving touch between a girl and a boy. I naturally was curious. Toyotomi shrugged, returning Rei's amused smile. Dealing with Tsunade is not hard. All it requires is a whole lot of loving touches. Rei gave Toyotomi a meaningful glance, and a body that can withstand her accidental use of super strength. He shrugged. Despite what her personality would imply, once we really started to love each other, she is a very untroublesome woman to keep around, as Naraz would say. She is unsurprisingly independent and surprisingly low maintenance. Well, yesterday was a clear exception to the rule, but one gotta admit the topic was a bit too much for her emotions. But I doubt you sent a servant to wake me up in order to discuss the nuances of the relationship with Tsunade. Rei said, looking directly at Toyotomi. I see. Fair enough. Toyotomi nodded and instantly grew serious. I just wanted to warn you that you should leave by the evening if you want to have a chance at successfully evading Konoha and BU inviting Tsunade back home. He gave Rei an apologetic smile. The ninja guardian from yesterday was one from Konoha, and I can't possibly reproach him from sending a missive about Tsunade's presence back to Konoha, now, can I? He sighed in irritation before rubbing his temples. Insubordination. Wow. Rei exclaimed in mock cheer as he grabbed an orange. Not really. I forgot to order him to keep it secret. The second he left the room he was on his way to send a message to his beloved Hokage. Some guards they are. That's why I have to get people from the Fire Temple to balance the number of Konoha's ninjas around me. Toyotomi waved his hand dismissively. Don't get me wrong, they do their jobs but... He stopped bitterly. But their allegiance is not fully for you. Yeah, that must suck considering they are here to guard your very life. Ray nodded. Anyway, don't worry about Hiruzen. I kinda thought he would be present at your birthday party so I counted on him knowing we are here. Ah. I never invite Hokage to my birthday parties. Too many diplomats who would be offended. Frankly, I don't like him all that much. Too manipulative for my tastes. Told him exactly where he can stick his grandfatherly act the second he tried it on me when I took over for my father. Toyotomi rolled his eyes. Well, I might have threatened to cut the funding in half if he pissed me off too much. He unrepentantly shrugged and bit into a toast in a very satisfied manner. Chewing and biting with enjoyment written on his face as he reminisced about that moment, Toyotomi finally gulped down the food and added, that was frankly one of the best moments of my tenure as the daimyo. The sour look of the usually grandfatherly dipshit was priceless. My father might have been naive and easy to manipulate for more money but thankfully, I was taught by my mother. Yeah, no. Still gonna make a run for it. I don't want to meet with the men. We will be off your hair by the time for dinner, right after Tsunade heals your son. Toyotomi visibly deflated in relief at that, and I discuss with you the real deal I came for. And just like that, Toyotomi tensed again. Friendliness was all good but when deals were mentioned, he had to act like a daimyo, no matter if it came from a husband of his childhood friend. Deal? He asked warily but Ray only rolled his eyes and suddenly, a file appeared in his hand. Ray then put the file on the table and slid it towards Toyotomi who grabbed it and started to read it. Ray watched as the fire daimyo's expression went from wary, to a surprised, then to approving, only to set itself in relieved, almost giddy one after he was done reading the offer. Then the realization struck Toyotomi hard as a frown appeared on his lips. I can't accept it. Don't get me wrong, it is the best and most fair offer that came to me in years but nobles won't accept it without proper reason. Then use me bringing Tsunade here and her healing your son as a springboard. Ray advised and Toyotomi looked at him with an unreadable gaze. You already have this all planned, right? He slowly said after a while, causing Ray to smirk and scoot a bit to the right, making Toyotomi tilt his head before he noticed groggy Tsunade pass him and sit next to Ray, sleepily cuddling into his side with a cute content smile and messy bed hair. The second trade routes between the Land of Spring and the Land of Fire are opened, it will be even better than a non-aggression pact, thus cementing our neutrality even further. Ray shrugged as his head landed on the top of Tsunade's head, gently stroking it without him even realizing he was doing it. By now, it was something so natural for him it was instinctive. Watching the display, Toyotomi inwardly smiled and decided the two are good for each other as he listened to Ray. That's why our daimyo is so fine with giving some benefits to the Land of Fire in this deal. Well, naturally, Sosetsu, the supposed daimyo of the Land of Spring, was not so fine with it. He had no opinion about it one way or another. The guy was simply happy it would make the civilians live even more comfortably. Honestly, since Ray became the real owner of the country, its wealth multiplied several-fold and the people were happier than ever. That was all Sosetsu wanted. Okay. Toyotomi slowly nodded and then smiled. Let's negotiate, then. Section 3 of the trade agreement is a bit. Shut up, it's too early for politics. Tsunade grunted in annoyance, putting her head on Ray's shoulder, peacefully dozing off much to the amusement of the two men. Both knew their talks had to be postponed. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Leaving the Fire Capital. Tsunade and Ray sat in a tavern near the western gate of the Fire Capital, enjoying their afternoon with tea and a bit of innocent cuddling. The attention did wonders to stop Tsunade's mind wandering back towards the speculations about Hiruzen's part in the Senju extinction and Ray was hellbent on keeping it that way. He even decided to teleport back home to inform his girls that he and Tsunade are taking a week-long vacation and will travel back home on foot rather than teleporting back. That naturally prompted a few protests from May and suddenly, Ray found himself promising a private week-long time to each of his girls, not even knowing how or when. This day was also quite hard for Tsunade. The talks about the Konoha creation treaty continued, causing her a stark reminder of what happened to her clan while also highlighting all the reasons Konoha's higher-ups could have for it. This time, however, Ray was more focused on the other founding clan, the Uchihas. He doubted Madara would sign a treaty so favorable to the Senju clan without getting anything in return for his own clan. Turns out that while the Senju got land, and it really didn't look all that profitable at first glance, the Uchiha clan got many permanent exemptions for tax and trade. Ray didn't need to think hard to find out why such an imbalanced treaty was signed. In a way, Uzumaki Mito screwed the Uchiha clan over with this treaty since they got immediate returns and a chance to get rich fast all the while the Senju clan part looked quite unappealing from a financial standpoint. They got the land and had to rent them for free to clans. At that time, most of Konoha's populace was made of clans, hence the returns were abysmal. No wonder Madara would sign it. Ray wouldn't be surprised if the man was elated and gleeful at the time. Ray knew how scheming clan heads could be. They had to be good in business and diplomacy, but he doubted even the current clan head of the Uchiha clan would figure out how insidious Mito made the entire treaty without spending weeks of pondering and referencing economy books. Madara. He had no freaking way to see it. He might have been a combat prodigy of titanic proportions, but businessman he was not. At best, Madara was passable in the field because, at the time of the village formation, the clan heads didn't really need as much knowledge in such matters as nowadays, when most profitable clans are those who have businesses in the village. It was simple, then. Ninja clans earned most money through doing ninja missions. Now the really rich clans are focused on producing strong ninjas only to uphold tradition and reputation while keeping the clan strong. It is more a matter of pride and standing in the village rather than money. Alas, only when more and more civilians came to Konoha, the Senju started raking in money on a monthly basis, becoming the richest clan in the village in a few short years. Not that anyone noticed, since, by that time the clan was already in half shambles, half extinct, and the Senju clan was not known for its wealth in general, nor were they inclined to show how much money they had. In short, nobody even knew how wealthy the clan was, except the Hokage. The next part that interested Ray was how they managed to convince Madara to sign the treaty with a clause that would let the Senju clan head take command of the village in case of corruption. According to Toyotomi, Ray was looking at it from a bad angle. The Senju clan got a special privilege, but the Uchiha clan also got something similar. Sadly, neither Toyotomi nor Tsunade could tell him what exactly the Uchiha clan received. No matter what privilege they received in return for letting the Senju clan seize the village if it became corrupt. It must have been equally good for Madara to sign the document. All Toyotomi knew was that it had something to do with the seat of Hokage. Needless to say, Ray could make a guess, and if he was right, it would be quite obvious why Madara was so pissed when Hashirama was chosen to be the first Hokage. Well, at the very least, Ray now finally understood why Hiruzen wasn't that sad after the Uchiha massacre and why Danzo was so driven in getting rid of them. The entire reason was politics. Who would have guessed, right? The second part of the day, after the breakfast and the talks, was Tsunade healing the daimyo's son, a man of 30 years old. It wasn't hard to heal him, per se. The problem, however, was that it was not an illness but poisoning by a very rare and slow-acting poison from Kyuzugakure. Fortunately for the men, the poison was very easy to get out of his system, and Tsunade did it in 10 minutes tops. The real danger of the concoction was how undetectable it was. Needless to say, neither the daimyo nor his son was amused by that revelation, and the shitstorm began. The daimyo ordered a search through the belongings of literally everyone in the castle. Hundreds of samurais made a whole lot of mess, heedless of the protests. Honestly, both Ray and Tsunade found it quite funny, considering their own belongings were stored in the dimension and their room was basically empty. Not even an hour after the order was given, the poison was found in a drawer of one of the daimyo's son's concubines. The one who bore him his oldest son and his heir, since his own wife only had daughters. One quick interrogation later, the boy was no longer the heir and the concubine. Well, Ray had no idea what happened to her or the boy afterward. He knew enough to not get entangled in such a royal pain in the ass as that situation. All in all, Ray was damn happy, because finding this out and helping in the matter only made it easier for Ray to negotiate the trading agreement between the Land of Fire and the Land of Spring more in the favor of the Land of Spring for him. The main reason why he came to the Land of Fire finished, and knowing staying longer in the Fire capital would be unpleasant because of the following events, Ray and Tsunade quickly decided to be on their way. As they relaxedly sipped their tea in the tavern while sitting near the window and watching people passing by on the streets, 3 black blurs whizzed through the crowd, completely without any notice from the civilians. Ray and Tsunade's eyes, however, saw these 3 figures clearly, which told them it was time to leave the city. Konoha's ANBU. Ray sighed. I guess, the Hokage already knows of your presence in the capital. Yeah, Tsunade bitterly smiled. Time to leave the city. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Anko Mitarashi 1. Anko Mitarashi leaned on the tree behind her, gasping for air as her useless injured arm dangled from the shoulder of her beaten and tired body. She was actually quite surprised she still had the arm attached, considering she used it to block most of the explosion from the trap she so unwittingly sprang up. Fuck. The mission report said it was just a bunch of bandits. What the heck is this? Anko mentally cursed, feeling her exhaustion as hopelessness started to creep into her heart. Around her, 3 men vigilantly awaited her next action. All 3 would clearly be able to get to Chunin rank if they were ninjas. Anko could only wince because of the bruises forming on her reasonably uninjured hand and legs. While she hatefully accepted, she lowered her guard at the worst possible moment. The mission she set out to finish was the basic extermination of a bandit camp. Nothing hard, according to her standards and record of completed and survived suicide missions. Everything went just fine too, at least until she had 50 corpses under her feet and decided to search through the camp. Who would have guessed there would be a high-level Fuinjutsu explosive trap in a camp full of basically a bit stronger civilians? Worse yet, Who would have known 4 Chunins would jump at her the second a tree stopped her momentary flight due to the explosion. Fast forward a quite shameful beatdown where she was forced to repeatedly retreat, and here she was, leaning on a tree to keep standing. Her working limbs were bruised as hell. The arm that ate up the explosion was bloody and somewhere even charred. She could feel her body reaching her limit due to exhaustion. Sweat was flowing into her stinging eyes and stuck her hair to her skin. She felt like vomiting and barely suppressed the pain her body was screaming at her in. What made it all worse was that the 3 men in front of her were considerably okay, which only hurt her pride. She was almost Jonin level. 4 Chunins should be easy to deal with, normally. Alas, she was quite disabled due to the explosion. Anko could only keep pushing her torn muscles in order to not have her head leave her shoulders. Not that the fight was a particularly long one, but she was a bit satisfied that she managed to kill one of them. But by the looks of it, this was a game over for her. There was only one way to get out of this alive, and even that had only a small chance of success. Yes. Anko could clearly feel the pulsing pain from her shoulder where the accursed cursed seal was. Should I use it? Anko reluctantly thought, knowing the repercussions. Let's just kill the bitch, Orochimaru-sama. And just like that, Anko's mind froze, not paying attention to whatever was said afterward. Oro-Chimaru? The realization hit her like a proverbial truck. This was a test. It could not even be called a trap. No, her bastard of a former teacher most likely sent them to test her willingness to use the cursed seal. Any notion of using the only thing that could save her life was instantly rejected. Anko simply refused to give Orochimaru the satisfaction of activating the seal, not even if it cost her her life. Gripping her kunai harder, Anko prepared for one last stand. If she was to die at the hands of Orochimaru's subordinates, she decided to take as many of the bastards out with her. Seeing the change in her attitude, the 3 Chunins tensed for a second, before chuckling at the absurdity of it all. The woman in front of them was barely standing. She will not be able to take a few steps forward, much less run at them. If they decided to make a pincushion out of her, she won't even be able to dodge. Really, her determined stare was actually incredibly hilarious to them. The woman was beaten. Now it was only a matter of how they would finish her off. They relaxed. Anko hated the smug glint their eyes were giving her. More than that, she was ashamed that somebody could be so relaxed when facing her in a fight. It reminded her of the times when she was a little girl facing the big badass snake Sannin who decided to train her. And she utterly hated how she missed those times. Suddenly, red droplets impacted Anko's face, causing her to owlishly blink, her brain trying to comprehend what happened when her eyes finally registered her. 3 attackers, gaping at her with glazed soulless eyes, their bodies riddled with. Are those wooden spikes? Anko's mind, completely shocked, barely managed to come to this conclusion as her eyes saw wooden spikes impaling the 3 Chunins so violently, it caused blood splatter all over her. Anko fainted. Tsunade sat behind a wooden table in a basic small wooden house she created with her mokutan and was in the process of trying to write easy-to-understand medical scrolls for the Medic Nin Academy course. Rei was currently outside, hunting for dinner. While they had enough food stored in the dimension, Tsunade could only wistfully smile. She knew well that Rei wanted to hunt something and then spend time with her, preparing and cooking it. In some sweet misguided way, it was his attempt at cheering her up. She snorted. If he wanted her cheerful, all he had to do was bend her over the table she created. Tsunade's eyes momentarily flickered towards the bed in the corner of the room, at the nuisance she saved earlier today and the most probable reason why Rei didn't simply do exactly that. Really, Tsunade was honestly starting to regret saving the bothersome unconscious girl. The second Rei left the house, Tsunade made damn sure to create more rooms and applied silencing seals. She could understand why it would be awkward having sex in the same room the unconscious girl laid in, but she vehemently refused to hold herself back just because there was a stranger in the house. No more. Tsunade saw the girl's body twitch and knew she was on the verge of waking up. Sighing to herself, Tsunade stored her half-finished medical book, just as Anko's upper body abruptly rose into a sitting position on the bed, her eyes warily looking through the room as if she was a cornered animal on the verge of a panic attack. It was then Anko's eyes met Tsunade's unamused stare and widened out of proportion. Tsutsu Tsunade-sama. Anko stuttered in disbelief, causing Tsunade to roll her eyes at her. And just like that, Anko fainted again. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Anko Mitarashi 2. Rei was making dinner while Tsunade amusedly watched awkward Anko stare at the cup of coffee in front of her with an unreadable expression, most likely questioning how she got into her current position. Anko couldn't believe she was saved by Tsunade Senju of all people. What is with this month and me meeting the legendary Konoha ninjas one after the other? First I am sent as a contact to Jiraiya pervert, only barely getting out before he could visually molest me as a relief from his overbearing wife. Then on the way back towards the village while doing a side mission I am ambushed by some Orochimaru's throwaway but buddy mooks only to be rescued by the ever-elusive badass Tsunade Senju because of whose hiding ability even Hokage is ripping his hair out due to frustration. I must have spent a decade worth of misfortune in this month alone. Anko wanted to cry. Sure, she was happy her life was saved but, the woman, who was the shining idol for most of the Konoha's kunoichi population, not only saved her but also saw her on her lowest and then she even fainted after meeting her and squealing her name in surprise like some damned fangirl. Yes, the blushing Anko wouldn't refuse a hole to hide in as Tsunade stared her down with barely restrained snickers. At least the coffee from this Ray person is quite good and isn't poisoned or drugged. Yup, positive thoughts. Anko thought as her eyes quickly swept the men while outwardly her face scrunched into a grimace. It was then that Tsunade took out a folder and started reading. Anko only managed to spot her picture as her eyes widened, realizing this was her file that should be locked in Konoha's archives. Anko Mitarashi, 17 years old, Chunin. Tsunade momentarily stopped before her lips twitched, with Jonin-level skills but red-taped for promotion by the council for being Orochimaru's apprentice, and by the Hokage for unstated political reasons. Proficient at poisons, snake summoning, fire jutsu, yada, 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 lots of expected junk saying literally nothing. Tsunade rolled her eyes as she turned the page while Anko gaped at her, to which Tsunade just returned an innocent smile to her, causing Anko's mouth to snap shut in disbelief as Tsunade continued reading out loud. Personal files of a ninja or kunoichi contained the most comprehensive intel on their abilities, rank, missions, current standing in the village, and stuff like that. There is no way somebody who was not in the village for years could get their hands on a copy of her files. Anko really couldn't believe this was happening. Tsunade was basically narrating her life for her. Tsunade, on the other hand, took a great deal of pleasure in this small power play of hers. Without Conan's incredible intelligence network, this would be impossible. Normally, Tsunade or Ray would never consider revealing they are capable of procuring a file from the archives of Konoha, but Anko was a wild card they stumbled upon by total accident as they walked home from the fire capital. There was a lot of improvisation in this, and honestly, Tsunade begged Ray for permission to try her plan because she saw herself in the girl. If Anko was just some normal kunoichi of Konoha, Tsunade would simply leave her lying next to the road and be done with it, but Anko was a pariah. Someone who suffered Konoha's wrath for something out of her control. For the good of Konoha. Ray knew Tsunade probably wanted to lash out at Hokage in some way, and this could provide her an outlet, so he made sure to listen to her plan and not get in the way, the intel of their spying capabilities be damned. And that's all. Tsunade gave the flabbergasted Anko a knowing look. I only left out you are red-listed. She mockingly shrugged as if it was nothing important before continuing in a deadpan, honestly, I feel I should praise you for not defecting the first chance you got. Now that woke Anko up, I will never defect. I am not a traitor. She heatedly stood up and shouted, her hands tightly balled into fists on the table. Tsunade only raised her eyebrow, happy at the reaction she drew out from the kid, knowing it was real. You are in the red list of Konoha for the 4th continuous year. You either fuck the missions up so often they should kick you out of the force for being a waste of space, resources, and oxygen and throw you into the nearest brothel where fucking is actually rewarded, or you are a bona fide confirmed traitor with many friends who they can't really just casually call out on the act, and so they are only waiting for a single mistake to get you. One way or another, there is no other way to get on the red list for such a long time. Anko stood there, mentally anguished that Tsunade, her childhood idol, would think this of her, completely forgetting the fact that the woman had her file. And no. I am neither of those. I made a deal with the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade's eyes flashed. She naturally knew of the deal between them. In fact, Tsunade probably knew more about the girl than she herself knew, but this was not about that. This was about showing Anko Hokage's machinations. Only then would the girl consider joining their side. Tsunade was not nearly stupid enough to simply come up with an offer before she showed the girl the right path. Ray watched from the stove as Tsunade put her persuasion skills to use, still somewhat amused that it actually worked on the Anko Mitarashi. Alas, this was not the TNI expert yet. This was a girl who did not get such a position and training pertaining to it. A girl who survived her certain demise due to luck just a few hours ago and was still quite shocked by what was happening around her. Oh, do tell. What deal did the old geezer propose to you? Tsunade asked, causing Anko to finally calm down and flop back onto the chair. For a moment, suspicion flickered through her eyes, but it went as soon as it came. Seeing that, Tsunade gave the girl a proud nod, somewhat mollifying her. Lord Hokage told me the old geezers on the council will always hold back my promotion, so he gave me a deal. Anko childishly pouted, irritation clear in her gaze. Tsunade only cared for one thing, however. The clear respect the kunoichi in front of her held for the old man 3rd. That was a problem. I was supposed to be listed for 5 years in the red list, and then I will be promised promotion and a position in one of the specialized divisions of Konoha. Hearing such a ridiculous pile of bull, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh tiredly as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Do you even understand what the red list is, kid? Of course. It's where ninjas suspected of serious crimes or those who failed important missions are put, causing them to receive the most dangerous missions to redeem themselves and prove their loyalty to the village. Anko said irritably, I did my research before accepting the deal. But Hokage promised that as long as I could be patient and last 5 years there, it would persuade the council of my loyalty and I could get a promotion. Well, she is not wrong. Surviving 5 years without even a speck of suspicion in the fabled suicide mission list would mean she is either that capable or really loyal. But Tsunade inwardly hummed before cringing, and do you know what being put there for 5 years means for your career from the political standpoint? Anko's face shifted to a blank expression as she stared at Tsunade with total confusion that made Tsunade sigh yet again at the clueless girl. You don't you? Who cares? I am a kunoichi, not a politician. Anko frowned, causing Tsunade to chuckle. Silly girl, you really remind me of myself. Tsunade smiled. The village is built on politics. And you wonder why you find it hard to be promoted. She chided lightly, enjoying the embarrassed blush it elicited on Anko's cheeks. Let me put it into a perspective for you, okay? Tsunade asked and quieted down, waiting until Anko got into a good mindset to listen. After a few seconds of clear indecisiveness on her face, Anko decided to seriously nod. Clearly, there was something she was overlooking, and since Tsunade Senju wanted to explain these political reasons why her decision to accept the deal was stupid, she would listen. But she would also make sure to not take anything at a face value. She trusted one Sannin already and it didn't pay out so well for her. Anko was subtly preparing to make a run for it if this was some elaborate trap. She wasn't dull. Anko could recognize how manipulative the setting was, but the topic was simply too much. Here, Tsunade, one of the most loved kunoichi to ever hail from Konoha, and a former pupil of the third Hokage, was telling her the third screwed her over. Something was clearly fishy here. It wouldn't be bad to play a shocked trusting girl for a bit longer to find out what. Plus, she really wanted to hear what Tsunade thought her being in the red list for so long meant. Unfortunately for Anko, Tsunade was not the best medic in the world. Somebody not even trained in hiding his tells could not hope to hide their attitude in front of her. Tsunade smirked, you see, from a political standpoint, you are a nuisance. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Anko Mitarashi 3. You see, from a political standpoint, you are a nuisance. Tsunade dryly stated, causing Anko to furrow her brows in a show of confusion. The clan heads do know you are not Orochimaru's subordinate, but unless you are close to them or are somehow profitable for their clan, they will not stand up for you. So, Anko Mitarashi, are you profitable to some clan in Konoha? Tsunade asked despite knowing the answer. Anko looked a bit conflicted at having it spelled like this to her. Naturally, she knew about this, but some things are better left unsaid. Now her mind wouldn't stop thinking what assholes the clan heads are. No. She simply shook her head. Tsunade hummed before continuing, then there are civilians, which are the worst of your problems. She started with a sentence she knew would get Anko's complete attention. Konoha's civilian council is made of a few seats for wealthy merchants and civilians who have influence in certain fields. These seats are just like clan head seats and seldom change the ass sitting on them. And then there are elective seats where elected civilians sit to safeguard the interest of the general public. These seats change every 3 years and have nothing to do with the ninja stuff. Tsunade paused for a moment, her eyes smiling at how Anko leaned forward. At least, that's what they would like you to believe. In reality, these people have some indirect influence over ninja matters, and unfortunately for you, it is these people who will never see you as anything but the snake whore. Tsunade brutally stated, causing Anko to wince before lowering her head in a pondering manner as a concerned frown etched itself onto her face. Despite Tsunade's goal of manipulating Anko to their side, she did somewhat care for the girl. If only because both were in some form screwed by Konoha and neither really desired revenge on the village. They were simply alike, and Tsunade liked that. Even if Anko decided she wanted nothing to do with them, Tsunade would count it her victory if the girl at least started thinking about how the ruling system in the village really works and why some unworthy individuals get promoted to Jonin rank while having only Chunin level skill, or why some people with clearly Jonin level skill can never get their promotion. Seeing Anko raising her head again, Tsunade quickly noted the resigned look in her eyes. So the girl got it, heh? Honestly, Anko was not dumb. She would not be alive after being assigned one suicide mission after another for years on end if she was stupid. She was simply disinterested in politics. Once Tsunade nudged her in the correct direction, Anko could come to the conclusion herself. Civilians didn't understand how the ninja world worked. For them, a rumor of her being this vile traitorous bitch who likes to fuck with whoever is available before stabbing them with a poisoned kunai was all they knew about her. I see how getting support from the civilian side of the council would be difficult. Anko said with a grimace, making Tsunade snort at her choice of words. Difficult, she says. They hate you almost as much as the Kyubi brat, girl. But unlike him, you don't have a chakra factory stuffed in your gut, which means you are not really all that important to the village. No, civilians will not give you any sort of support, be it due to fear or contempt, and the other parts of the village's council see no worth in helping you either. Especially since you were on the red list for years, you idiot. Tsunade clicked her tongue, still in disbelief. Somebody was stupid enough to agree to be put on the red list for years. What do you mean? Anko asked. What does being on the red list have anything to do with civilians? Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose and looked at Anko with a difficult expression. You know, every time a ninja is about to be promoted, the council has the right to put a stop to the promotion. Sure, they have to get at least 3/3 of the council in favor for this to pass, which means it almost never does, but that's not really a problem in your case, is it now? The problem is, the second they see your track record and the amount of time you were red-listed, they can argue you are unstable, incompetent, or untrustworthy. Neither of which is a good thing to have on your resume if you pursue a promotion. You were put there for 4 years, Anko. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, and one cannot simply officially state that the reason for your placement there is a deal with the third Hokage. You would be laughed out of the council room if you did that. Do you understand where I am going with this? The more Tsunade talked, the more disgruntled Anko appeared. Until the realization settled in. I am never gonna be promoted, am I? Anko whispered with wide eyes. This is why I was always passed up when it came to promotions. This is why I was always selected for the promotion process but was never chosen as a fitting individual to pass it and receive one, isn't it? She spoke with a resigned undertone full of hurt, hanging her head in disappointment. Tsunade gave the downtrodden girl some time, slowly sipping her tea and enjoying the silence. She was glad Anko was getting the right conclusions by herself so she doesn't have to waste time persuading the girl. She was certainly clever enough to understand the implications and put events that happened to her in the past together. Holy shit, purely judging by my track record, I'm the most probable person to betray the village. Anko suddenly exclaimed, unshed tears wetting the edges of her eyes. Yes, the only place where they would accept you is TNI, and even then it is more to have you always surrounded by experts at spotting and putting down traitors rather than to fulfill your wish for promotion. I believe that is exactly what Hiruzen aimed at when he proposed such a deal. Funny thing is, if you declined, you would already be in that division by now, if only to have more experienced eyes on you. The elders and the clan heads would strong-arm you there if you wanted it or not. The only thing stopping them is your placement on the red list active rooster. Worse yet, getting the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin would not be hard in the TNI department since it would depend more on your direct superior rather than the council, and you certainly have the skills necessary for it. Jonin rank would still be impossible though. I have no idea what Hiruzen promised you, but even he can't push through the council and give you the rank of Jonin without expending quite a bit of his political capital, which he would certainly not do. Not for you. Tsunade shrugged, enjoying the gaping expression of the girl who was inwardly surely cursing like a sailor. Why? Anko weakly asked, not understanding. If what Tsunade told her was true, the third Hokage made her ruin her career, assigned her to the worst missions for years, and won't be able to fulfill his part of the deal. Because you were young, stupid, easily manipulatable, and most importantly, the village just lost quite a lot of troops due to the coup a few years prior. Ray brutally interjected from his position behind the stove as he cooked. Hearing him, Anko's head snapped to him, but he didn't bother looking at her and focused on the food as he continued. My guess is that the Hokage needed somebody doing the missions red-listed individuals usually did. He could not red-list people on a whim, and even those strong individuals failing somewhat important missions had to be pardoned in fear of losing them on suicide missions, therefore reducing the overall strength of the village. He needed someone expendable for the suicide missions. Someone whose death would not matter, but also someone who could pull it off. And damn girl, you did pull off 4 consecutive years. Talk about real talent. Ray chuckled, not even needing to see Anko's mortified expression to know how she felt. You want to tell me I am expendable? Anko ground her teeth in anger and glared at Ray's back, only to be stopped by Tsunade's narrowing her eyes and seeping a bit of her killing intent outward. That quickly froze any fiery anger Anko could feel, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She quickly realized her former sensei had nothing on Tsunade when it came to a pure killing intent. We will get to that. Tsunade told the girl, releasing the pressure she put on her. Next on the council are elders. I believe I don't have to tell you much about them. No, they made their hatred of me widely known. Anko tightly squeezed her fists, preventing her anger from resurfacing. What they most certainly didn't do was tell you their hatred of you is totally faked. Tsunade quipped, causing Anko's head to snap in her direction and uncomprehendingly blink at her. Elders seldom do something based on emotions alone. You can always count that they have some sort of vision or a plan. Especially Danzo. I must admit, I have no knowledge of why they act as if they hated you, so I can only give you my guess. You are hated by the general public. They also hate you because it appeals to the masses. I doubt this is the real reason when it concerns you though, so you should be always on your best guard around them. At best, they will be neutral to you, but there is nothing you yourself can do to make it so. The initiative has to come from them, and their emotions can be easily swayed by the political winds. Tsunade amusedly said. Another dead end, then. Anko nodded, somewhat accepting now. The political winds hate me. She shrugged, causing Rei to laugh. The last part of the council is the Hokage. Anko's back straightened, only to freeze when her eyes met Tsunade's gaze. The sadness in her eyes was something even Anko found hard to deal with. Thankfully, Tsunade started talking soon enough, distracting Anko from these thoughts. Anko, you are a snake summoner. Tsunade stated, getting a nod from the young girl, but when she saw her expression. You totally don't get it, do you? Tsunade pointed out with a tired sigh. Fine, more explanations, then. Cliff Kuin says hello. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Anko Mitarashi 4. Tell me, Anko, who gave you and is still the main summoner of the snake contract? Tsunade started, continuing with her tactics of leading Anko to the answers rather than outright telling her. Anko's eyes widened at the question, her mind comprehending the meaning behind it as her lips set into a frown. You want to tell me the reason why I am distrusted is that I am a snake summoner? She asked, a bit miffed. Tsunade just shook her head, it's more than that. You see, the summons are not exactly allied to a village. Let's talk about something famous, for example toads of Jiraiya. They will listen to him and work for him in exchange for whatever he promised them. But if, hypothetically, someone new performed the Kuchios no Jutsu and got into the Mount Myaboku because of his compatibility with toads, the toads would not refuse him just because he is from Iwa, Suna, or whatever village. The person would probably not become the main summoner of toads until Jiraiya's death, and only in case Jiraiya doesn't find a worthy successor. Such a person would be in a very similar situation you are currently in. Anko scrunched her eyebrows as she thought about the implications before a conflicted look appeared on her face. My snakes will not betray me. I can't command most of them, but those I befriended and use I believe are loyal to me. She said. Anko never thought about it this way, but it made sense. If Orochimaru was the main and only summoner of snakes, he had decades to form a trusting, or at the very least, profitable relationship with them. Adding to that the fact snakes are not the most trustworthy animals, yeah, Anko could see why snake summons could be a bit of a problem. But she still believed in her snakes. Maybe, maybe not, nobody can know for sure. Tsunade uncaringly shrugged, causing Anko to grow irritated. That's not the point. You should be glad Orochimaru never saw a point in creating a cordial relationship with his summons as I and Jiraiya did. For him, snakes were tools to use that had a certain price in sacrifices. That was it. And that is the only reason why your own snakes are most likely not spying on you. Tsunade sighed tiredly and Anko looked as if she just ate something sour. You gotta understand, Anko, most ninjas, maybe even some clan heads, do not know nor care about these small nuances of summoning contracts, but the Hokage and the elders certainly do know. In their eyes, the main summoner of snakes is Orochimaru, and he had it for decades before you were added. They have no idea or care in the world that Orochimaru probably never formed enough trust for snakes to betray their secondary summoner. For them, you are a constant threat, but they can't just get rid of you. That would simply send a bad message, and the snake contract can, after all, be still useful to the village. Anko was listening in rapt attention. Orochimaru never really went all that deep into the theory of the contracts. He simply told her to get a few snakes, make a deal with them or beat them in combat. As long as they find her worthy, they will help for a price. Thankfully, Anko didn't always listen to every word, and so she managed to befriend several snakes, rather than making them business partners of a sort. It was when she realized that, her eyes flashed with surprise, the Hokage is waiting to see if I can get more snake summons. Anko stopped in disbelief. He hopes you would get enough snakes on your side to be able to spy on Orochimaru. He knows exactly what kind of a man Orochimaru is and what kind of relationship he has with his summons. He also probably grossly underestimated Orochimaru in this particular matter, though. In your place, I would be glad if there is no spy among my own summons rather than trying to subvert animals so deceitful as snakes. Say, are there some snakes who joined you and provided support for you right after Orochimaru abandoned you? Tsunade trailed off, seeing the answer clearly on Anko's hurt and betrayed expression. In order to prevent the girl from making some kind of hasty mistake, Tsunade quickly added, well, there is always a chance they really wanted to help you. That seemed to calm Anko, if only slightly. By now, she heard enough revelations, suggestions, and logical assumptions about her standing in the village, how others, people who actually matter, see her, and how even her own damn summoning contract can fuck her sideways. Anko, while outwardly looking only slightly peeved, was inwardly a total mess. I guess that is not the end of it, heh? Anko bitterly chuckled and put her hand on the left side of her neck. So many reasons people hate her, and still, the main one was not even touched upon. She always believed that if there was one reason why the people of Konoha were justified in their actions against her, it would be the cursed seal. Yeah, but you already knew that. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the self-pitying girl. I won't give you the spiel about how you are Orochimaru's apprentice and how untrustworthy that makes you. Adding to that the seal on your neck. Orochimaru might as well have branded you as his property and shipped you off to his enemies. Nobody knows what he can do to you through the seal. Can he control you? See through your eyes. Feel what you feel. Gain access to your memories. Seals can do many nasty things, and all Konoha knows is that he can easily paralyze you through pain, and honestly, that is enough to never send you on a mission pertaining to Orochimaru. You are simply useless against him, and he could, potentially, torture you to compliance through the seal. She finished and quieted down, letting Anko process what she just told her. Judging by the quickly changing twisted expression on Anko's face, the girl finally put her brain to use and understood that nobody ever told her the function of the cursed seal. She knew it was supposed to make her stronger. She also knew Orochimaru had fail-safes in the seal. But, she never really thought about it from the angle of, what else could be in the seal? After Jiraiya examined it, he never informed her of his findings, after all. Only that it was impossible for him to erase because it was far too complex. After 3 minutes of thoughts and emotions raging in her head, trying to make heads and tails of her current situation, Anko's shoulders slumped down in defeat. Fine, lay it on me, Tsunade-sama. What do you want from me? She resignedly asked. Tsunade was not about to insult the girl's intelligence by denying it. Free lunches were very rare in the world, and anyone who survived being a ninja for a certain period of time knows that a seemingly selfless helping hand is usually guided by hidden benefits. Hence, it is very dangerous to accept offered help without knowing what exactly would the other get out of it. Tons of people earned their traitor status by simply believing in the wrong Samaritan. The blonde relaxed and looked at Anko with a knowing smirk that announced her victory. Simply theoretically, Anko could go back to Konoha, pretending nothing ever happened, but it would be hard to act clueless and never slip up now that she knows certain motivations of the higher-ups. Both knew no matter how good of a kunoichi the girl is, she was no long-term infiltrator. She will slip up if she refused Tsunade and returned. And once the higher-ups see that Anko got a bit smarter, that she doesn't fully trust Hokage as she used to, with her current status in the village, Anko wouldn't be surprised if the council thought her new cautious behavior was somehow influenced by Orochimaru, and that would be the end of her. After all, the only good weapon is one who doesn't ask questions. And Anko was not nearly as delusional to believe she is important enough to keep alive if she started showing curiosity and knowledge of things people didn't want her to know. It was only now that Anko, in her resigned and defeated state, actually understood what Tsunade did. She closed all paths to retreat by informing her of things that will forever bug her and affect her behavior, while also giving her a reason to not trust her superiors. She played me. Coming back from a mission where I met Orochimaru's subordinates and completely changing my behavior. I would be doomed without even being able to justify the change. I can't really say to the Hokage's face that I now know what a bastard he is. Anko realized with grudging respect, while also feeling a bit betrayed as she motionlessly stared at her clenched hands. What if I told you I can resolve pretty much all of your problems? Tsunade tilted her head. I am still the head of the Senju clan, you know. I can give you the much-needed protection of a clan. And the price? Anko whispered, causing Tsunade to grin. Ma, don't worry. If anything, this will be more beneficial for you than me, girl. I want. Chapter 198, Chapter 198. Back in Konoha 1. Anko Mitarashi despondently walked through the main gate of Konoha, briefly stopping in front of the booth with the gate guards, who looked at her inquisitively before asking some questions and telling her to sign some papers. Honestly, Anko was glad when they let her go to report to the Hokage 10 minutes later. Asking me questions about my mission, who the heck do these little shits think they are? The Hokage. Anko angrily thought. She was a bit too fed up these days, as she could no longer lie to herself and see Konoha as her home. Because of that blunt realization, more and more flaws and small intricate traps became apparent to her senses. It was not like she didn't know about them, but more like she refused to believe people did it out of malice toward her. But now. For example, the gate guards. The position of a gate guard might seem boring, and it really is, but it is also a very prestigious one. Not everybody can be relegated to the duty of a gate guard, and those that are usually there for a long time. It is usually an accomplished chunin with high combat ability, good track record, and the person also must be highly trusted and known in the village. The gate guards have quite a leisure duties, sitting all day near the gate and checking the arrivals and comings of people, but they also must train regularly and have checkups on their skills. The second their skills start to deteriorate, the gate guard would lose his position. After all, being a gate guard means they are the very first in the line of unexpected attack on the village, or the very first people who can spot an infiltrator. And yet, these supposedly high-ranking and splendid chunins who were awarded the positions of the gate guards show a complete dismissal of the protocols when it comes to me. Heck, do they think I would blab about my mission to them? Anko seethed as she marched her way through the villages, the civilians and ninjas alike getting out of her way the second they spotted her stormy expression. It was not like the gate guards acted rudely. They were always polite and good to her. That was why it hurt Anko so much. She thought them to be her friends. After a very thorough retrospective, Anko came to a single realization. Gate guards were always the good guys in her books. Kind, polite, always joking. But then she realized that every single time she came, they asked, always offhandedly, something about her mission. Every damn time. That's not how concerned friends behave. It was simply a trap. The only thing that saved her from falling into this pitfall was, much to her shame, Orochimaru's teaching about when to keep her mouth shut. The only good thing the bastard taught her. The problem with their behavior was quite simple. When a ninja arrives in the village after completing a mission, he cannot say anything about the mission. After all, he cannot know what would the Hokage deem as classified information. If Anko said something about the mission and then the Hokage decided it was classified, it would not be the two friendly gate guards who would have lost their heads for spreading secrets. It would have been her. That's why the protocols are ironclad in this. One never reveals parts of the mission before the Hokage declares it finished and decides if some parts of it are supposed to be classified. After that, the non-classified parts are all free game and most likely discussed in pubs to get some bragging rights by exaggerating them. That's why it never really struck her as odd that the two gate guards always asked for information about her missions. After all, they were just fishing for some new rumors, no? Well, according to Tsunade, apparently not. Gate guards are maybe the only two Chunin-ranked people in the whole village who have these protocols drilled into their head the most since they deal with it on a daily basis. Sadly, once Anko considered her memories and experiences from a different perspective, they mostly confirmed what Tsunade told her. Anko spent 2 days with Tsunade and Rei, but these days brought her so many shocking revelations she was exhausted when they parted their ways. Although, she did learn a whole lot about village politics and clan politics. After all, she had to pay Tsunade's price, and for that, she needed to know certain things. Anko involuntarily smiled at how right Lady Tsunade was. The things she wanted from Anko, she really didn't mind doing. As Anko thought about these things, she didn't even realize how fast she arrived in front of the Hokage tower. I guess, it's time to face the old man. With a small frown, she entered. You said 4 of Orochimaru's subordinates ambushed you, and when you were about to be killed, Tsunade saved you. Hiruzen asked in a slightly miffed tone. He sent Anbu to the fire capital with orders to bring Tsunade back to Konoha, but they returned with empty hands. Lots of colorful words from the daimyo at Hiruzen's person, and yes, that was something that worried Hiruzen greatly, but still, the inability to contact one of the 2 remaining loyal Sannin was grating on his nerves. Imagine his surprise when the message from one of the daimyo's guards, saying that Tsunade attended the daimyo's birthday party, reached him. Worse yet, she was married to a foreigner. His heart almost stopped there and then after reading it. Hiruzen needed 20 minutes to calm his erratic breathing, which almost killed him through the sheer blood pressure. The only good thing about it was that Tsunade was barren, hence no new Senju would be coming out of her. Still, the problem of her husband inheriting the properties of the Senju clan after her death was an apocalyptic threat to Konoha. After all, the Senju clan owned all of the lands on which the village stood, and having it in the hands of a foreigner. Hiruzen shuddered at the implications while assassination plans started forming in his head. The foreigner would simply have to go. For the will of fire. Yes. Anko politely nodded, enjoying the distraught expression of the Hokage. Then why did you not bring Tsunade back to the village, Anko? Hiruzen asked, only barely managing to keep most of his frustration out of his tone. With all respect, I don't think I could have beaten Lady Tsunade. Anko shrugged. Even the Hokage could not punish her for that. She never received orders to apprehend Tsunade, after all. Hiruzen clearly knew that as his frown turned sour, partly at her uncaring answer, and partly at how disobedient Anko acted. She was always boisterous and had her own flair, but she never once acted disrespectfully towards him. She was too much in his grasp to act out. Further, it was mighty fishy that Anko acted like this after meeting Tsunade. It might be nothing, but still. Hiruzen was worried. I see, is there anything else, Chunin Mitarashi? He concluded the debriefing, secretly deciding to assign some more watchers to the young kunoichi. Anko noted his colder tone and the change in how he addressed her, but right now, she only found it funny. Tsunade didn't do much when it came to teaching her how to in the political field, but she made sure to hammer the basics of interaction with Hiruzen and what to look for. By now, Anko was sure she knew all his subtle tactics at manipulating her into feeling various ranges of emotions. This particular technique was one that should evoke inadequacy and spark in her guilt at being disrespectful to her superior, who was always kind to her. After all, he always called her Anko, which pointed out some sort of closeness between them. A bit colder tone, and Chunin Mitarashi, is it? Anko's lips twitched. In fact, yes. Anko affirmed, causing Hiruzen to blink, not expecting an answer like this. I do have a letter from Lady Tsunade. She continued with a merry tone that made Hiruzen's eyebrow twitch, his expression as if screaming, then why did you not bring it up sooner? Anko simply shrugged and slowly walked towards Hokage's table before putting the letter on it and stepping back. It wouldn't do to make quick movements. Not with her reputation in the village. Not with 4 ANBU on the ceiling. As Hokage reached towards the letter with a hopeful expression, no doubt wishing Tsunade would visit the village soon, Anko couldn't help but inwardly laugh her ass off. She knew what the letter said. After all, it was the payment Tsunade promised Anko. Oh, I can't wait to see the hope on his mug turn into stunned disbelief. Chapter 199, Chapter 199. A letter for Hiruzen. Anko watched the Hokage with bated breath as his eyebrows furrowed in worry at the first sign of the Senju clan insignia on the letter. Outwardly, she was as cool as cucumber, completely impassive with a mild but restrained curiosity showing in her eyes. Exactly as an obedient ninja should look in front of his Hokage whom he handed a secret missive. Inwardly though. Inwardly, Anko was almost jumping from the sheer anticipation of Hiruzen's reaction. She was also very worried too. Tsunade warned Anko that she would have quite a few problems in the immediate future. Thankfully, she also gave her the necessary tools to mitigate most of it. While Anko was inwardly gloating, Hiruzen was looking at the insignia with hidden indignation, not liking where this was going. Tsunade he knew would never send him a letter marked like. This was not a letter from Tsunade Senju but the clan head of the Senju clan. That really didn't put Hiruzen at ease. Nevertheless, inside of him a small hope that it would be just a declaration of her marriage and notice of her impending visit to Konoha sparked in his chest as he opened the letter and started reading. Hiruzen Sarutobi. In my capacity as the head of the Senju clan, I, Tsunade Senju, notify you that 1, Anko Mitarashi, is from hence on a ward of the Senju clan. As such, I demand in my capacity as the head of the Senju clan, Anko's immediate discharge from the red list. Reading that, Hiruzen's stomach sank. He gave a tentative glance at Anko, noticing her dispassionate visage, and inwardly sighed, realizing she most likely already knew. As if acting clueless could fool him. He started reading again. Sarutobi, you will cease all attempts at manipulation, understood? You also will not assign any ANBU to watch her. I won't stand for such treatment of one of mine. At this part, Hiruzen winced. He already planned to have ANBU on Anko 24/7. She was Orochimaru's student and now had the zealous backing of the Senju clan. She just became one very dangerous girl. There was no way he could leave her unsupervised. Who knows what kind of mayhem she would have caused. Unfortunately for him, Hiruzen was aware that the second his ANBU were spotted by Anko, and he was sure they would have been spotted, she would inform Tsunade and Tsunade would cause problems. Problems he did not need in the current political situation with Uchihas rearing their ugly heads. If you are worried about the snake summoning contract, know that I made damn sure to find out which of Anko's snakes are loyal to her and which are not. Right now, none of her summons are disloyal to her. I personally made sure of that. Oh, Tsunade is basically telling me there were some disloyal snakes in Anko's employ before she went through them. Hiruzen understood the hidden message. My husband, on the other hand, made sure to erase the cursed seal on Anko's left shoulder. No longer do you and your old flunkies on the council have to fear Anko suddenly turning traitor because of that. Meaning. I don't want to hear even one word about her not being trustworthy. Just try to manipulate the council in this direction, Hiruzen, I dare you. I will raise hell. And just like that, all plans of discrediting the new ward of the Senju clan crashed in front of Hiruzen's eyes. So far, Hiruzen wasn't worried. Sure, Anko gained some political clout. She also gained a reason to distrust him. And she would most likely ever so slightly slip his manipulations. But he always had the option of citing her cursed seal to get her in line. Now though. Hiruzen's eyes snapped at Anko's left shoulder, making her instantly aware of which part of the letter he was currently at. She really couldn't help but give him a genuine smile and enjoy as he winced. Tsunade told her that even Danzo would most likely lay off her case now that there was no possibly mind-controlling seal on her. That day, Rei truly became one of Anko's heroes and her loyalty became ironclad, if not very well hidden fanatical one. After all, he pulled a piece of Orochimaru's soul out of her. Anko was still shuddering at that thought. Hiruzen, with his plans regarding Anko now completely ruined, continued to read, somewhat miffed but still mostly okay. After all, Anko was still not all that important in the grand scheme of things. Sure, she could make some waves in the village now but he decided to let Tsunade have her way. It would be infinitely worse if the waves came from the head of the Senju clan rather than an unimportant ward of the said clan. On another, more important, note, I am fine with you overseeing the lands of Konoha in my stead. Reading that sentence, Hiruzen stilled, his face becoming white as snow. She knows. He thought in untold horror. She-ite. That said, I will make use of my right to demand changes if I deem them right, and I will expect you to respect my wishes. The lands on which Konoha is standing are mine. There won't be any argument if I decide to change something. It is my right. Such are my demands in accordance with my rights as the head of the Senju clan and the laws of Konoha. If you, for any reason, decide to impede my birthright any further, I will make sure to complain to the daimyo. Don't misunderstand, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I am perfectly aware of what that would mean for Konoha and the Sarutobi clan, and I already made sure the daimyo is fully willing to go along with that. P.S. Make sure you remember that, old man. I had a nice long chat with Toyotomi about these things, and I must say I am not amused. In fact, I am furious. Don't give me a reason to lash out, because I am not trusting myself from keeping calm enough to not cause a disaster for you. Tsunade Senju, the head of the Senju clan, the founding clan of Konoha. Hiruzen gazed at the letter with unblinking, empty eyes, not knowing if he should be glad or worried. On one hand, Tsunade gave him permission to oversee the lands of Konoha, meaning she was not really interested in them. On another, he was regaled to a glorified manager for her. Arguably, he was always that, but now he had somebody looking over his shoulder. The real problem was the threat Tsunade used, and that she didn't mention only him but also the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen could already see it. A dispute between him, the Hokage who got the village through 2 shinobi wars, and the Senju clan backed by the daimyo. It would simply cause a civil war as people would start taking sides. For one, Hiruzen had no illusions about whose side would Danzo join. And there were many clans who didn't exactly trust him. Heck, even Uchihas would most likely join the Senju clan if it came to that. Hiruzen had to accept that his people decided to have her way or start a civil war. Why would she be so sure it would lead to a civil war, though? Hiruzen asked himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a realization hit him. He hastily read through the last 2 paragraphs. His heart almost stopped when he finally understood. She knows about her right to become a daimyo of Konoha if the council is corrupted. Panic gripped him. He knew well just how corrupt the current council was. As unsettling thoughts swirled through his head, Hiruzen suddenly heard Anko clear her throat. "You are dismissed, Chunin Mitarashi," he distractedly said, not paying her much attention. Anko nodded and turned on her heel, leaving the room. All according to Lady Tsunade's plan. The old man is far too preoccupied with the realization that Tsunade, someone who is not even in the village, can cause mayhem, and completely disregarded me, someone who is inside the village and on the payroll of Tsunade. Time to do my job, I guess. She inwardly shook her head in bemusement and went on her merry way to finish the first stage of Tsunade's plan. Chapter 200. Back in Konoha 2. Anko wearily walked through the streets of Konoha on her way to her most favorite dango shop in the village. She desperately needed some unwinding, and there was no better way to accomplish that than getting stuffed with the food of gods. When she arrived in the village, it was barely lunchtime, but now, it was already late evening, and Anko could only grumble that visiting several clan heads took her so much time. Alas, if she wanted everything to go smoothly, she needed to deliver a few messages from Tsunade before Hiruzen got his head out of his ass and stopped focusing on Tsunade, who was currently unreachable. Anko simply needed to cover all her bases and safeguard her position. God, how I hate politics. Anko mentally whined as she sat at the table near a window and ordered her favorite flavors of dango before starting to remember her tiring day. Her very first visit was to Shikaku Nara. This was not a coincidence. Tsunade made sure to choose who to visit first properly. Shikaku Nara seemed to be deep within the Hokage's backside. He was the Jonin commander, and that meant something. He was one of the most trusted aides of the Hokage in the shinobi matters. Hence, Anko was really surprised when Tsunade wanted her to visit the men first. Now, that meeting shook Anko to her core. Tsunade didn't explain much about clans, but the letter she handed over to Shikaku must have requested an explanation for her if the annoyed and half-whining look the half-asleep man shot her was any indication. And so, Anko got to know exactly how deep the politics in Konoha reached. The position of the Jonin commander was the dream of many ninjas in the village. Tough luck though, since as it appears, only a Nara could ever be appointed as such. The Hokage only made a show of the appointment to keep the masses dreaming as a motivation for improvement. Really, how Nara-ish to make a backroom deal with the first Hokage to safeguard a good, well-paying job where the most required thing is good strategic thinking. It actually makes a whole lot of sense considering the job is very easygoing in times of peace. A perfect place for napping the day off while being as important as it gets. Anko snickered. The actual damn thing was apparently written in the more obscure laws of the village. A very serious set of requirements had to be met for a non-Nara to become a Jonin commander, one of which would be no available Nara of Jonin level strength smart enough to fill the position. Hence, no matter what Hiruzen did, he had to appoint Shikaku into the position, and thus, being a Jonin commander didn't really show that the Hokage trusted you. Apparently, that was the whole reason why Danzo didn't get the job. Because of these backroom deals with Hashirama Senju, however, the Nara clan was an ally of the Senju clan. The clan head of the Senju clan requested the Nara clan to support Anko. Shikaka simply had to do so to honor the alliance. A good thing that Naras didn't bother with politics beyond what was necessary because they found them boring. The danger of being backstabbed by a Nara or them not honoring an alliance was almost nil. With the Nara clan on board, Anko had an easy time persuading the Akimichi clan. If instant agreement the second they got to know the stance of the Nara clan and an invitation to dinner could even be called persuading. Anko had to shake her head in amusement at the Akimichi clan. Maybe if she pulled her head out of her ass when she was younger and approached one of these big-boned people instead of feeling pity for herself, she would actually find real friends. The Yamanaka clan had also easily agreed to give his support to her. Not like the men had any other choice since both the Akimichi and Nara clans already made their stance clear. The Yamanakas were the most neutral clan in the list of people Anko had to approach, but Tsunade showed her cunning by ordering Anko to deal with Naras and Akimichis first. Now, if Inoichi did something different, it could potentially make his clan stand against his longtime allies in the village, which wouldn't be good for him or the clan. Neutral or not, his side was chosen for him before Anko even knocked on his door. And that led Anko's mind to reminisce about her last visit. The Hyuga clan. Yes, much to her eternal horror, it was these white-eyed assholes who were the closest supporters of the Senju clan. Or, at the very least, who had to lose the most if they didn't support the Senju clan. Apparently, the Hyuga clan businesses were very dependent on the Senju clan businesses. In short, the Hyuga clan patriarch looked almost constipated after Tsunade pulled this card on him. Knowing how legendary their arguments in the council room were during the Third Ninja War, Anko could see that the men didn't expect Tsunade to know about how much influence she had over him and his clan. After all, even if the Senju clan owned the businesses supporting their own, Tsunade did not attend to the day-to-day matters and never showed any knowledge or interest in them. At best, she received her cut and let the businesses run themselves. Anko could see the gears in Hayashi's head running and the utter bewilderment that Tsunade actually knew something about her family finances other than spending the seemingly unending supply of money flowing into her family accounts. The men sat motionless opposite Anko, staring in shock at the letter from Tsunade for 10 whole minutes after reading it. Naturally, it wouldn't do for assholes to deal with easy problems the easy way. Even someone like Anko, someone hopeless in economy and running of a clan, knew the Hyugas had no other choice than to give their full support behind Tsunade on her whim. The second Hayashi spotted the special seal of the Senju clan head on the letter, it was as good as an order from Tsunade, someone who could ruin many of their businesses. It wasn't even that Tsunade asked much of the Hyuga clan. Just show of support which would essentially cost them nothing. So, what did the cold-faced bastard do? He naturally called a meeting of elders and dragged Anko straight into it. An issue that could be resolved in 20 minutes tops, and that was when Anko accounted for Hayashi's 10 minutes long shocked state, was now stretched to 3 hours of debating between elderly men. Yeah, Anko had had enough of living by the time she left the Hyuga compound with a ringing headache. Is it any wonder she needed her daily dose of dango thrice over after such a nightmare? Worse yet. I will have to babysit the white-eyed princess for their support. How the heck did that happen? Shit, Lady Tsunade will be so disappointed in me for letting them have their way and get compensation for her demands. Anko mentally whined. She knew that promising something in return for their support would show weakness they would no doubt try to exploit later, but she was just so damn tired of all the pointless talking. In hindsight, she fell right into that trap. She should have refused to attend and demanded an answer from Hayashi. Even giving him time to consider it would be a nice power move, showing she had everything under control. It wasn't like the Hyuga clan could refuse. But no. She just had to do the stupid thing and let them challenge her patience. A battle she disgracefully lost and promised to train young Hinata in return for their support. It was then that a commotion outside the dango shop caught Anko's attention. Naruto Uzumaki was sitting on the ground with an angry shopkeeper hurling insults at the boy before huffily turning on his heel and stomping his way back to his shop. Shrugging, Anko started tiredly munching on her dango without any real excitement. The brat endured years of ridicule, he can endure 2 more days.